Interlude. A long time ago. Two bodies sat in cross-legged poses, facing each other from 2 meters apart. Rather than resting on the chamber's floor, they hovered in the air so the folds of their loose black robes dangled just above the hard tiles. Without the touch of ground to distract them, the two Sith lords could separate their minds from the profane world and give themselves entirely to the task they had set themselves, imposing their will upon the Force and tipping it toward darkness. The ethereal battle was led by Darth Plagueis. It had been 25 standard years since he killed his master, Darth Tenebrous, to become the galaxy's premier Sith. Every day of that time had been building toward this moment. While Tenebrous had seen the Force as a power to draw strength from, like a starship's engine core, Plagueis had developed a more refined understanding of the mystic power that governed the universe. The Force's energy was not just to be drawn on, it was to be commanded. By studying the midichlorians that bound life forms to the Force, Plagueis had determined that a proper combination of Force exertion and scientific skill could modify the behavior of the life-giving microbiotic beings. It was his dream to command midichlorians so fully that he could control life and death, most importantly sustaining his own corporeal existence forever. Yet always there was pushback, as though the Force had a will, as the Jedi preached, and that will was resisting his effort to change it. He'd been told that his master's master, Darth Acheron, had torn a hole in the Force through blood sacrifice and sheer willpower. Plagueis was attempting to repeat that feat to an even greater extent with the aid of his apprentice. Darth Sidious was a human of middling age, a Republic senator from an antique Madrum world called Naboo. Plagueis himself was a banker, chairman of the powerful Damas Holdings Limited, but he had retired from public life over a decade ago to devote himself to studying the dark arts. Sidious had feigned an extended holiday to join Plagueis on the Sith Lord's hidden estate of Abera, on Moonlands, where they could enter so deeply into the Force they separated themselves from time and space, even their own bodies. With only faint tethers left connecting them to crude matter, Plagueis and Sidious worked as one to wrestle the Force into submission. All that was the same, and each Sith Lord harmonized, and they acted as one, fueled by their pride and ambition and anger and ruthless, iron determination to wrench their desires from the intractable vastness of the cosmos. It was an experience beyond words or mortal feeling, yet after days or months of timeless battle, they felt their efforts reaching crescendo. Their collective life essence reached across the stars, and the great dark power summoned through their midichlorians spread out through endless ether to touch the midichlorians of every other being galaxy-wide, from the weakest child to the greatest Jedi Master. For an infinite instant, Plagueis and Sidious felt as though they were looking down on them all from a superior height. The weak children and Jedi Masters felt these new intruding minds and looked up at the figures above them, squinting into the blinding darkness, seeing nothing clearly but knowing everything had changed, that a power greater than anything they'd known had suffused itself into the Force. The collective power that was Plagueis and Sidious was great enough to affect the whole of the Force itself, shifting it away from its natural balance toward darkness. The Sith could feel a tremor of collective fear shudder through the galaxy. It brought them joy that allowed them to tip the balance even further. Their great task accomplished, Plagueis and Sidious finally withdrew into their bodies. After neglecting their corporeal forms for so long, Plagueis found himself beset by aches. He was an old Muan, critically damaged by an assassination attempt a decade before. When he lifted his hands off his knees, every joint groaned in protest. Air scraped like knives through his lungs and crackled through his breath mask. His small yellowed eyes opened to find Sidious seated across from him. The human looked as gaunt and gray-skinned as a Muan, but triumph lit the eyes of his haggard face. Sidious' jaw hinged open. His voice creaked out. "It is accomplished." Plagueis nodded. Too weak to rise, he tapped the communicator on his wrist to summon 11-4D. His personal servant, a multi-armed bipedal medical droid, arrived promptly to inject both Sith with necessary fluids, then provided them with food and water. Plagueis found he was not hungry, but Sidious consumed the bland, nutritious rations with a starving gusto. "Would you like a summary of events that transpired while you meditated?" asked 11-4D. "Not yet." Plagueis raised a hand. There is something else we must do first. Lord Sidious. The human raised his face from the half-gobbled ration bar. Yes, master. It is time to test our triumph. 4D, help us to our feet. The droid did as ordered. When Sidious and Plagueis were both standing upright, 11-4D guided them out of their meditation chamber and through the bowels of the Abora facility. It was here that Plagueis had assembled his most valuable treasures, passed on through generations of Sith lords. Ancient historical texts and valued Sith artifacts mixed with an extensive laboratory Plagueis used to perform varied experiments on live subjects. While Sidious worked on Coruscant, subtly bringing the Republic closer and closer to collapse, Plagueis had labored on Abora, focusing on the more esoteric aspects of the grand design. Early in his own apprenticeship, he'd been taken by Darth Tenebris to a similar secret facility on Tehasa, deep within the Gree Enclave, where Tenebris Master had worked. Many of the experiments Plagueis conducted here were a continuation of Darth Acheron's research. Decades after Acheron and Tenebris had both died, translators on Tehasa were still sending him basic versions of the ancient Gree archives. The long-lived aliens seemed content to continue their thankless work indefinitely so long as they kept receiving payment, and Plagueis had made sure they get regular installments from one of his many shell companies. The texts themselves were a scattershot of legends, rumors, and eyewitness accounts of events tens of millennia past, depicting the Gree's service to the mythic Celestials, their galaxy-spanning empire bound together by hypergates, and their eventually collapse to racket aggression. The difficulty was that it was often impossible to tell which was truth and which distorted legend. Nonetheless, some critical information might be buried in those archives, so Plagueis continued to fund their translation. The Gree requested a tiny fee relative to the staggering wealth of Damask holdings. Today Plagueis was not concerned with any ancient text or talisman. With Sidious and 11-4D beside him, the Dark Lord of the Sith came to his most valued possession. A gaunt, bulbous-headed Bith body bobbed inside a liquid-filled, transparent steel tank. For almost a quarter-century, Plagueis had kept Darth Venamis on the verge of death. Once Darth Tenebris II, secret apprentice, he'd become a test subject like none other. Paralyzed from a toxin Plagueis had forced him to eat, the Bith exhaled no air bubbles into the liquid and stirred not even a finger. But his black eyes were open and his trapped mind could see the three figures standing outside the tank. Trapped and conscious through all the horror inflicted on him, Venamis had surely gone mad by now, but he could do nothing to hurt his tormentors. Plagueis allowed himself to feel a small twinge of sympathy. Their fates had come very close to being reversed. He looked up at Venamis' ever-seeing eyes and said, "Now we are going to end it." Venamis showed no response, could not show it. When Plagueis reached out in the Force, however, he caught a hint of relief shudder through the Bith's broken mind. Then, with the glide of two hands over a control console, Plagueis shut down the mechanical systems that had been keeping Venamis alive all these years. Paralyzed in his tank, the Bith gave no outward sign of dying. His body did not even shudder. Yet Plagueis felt his broken mind dwindle to nothing. He stared deeper into the very cells that made up the Bith's body, and he watched with glee as, one after another, his midi-chlorians dimmed and died. And then, after so much time, Venamis was just dead tissue floating in a tube. A relief for Venamis, for Plagueis, the greatest test was now. He felt Sidious tense beside him, anxious and eager. After waiting 10 minutes in silence to make sure the last embers of Venamis' life had gone cold, the Muin reached out and placed one hand against the curved glass. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to rise deeply in the Force again, forgetting this corporeal body and focusing his power on the dead midi-chlorians floating through the corpse's cells. After what he and Sidious had just accomplished, it felt easier to gather the energies of the Force, make them flow through his own midi-chlorians and into those of Venamis. He did not pass life energy from one body to another, did not give pieces of himself as Jedi healers did in their foolish altruism. Darth Plagueis was a Sith. He commanded the Force, and the Force obeyed. After a timeless moment, the midi-chlorians inside Darth Venamis returned to life. The Force flowed through that body, still paralyzed and trapped, and life returned as well. He heard Sidious gasp, speechless, and heard synapses flare inside 11-4D's cortex. The subject was most certainly deceased, the droid reported. Yet its life functions have returned. This is not possible. Nothing is impossible for a Sith, Plagueis said, tired but proud. He looked up at Venamis' inert face and felt the Bith's awareness return. First came the dull confusion, then the agonized realization that he'd been dragged out of death's sweet embrace. Then came the panic and the pleading to return to the void, all wordless. Master, rasped Sidious in amazement, I never thought it possible. Things are not now as they were. We've tilted the Force inexorably toward darkness. It responds to us easily now. It obeys us. You can feel that, apprentice. Sidious blinked. And the Jedi. The Jedi have felt our presence, but we have not fully revealed ourselves. Let them fear our shadow for a time. It will only make them weaker. We must perfect the power we've gained this day. With that, Plagueis tapped the console before him. Life support systems shut down, and once again he felt Venamis' life dwindle to nothing and wink out. Only this time, instead of relief, he died with the dread of being returned to life. Plagueis had every intention of subjecting him to that agony. Once again he placed a hand on the glass, closed his eyes, and allowed the great dark power of the Force to flow through him. It came even more easily than before, and after uncounted time he felt life return once more to Venamis' midichlorians. A deeper, physical pain seized this bit this time, and Plagueis wondered how many such resurrections the frail body could take before the organs themselves irreparably failed. Coolly, curiously, he decided to find out. Darth Venamis had served in a way he'd have never imagined when he poisoned his rival all those years ago. He had nothing more to give. For reasons that had nothing to do with mercy, it would be best to let him die and stay dead. Yes, Sidious hissed. The sound of his apprentice's harsh, giddy laughter drew Plagueis back into the profane world. He looked sideways at the human, whose face contorted with sadistic glee. We've really done it, Master. Sidious laughed. We command life and death itself. 11-4D, nonplussed as only a droid could be, said, This is quite astounding, Master. To my knowledge, a feat like this has never been accomplished before. Because it has not, Plagueis said, with a heavier pride than Sidious. Far older than the human, more powerful, and more learned, he understood all the millennia that had been leading to this moment, all the trial and error, all the different clashing methods different Sith lords had tried in their quest to gain mastery over the Force. Yet finally, this day, unlike any Sith before them, he and Sidious had accomplished a feat unknown to any Dark Lord. With that power came the responsibility to use it wisely, to further Bane's grand design, and bring the Jedi to their knees. But, Plagueis thought, there was no need to continue the tradition of Bane as they had before. No need for apprentice surpassing and killing master, over and over. He was no seer like Darth Tenebris. He was not willing to trust the design to successors unseen. With the power they had obtained this day, there would be no need for successors. Plagueis and Sidious would be the last Sith lords. Plagueis was no seer, but certainty filled him. Today they had defeated death itself. With that conquered, and the Force subject to their will as never before, there was nothing left to fear. For the rest of the day, Plagueis continued to experiment with Venamis. 11-4D watched and recorded every death and resurrection in microscopic detail until finally the Bith's wasted internal organs could take no more. Tissue ruptured irreparably from inside, and Darth Plagueis felt his one-time rival, his long-time victim, fade into nothing one last time. He felt that Venamis knew this was his last end, felt the Bith's relief. There was a dark beauty in his passing, and when he was gone Plagueis felt a twinge of melancholy. In his fashion, he would miss Venamis. Sidious clearly felt no regret at the day's events, not even a small one. Despite his wasted appearance, the human bristled with confident energy. He devoured another meal that 11-4D brute and stated his intention to return to the Coruscant soon. According to the droid, they spent nearly 2 months in contemplation, weeks longer than Sidious had told the other senators he'd be gone for. When you get back to Coruscant, be alert to any action by the Jedi, Plagueis told him. They have felt our presence in a way they never have before. They'll be on their guard. I assure you, Master, I have no problem hiding my presence from them, Sidious said with a smile. Then use your office as cover to get close to some Jedi. Look for the dissidents, the radicals. Dooku, Sifo-Dyas, Jyn Altis, Thracia Choline, Qui-Gon Jinn. People willing to speak their disagreement with the Council. The Jedi cannot afford to ignore what we've done here today. We must watch how they'll react. Of course, Master. Leave it all to me. That had been Plagueis' intention for years now. Leave the machinations of the profane world to Sidious. Cunning and predatory, he had a mind suited for them. Plagueis would turn his attention inward, subduing the midi-chlorians inside until he'd wrench from them the treasure he sought most of all, eternal life. After today he had little doubt he could do it. While he and Sidious had been locked in etheric battle, he'd expected more pointed counterattacks by the Force, thrusts against his midi-chlorians, boiling in his blood, renders on his flesh. Yet as much as the experience had drained both Sith Lords, the Force had resisted them with the stolid inertia of a great object, nothing more. When they succeeded in gaining proper leverage, they tipped the Force toward darkness with no resistance. So much, Plagueis thought, for the Force's so-called will that the Jedi bowed to. The will to power was the only one that mattered. Like the midichlorians within his blood, the Force itself was his to command. Chapter 11. Jermak was an ugly wreck of a planet, its scarlet surface pocked by the spice mines and marred by messy gray sprawls of polluted cityscape, and the reek of spice processing facilities filled the air, and pollution haze clouded out the sun at midday. It was a place where the locals reeked of desperation, either to get off that rock or to make it rich using any means necessary. None of that mattered. After the successful heist from Rav and the escape from Socorro, there was nothing that could possibly dampen their spirits. Mynock and Free Agent picked an isolated and rocky piece of terrain to set down on. It was like a replay of their first rendezvous on Ondo, but far less tense. Anya was the first one down Free Agent's landing ramp and onto the surface, where she saw Jeriah and Kyra carrying a square-meter crate between them. Consider it the first installment of your share, Jeriah said as they dropped the crate on the ground. Anya pulled the crate back and looked inside. She went almost faint at the sight of so many shiny orodium slips packed in neat rows. She asked, "Are they all like this?" "Some are ingots. Others are more mixed up. All kinds of booty we can haggle over." "How many crates did you get total?" 7. Every last one, except for the boxes of Sith poodoo we blew up. Jeriah grinned broadly. "Your impal's already trying to hack it out with Cade. The Buki's paranoid we are going to pull something on him and take your fair share." "I know. I was counting he would be," Anya smiled back. Jeriah chuckled and turned back to Mynock. "Come on. You can see the rest of the hall inside." As Jeriah went up the landing ramp, Anya glanced at Kyra. The young woman wasn't looking at her, or the ships, or the box full of dazzling treasure. She was looking at the sky. It wasn't much to see as far as Anya was concerned. Even far from Jermak's population centers, the air was hazy from pollution. The thin gray clouds were almost textureless, but succeeded in dimming the sun to a white blur. "There are better skies," Anya commented. "It's the first new one I've seen in 3 years," Kyra whispered. Anya let her look. After a respectful pause, she asked, "How many planets have you been on?" 6. 7. My parents, they got killed at the start of the war. The last one. I don't really remember them. I was on Savarkis for a while. Yannick? Svivrin. Kyra hugged herself tight. Sometimes I thought I'd be stuck on Socorro forever. With this kind of money, you can go any place you want. Kyra nodded and kept looking at the sky. It was clear the money meant less to her than the freedom it brought, and Anya couldn't keep the smile from her face. She'd yet to wrap her mind around what this booty really meant, but she understood Kyra, her hopes, frustrations, dreams more than she could say. Her attention was drawn away by the clack of metal feet on Free Agent's landing ramp. A G-37 and Salk stepped outside, and the Montgomery asked, How much did they get? All of it, Kyra exhaled and tore her eyes off the gray. 7 crates. Salk circled around Anya and looked into the crate. Somehow his bulbous eyes managed to get even wider. His jaw worked for a moment before he asked, "What are we going to do with all this?" Anya laughed. "Whatever we want, obviously. With this kind of score, we'll never have to work again. You ever wanted to own your own private moon?" Salk looked at her, blinking, trying to discern if she was kidding. "I presume the rest of the cargo is inside Skywalker's ship," said AG-37, as cool as ever. "That's right. Jao's keeping an eye on Skywalker to make sure he doesn't try anything funny. Jerry Ab brought this one down for us to take. Then I will move it inside Free Agent. You should join Jao and begin apportionment of the spoils." "Sure thing." Anya put one hand on Salk's shoulder, one on Kyra's. "Come on, let's go check out the rest." As they walked up the ramp and into Minok, Anya let Salk go ahead and asked Kyra, "By the way, you get that droid of yours out?" "I did," she smiled fondly. "That's good. Droids are good friends to have. With the kind of money we've got, you should be able to actually fix him up." "I hope so. There's something, well, you'll see in a minute." Curious, Anya followed Kyra into Minok's main cargo hold. Sure enough, 6 more crates of treasure remained. Jao and Minok's crew stood among them, and when Anya got glimpses of what they held, more Orodium slips, Nova crystals, antiques and art objects, she felt faint again. "If you recall, we had a 50-50 agreement," Skywalker said, tattooed arms folded in front of his chest. 7 crates don't split in half easily, but I'm sure we can haggle out something." "I'm pretty good at haggling," Anya reminded. "I know," he grinned. "Anyway, I figure we'd best take our time, judge what we've got, then split the goods." "Agreed. We're in no hurry." She went over to Jao and put a hand on his shoulder. "Thanks for watching the treasure for us. How'd it go in the Sarlacc pit?" "It got pretty hairy for a few minutes, but we got done everything we needed to. And those Sith artifacts, I took care of them." Skywalker jabbed a thumb at his chest. "No need to thank me. It was grand satisfying." "What about Rav?" she asked seriously. Skywalker's smug smile became serious. "He came down to get his treasure personally. We sliced up all his droids and left him up there." "Did you kill him?" "No. I thought about it, but like I said before, this is better punishment." He smiled again, fierce and proud. Anya simply nodded. She felt glad he'd made that choice, though she wasn't sure if she'd have made it herself. They resumed looking through their treasures. Kyra was the only one who didn't seem to care. She slipped quietly to the side of the hold, where 2 droids were sitting. The half-bodied protocol droid had been propped up against the wall next to the astromech, and as Kyra approached it, managed to say, "Greet, Tress Kyra." Anya watched the girl pat the droid's head fondly. The astromech released a series of warbles and tweets, but she couldn't catch any meaning from it. "R2's been like that ever since we pulled that hunk of junk on board." Skywalker shrugged and called to Kyra, "Where'd you get that droid anyway?" "He was in the junk shop when I got there. The old owner, Rugo, didn't remember where he come from, and Sleepy's memory isn't much better than his vocoder." Kyra shrugged and put a hand on his battered gold dome. "Where'd you get your droid?" Skywalker chuckled. "Long story, kid. Even I don't know most of it. But R2 pulls his weight, no doubt about that." As Kyra sat down on the floor next to the droids, Anya asked Jao in a lower voice, how did she handle stuff when it got messy? She was scared at first, but she did pretty well. Dropping to a whisper, he asked, "She reminds you of you, doesn't she?" "Is it that obvious? You both got orphaned in the war. She was even younger than you. And you both ended up in scrap shops, hanging out with droids." "Yeah, I guess it is obvious. There were other similarities too, ones she wasn't ready to share with Jao. You don't have a problem with us taking her aboard for a while, do you?" "I don't." Anya heard the unspoken but. "You wish I'd have asked first, right?" "No, it's not that." She raised an eyebrow, skeptical. It's not just that, he clarified. He glanced across the room to Kyra, still sitting with her droids, not paying attention. The others seemed distracted by all the pretty treasure. He whispered, when we were down there, in the fight, I think she used the Force. Anya blinked. You think? Pretty sure. One of Rav's YV droids was charging at her but she pushed it back. I don't think she knew she was doing it. The kind of life she's had, I'm sure she's never had training. She breathed and felt a flicker of irrational disappointment. She and Kyra didn't have everything in common after all. What does that mean? I don't know. There's no telling how strong she is, or if she can be trained. She doesn't strike me as Imperial Knight material. I didn't say that. Good. She pressed a fingertip against his white armored chest. You're not going to trick or bully her into doing something she doesn't understand. Jao looked horrified. I'd never do that. I know. She withdrew her finger, smiled. I just wanted to be clear. She's just like the rest of us now, filthy rich and free to do anything she wants. No better way to be than that, Skywalker said, and Anya spun around to see the man inspecting the crate behind her. She was about to ask him how much of that conversation he'd heard when the sound of clanging metal feet joined the hold. A G-37 stepped amidst the treasure crates, upper and lower photoreceptors rotating in opposite directions to evaluate all the spoils. This, he said, is an impressive collection. You are to be commended for pulling off such a heist. We heard you did your part in the casino, Metal Man, Deliah Blue commented. Yes, it was a pleasure to put those gambling subroutines to use. It had been a long time. Where'd an assassin droid learn to roll dice anyway? Asked Jariad. This is a complicated story. I believe AG-37 paused. Both halves of his conical head rotated so he looked at Kyra and her droids with both photoreceptors. Without explanation, he stomped over to the wall, and soon his shadow was looming over a cedar Kyra. The girl tried not to be intimidated by the towering droid. Is there a problem? The broken protocol droid beside her said, Greet Nesdot, perhaps you, 37. Anya started toward them. A G, does that thing know you? R2-D2 released another series of squeals, and started rocking back and forth on his short legs, as thought it was trembling with enthusiasm. AG-37 interrupted, please, slow down and explain. Clearly. Somehow the astromech calmed itself and began a long series of chirps and whistles. By now everyone in the hangar was starting to gather around the strange scene, except for Kyra, who looked between the three droids with an expression of utter bafflement. When R2-D2 finally stopped vocalizing, AG-37's lower photoreceptor spun around and settled on Deliah. Miss Blue, do you have a standard dual-phase neural jack aboard? The Zeltron looked as perplexed as the rest of them, but she nodded. Yeah, let me get it. As she hurried off to wherever she kept her tools, Kyra piped in, I don't understand. What's going on? Do you and R2 know this droid? The short answer, Miss Kyra, is yes, though R2-D2 knows him far better than the longer answer is perhaps, depending on how much of the droid's memory core is salvageable and how much of his programming remains intact from those times. I found him in the junkyard I worked at. I'm not that good with droids, but I replaced his vocoder. It didn't do any good. I think his neural processor's all messed up. Yes, those are my suspicions. If Miss Blue had a proper connecting jack, I should be able to better evaluate the situation. What times are we talking about exactly? Asked Skywalker. R2's been with my family for generations. Supposedly. I've never seen the gold guy before. Yes, R2-D2 says they've been separated for some time. Nearly a century, in fact. It was always weird to be reminded how old AG-37 was. Anya asked, so you knew these droids before then? His lower photoreceptor swung on her. You've known for quite some time that I am, shall we say, superannuated by human standards. You don't talk about your past much. With all due respect, Anya, neither do you. I thought we were respecting each other's privacy. He had her there. Deliah appeared a moment later with a half-meter-long cable dangling from her fist. She handed it to AG-37 and asked Cade, Did I miss any revelations? Not exactly, but I say we've got a big carking coincidence on our hands. Softer, Jao said. It's almost like the will of the Force. Anya stared. So did Skywalker. He looked like he wanted to argue but wasn't sure if he should. Anya didn't get any joy from seeing him speechless. The sheer strangeness of AG-37's discovery had pulled her mind away from everything else, even the grand treasure sitting at their backs. AG-37 picked up the protocol droid's torso and carried it over to one of the treasure crates. Understanding what he was up to, Anya quickly put the lid back on the crate so AG-37 could lay the broken droid atop it. After that, he plugged one end of the cable into the back of the protocol droid's neck and the other into his torso, right below the neck. The group gathered around to watch, all silent except for R2-D2, who continued to tweet enthusiastically. AG-37's photoreceptors flickered, the protocol droids shuddered and went dark. The astromech's noise dropped to a low whine. Anya watched tensely, wondering if AG-37 was putting himself at risk with this. As interesting as all this was, she didn't want him getting hurt over it. He was the oldest friend she had, maybe the best. Then the assassin droid's photoreceptors lit up again, bright and steady. The other droids did not, and R2-D2 continued to make mournful sounds. AG-37 removed the neural jack from his body and said, "As I suspected, this droid has suffered notable degradation in his processor. The majority of his memory engrams are damaged. Truthfully, it's a wonder he was able to recognize me at all." Kyra stared at her battered friend. "Is Sleepy gone?" The scan I initiated was minimally invasive. Unfortunately, it triggered an electric surge in 2 key processing subunits that in turn caused a cascade shutdown of all systems. This was also beyond my ability to repair. The girl looked like she was going to tip over. "So, he's dead?" I said that I cannot repair it. His photoreceptors pulsed for a moment, a sign of deep thought. "However, I do not believe all is lost. I do know of one facility which may be able to repair this unit while retaining all of its key memory engrams." "So he's not dead?" asked Anya. "Please, Anya, I've warned you about using organocentric terms to describe droid functions." AG-37's lower photoreceptor shifted to Kyra. "If you truly wish to repair this droid, then your best hope is a facility on Essos run by the Messiah Thrumble Memorial Foundation." R2-D2 tweeted insistently, but Skywalker said, "Never heard of them. They keep a very low profile, but there are the galaxy's leaders in cybertronic research and development. Their services are quite expensive, but I believe that's no longer a hazard." "If they're galactic leaders," asked Salk, "why have none of us heard of them? Do they only work for rich clients? Private companies?" "They are quite selective on the services they provide, but I assure you their research division is unparalleled. Further, I am certain they will help us. I have a familiarity with their founder." "What kind of familiarity?" asked Anya. "In organocentric terms, you would call her," AG-37's photoreceptors pulsed thoughtfully, "my mother." Not even Skywalker had a response to that one. While everyone else tried to make sense of that, Kyra reached out to touch her droid's stiff, stuffed face. "I want that. I want to go to Essos." Beside her, R2-D2 sounded off again, enthusiastically rocking back and forth. Skywalker shook his head, looked the 3 droids over, and told AG-37, "Why don't you call ahead and make sure they'll have us?" "I would be happy to do so." "Okay, then." He sighed and turned back to their half-forgotten treasure. "While you handle that, we've got spoils to divide. Let's get to work." Chapter 12. It appeared that the Empress kept her promises. The ship Marasiah Fel had provided for Morrigan Corde's use was a Cade Gladius-class light freighter. Small and quick but heavily armed too. The storage locker aboard contained all the tools Morrigan had once used as a field agent for Imperial intelligence, from surreptitious tracking devices to infrared scanners, as well as the latest in concealable firearms and explosives, plus her longtime favorite, poison darts. The freighter's computer core contained a trove of data about suspected and confirmed Sith activity since Cade's death. Combined with the knowledge core carried in her head, It gave her a good idea of where to start. Morrigan would have almost felt good about this mission had it not been for the company she had to keep. I still don't see why this is the best use of our time, Gunner Yates said as she dropped their ship out of hyperspace. It rocked as it fell toward the planet ahead, a sphere of mottled greens and browns. I've already explained that, daughter, Morrigan said from the co-pilot seat. We need to find now Corliss. I don't expect him to be here on Abrogado Ray, but people who know him most certainly are. How do you know Corliss can lead us to whatever's left of the Sith? Because he was one of their best agents. Darth Maladi used him for all kinds of covert activity, and the Empress intel report suggests that Corliss is still alive and active. Like I said, he has allies here. They can point us in his direction. As their ship rocked through Abrogado Ray's cloud layer, Gunner asked, how do you know Corliss is still working with the Sith? Because I know Maladi. She doesn't throw away good tools until she has to. Corliss is force sensitive, not strong enough to be a Sith, but enough to serve them better than the average spacer trash. Gunner shook her head and muttered, I still don't understand any of this. Just stay with me, daughter, and let me lead. You're here to be the Empress' eyes and ears and keep me from doing anything treasonous. Oh, I get that. She wants someone who'll report everything you do and who you probably won't stab in the back. But why did she turn you loose after all this time? Things have seemed so calm. Gunner knew about the kidnappings but not about Jedi losing touch with the Force. The Empress had ruled that beyond her need to know. Morrigan sighed. You've had some intel training, but not enough. You should know that history happens in the shadows. Thank you for the wisdom, Mother. Gunner rolled her eyes as they broke the clouds and soared low over the planet's endless sprawl of flat marshland. The spaceport's towers could be seen on the horizon, a modest sight. Abrogado Ray was a core world, but it didn't look or act like one, which made it a popular stop for fringers who couldn't stand the pretensions of nearby planets. It was also a popular shadow port with plenty of illegal activity, and Morrigan had done her share of work here in the old days, before she'd become Nina Calixte. She'd even come here with Cole, once upon a time. Thinking about him did no good. She much preferred keeping Gunner on edge. It's my fault, really, she said. I should have been there for you when you were younger. Then you wouldn't have followed your father's path. I'd rather be a pilot than a spy, Gunner said as she brought them low over the spaceport town's low stone buildings and winding canals. Of course you would. If I were your age, I'd love to have my own fighter squadron full of pretty soldier boys chasing after me, metaphorically and literally. But if you're going to make your mark on the galaxy, there are better ways. Dad's made his mark just fine. Rolf's done well for himself, Morrigan admitted. He'd been a rising captain when she, and her new identity as Nina Calixte, had sought him out. Ruff had been a stepping stone, a tool for advancement, and Gunner had been an accidental side effect. Pushing them aside had been easier than leaving Cole and Cade. At the time, she told herself that some things just got easier with practice. It hasn't occurred to her until later that this wasn't always a good thing. Gunner maneuvered them over to their designated landing pad with all the smoothness of a TIE pilot. After she lowered the ship to rest and initiated cool-down procedures, she finally looked her mother head on. Do you know exactly where we're going? I do. Are we going in armed? Always. Gunner, slightly mollified, rose from her seat. Morrigan followed and joined her at the equipment locker, where a nice collection of firearms awaited. A pair of Blast Tech Arc 9965 rifles, the Stormtrooper standard, were locked into racks on the wall. Morrigan instead went for the smaller arms. She handed Gunner a Zerka holdout in a Merzan military-grade pistol and said, one visible, on concealed. I remember, Mother, Gunn said, then took a belt, strapped it on, and stuck the Merzan in his hip holster. The Zerka went inside her hip-length black jacket. Morrigan nodded approvingly and took 2 pistols for herself, then strapped a poison dart launcher to her left wrist and finger-length vibro blade at her right. She concealed them by shrugging on a loose brown coat. To passers-by, the 2 women, both with light eyes and short-cut blonde hair, what looked like a mother and daughter team of smugglers or freighter pilots, which was close to the truth but also far away. One more question, Gunnar said before they moved for the exit. Why Corliss of all the people we could be chasing? Like I said, if the Sith are still working with anyone, it would be him. Darth Maladi, you mean? Are you sure she's even still alive? I know that witch, Gun. I was head of Imperial Intelligence for a decade while she was Crate's spymaster. We worked trails around each other the entire time. She's far too smart to have fallen into Red's trap on the floating world. She's alive. Gunnar looked at her mother carefully, then grunted. Okay, then? Good to know this isn't personal. She turned without waiting for a reply and exited the freighter. Morrigan stood there for a second before following her. Well played, she thought. Morrigan hadn't always been honest with herself, especially when she pretended to be Nine and Kalik's Day, but she tried to be now. Her rivalry with Darth Maladi transcended the professional to become personal. The witch had manipulated her into a partnership with the Sith Morrigan would have never knowingly entered. She'd also gone behind Morrigan's back to initiate the attack on the Jedi Temple at Ossus, killing Cole. She had plenty of reasons to hate Maladi, but she also knew, objectively, that if the Sith were a part of this scheme, Maladi was at the heart of it. Reports said Darth Nil had taken up Crate's mantle, but Nil wasn't a subtle schemer. The same went for Darth Talon, Crate's attack dog. Only Maladi could have put something like this together. After leaving and locking the ship, Morrigan and Gunnar began to make their way through the spaceport. The historic center of the city was called the Old Patch, where low stone buildings were crammed together too tight for speeders to pass through. Pedestrians maneuvered down narrow alleys and across bridges that arced over the city's canals, where more passengers were pushed along and by gondolas steered by Abragato-Ray's lanky, white-furred natives. The Old Patch hadn't changed at all since the days she'd come here with Cole, and she felt shadowed by long-off memories as she guided Gunnar to their destination. The Clear Waters was the largest gambling house, cantina, and entertainment complex in the Old Patch, and while its burgeoning structure was cantilevered over a stretch of canal, the name was far from appropriate. As soon as Morrigan and Gunnar walked inside, they were assaulted by the reek of narcotic smoke from a dozen different recreational drugs, and as they made their way across the casino floor, their boots nearly stuck to the encrusted filth on the tiles. What a charming place, Gunnar muttered as they passed a Herglick, massive even for his species standards, working the two slot machines at once with a glazed look on his face. At a nearby stage, a pair of barely clad Zeltrons were performing for a mixed group of humans and Gaddis. Not everyone lives for martial order and discipline, Morrigan reminded. This place hadn't changed much since she'd been here with Cole, and she tried to avoid the tug of nostalgia. They could at least mop the floors now and then. Who are we trying to find, Mother? Don't call me that, not here, Morrigan said. Call me boss or nothing, understood. Gunnar nodded. She'd probably stick with nothing. Morrigan led the way to the security office, where an imposing and very ugly Hulk glowered at them from behind the counter. Morrigan smiled tightly and said, "Good afternoon. I'd like to talk with management." "What about?" grunted the Hulk. "I'm afraid it's really a private matter, for Paxo Ravlis ears only. Paxo don't talk to nobody without inviting them first." "Oh, I think he'll make an exception for me." She winked and added, "We're old friends." "Get out of here, old hag. I ain't bothering the boss about shudder like you." "I'm serious," she added ice to her tone. The shudder rolled off her back, but the hag remark stung. "He knows me. Tell him Morrigan Corde is here. I'll wait." "I said get out. If you won't quit fooling around, I'll make you leave." The Hulk came around the counter. Gunnar edged back, one hand on her pistol, but Morrigan made a gesture to stay her. The Hulk came down on Morrigan, reached for her with a fist as big as her head. Morrigan flicked up her left wrist and soundlessly shot a dart straight into the leathery wattles of the Hulk's neck. The bouncer grunted, pulled out the tiny metal projectile with his oversized hand, and stared at it. "What did you do to me?" His voice was thick with fear now. "What's in this?" "Nothing. That one's empty," Morrigan said. Her wrist was still angled at his neck. "Next one's not. Now tell Paxo I'm here, and I won't tell him how brainless his employees are. The Hulk glared murder at her, but she knew he wouldn't do more than that. With one more grunt, the big alien stomped around the counter and disappeared through a back door. Morrigan took a wide look around. The casino was going about its business, the little altercation unnoticed. Was that necessary? Gunner hissed. Morrigan rolled her eyes. Please? A soldier should know something about dominance displays. You look like you enjoyed it. There was no reason to lie. I've been locked in a room for almost 2 years. It's been a long time since I've done the kind of work I'm good at. You mean bully and manipulate people? For a soldier on duty, Gunner was acting very unprofessional. We can talk about this later. Keep your eye on the job. Sullenly, her daughter reminded, my job is watching you. They waited for only a few minutes before they got their response. The surly Hulk was gone. This time a well-dressed Gaddis appeared and showed them through the back door. They were escorted down a few narrow hallways into Paxo Ravla's office. He changed the interior decor up since Morrigan had last been here, but he still had the floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out on the canal. Paxo was on his feet, waiting for them, a tall Nimbinal with gray skin and a jowled face. Back when Morrigan and Cole had first come here, a lifetime ago, he'd been a bold young crime boss. He no longer looked bold or young, but he was still running the clear waters, which gave him longevity beyond a lot of criminals. Morrigan Corde, Paxo said after his Gaddis aide left the room. When he came close to shake her hand, she could mark the gray in his whiskers and bags under his eyes. But his voice was as strong as ever. Who's the assistant? This is Gunn, my lieutenant, she said. Gunner kept her expression blank as she shook Paxo's hand. The Nimbinal retreated across the office, toward the window. He gestured for Morrigan and Gunner to sit down on the sofa and took the adjacent plush chair for himself. You know, he said conversationally, I heard you were dead. I also heard you'd retired, changed your name, or been drummed out of imp intelligence and started a spice ring. I'm glad to hear I've been keeping busy. I'd like to get some clarification before we start talking. I'm sure you didn't come here just to say hello. Paxo's tone got serious. Who are you working for? Court. With a polite smile, Morrigan said, I've been reactivated. My old employers thought I'd be useful. Well, what's interesting? Paxo leaned back in his hair chair. Small eyes darted to Gunner, who sat stony-faced and unresponsive. And what do you think I can do for you? Now Corliss. I want him. Paxo blinked. Staying. It's been a long time I've heard from him. Don't lie to me, Paxo. I know your tells. Morrigan leaned forward. The Empress wants him. Badly? And no, you don't get to know why. I've got a credit account and I've been authorized to pay you as I see fit for services rendered. Paxo's face scrunched in thought. A crime boss who sold out too many allies to the government usually ended up dead. He was calculating how expendable Corliss was to him, and how much his head should cost. 75, Paxo said. 1,000, of course. 40. Paxo's jowls pulled back, revealing sharp teeth. You really going to haggle me like that? What kind of information are you offering? How specific? I know Corliss has a base of operations off the Hydian. He set up shop there towards the end of the war, and he's been there since. When did you last talk to him? Paxo thought a second. 3 months ago. He asked me to set him up with some spice runners. That could mean nothing, it could be a lead. Give me the names of spice runners, and I'll throw in an extra 5,000. 10. 7, and that's final. Give me the call log too. Contents and metadata. I can use that to trace his location down to the square kilometer. Paxo hesitated. The stuff in that call ain't exactly legal. We're not interested in prosecuting you, Paxo. All we want is Corliss. Still, I'll give you the metadata, not the call itself. Like you said, that'll be enough to find his location, right? That was right, assuming he gave metadata for the correct call and wasn't trying to stiff her. 3,000 extra for the data. Good enough. That puts us at 40,000. Bump my pay up to 50, and we can part ways happy. Agreed, Morrigan said, then lifted a finger. 20 now. 30 after I have Corliss in hand. Paxo growled. Half now, half later. At least give me an even split. An extra 5,000 wasn't worth quibbling over. After all, it was the Emperor's money. We have a deal. Give me that data, and I'll give you account access. It took them a few minutes to finalize the exchange. Paxo disappeared for a few more, then returned with the data card containing the information from his last call to Corliss. It placed the smuggler and sometimes Sith agent on Ornescent out on the Hydian. She'd never been there, but the name evoked a ravished post-industrial waste. As good a place as any to lay low on, perhaps for a mere criminal, perhaps for the Sith themselves. They'd have to approach with caution. In return, Morrigan gave Paxo a card containing access to an account with 25,000 credits. I'll deposit the other half once we have Corliss, she told him. I'll hold you to that, Corde. The Empire always keeps its promises, she smiled coolly. That's so? I thought there's some triumvirate federation going on now. With an Empress calling the shots, yes. Morrigan stuck Paxo's data card in her jacket. It's a pleasure doing business with you. The real pleasure will be when I get the second half of my payment, the Nimbinal grunted. When you nab Corliss, keep my name out of it, you hear. I don't think you have to worry about that. Goodbye, Paxo. They left without shaking hands. The Gadda's lieutenant was outside the office door, and it escorted the two women back to the casino floor. Morrigan led Gunner back to the exit and into the old patch's narrow streets, all the while watching carefully for tails. She had a soft spot for Paxo, but she wasn't stupid enough to trust him. As they walked back toward the spaceport, Gunner muttered, I don't think we're being followed. I'm glad you're paying attention. I'm not an idiot, Mother. Just a soldier. Exactly, she said, with faint pride. Is our business done here? Yes, we can make way for Ornescent now. It's out in the Grumini sector, near Darknell. That should give us, 2 or 3 days of quality time before we get there. Gunner's response was a non-committal grunt. Forgive me my enthusiasm, Morrigan added. Even a woman like me wants to spend time with the only child she has left. Gunner didn't retort, didn't grunt. Her stony expression wilted a little, and she kept walking. Morrigan had gotten through to her, just a little bit. Ironic that it had been a lie. The rest of the galaxy thought Cade Skywalker was dead. Morrigan would have too, had she not received a single call from her son just days after the death of Darth Krayt. It had come on an encrypted personal frequency she taught him to use, one she'd originally shared with Cole decades ago. In his message he'd said that he was alive, that his destiny was complete, and he planned on laying low and living free now on. He'd ended by saying that he forgave her but had stopped short of saying he loved her. Not that she'd expected, or earned, those words. That was all she'd heard from him in the past 2 years. She could still use Call's old encrypted frequency to call him, and maybe she even would, now that she was free from house arrest. Currently, though, she hoped Cade stayed a stranger as long as he could, for his sake. If she had to speak to him again, it would mean things had spiraled out of control. Eli's earliest memories were of green things. Though his family was Corellian, he had no memory of that world. As a small child, he'd accompanied his father on Ossus and Duro after they'd been remade with Yua's Hinvong bioforming into verdant worlds. But he remembered, too, the nightmare perversions that had turned those paradises into hells of carnivorous plants, choking vines, and gentle creatures turned to savage thorny monsters by their Yorick coral implants. The Jedi might revere natural things, but as Sith masters had taught him, time and again, that nature was a savage meant to be tamed. Thus they fashioned their homes from steel and rock. Despite their teachings, a part of Eli revolted from Ornescent. Located on a major hyperspace route but sparsely inhabited, the world had been gutted of valuable resources centuries ago. With nothing left to mine, its population had dropped precipitously in the past several centuries, leaving the detritus of the planet's exploitation. As their Nemesis-class patrol ship dropped into the lower atmosphere, Eli and Talon could see vast fields of rusted metal scrap, the ruins of refineries collapsed and overgrown with sickly foliage, and strip mine craters large enough to fit a star destroyer inside. They did not find any sign of current habitation until they neared Oranison's only spaceport, which was larger and busier than Eli had expected. As he set their ship down on the assigned landing pad, Talon said, "This world is mostly a shadow port nowadays. The streets will be filled with predators." "I can't take care of myself," Eli said as he left the pilot's chair. "I know," said Talon. "We did not come here to get in fights with vermin. We will find Nao Corliss and capture him alive. Anything else is a distraction." Eli nodded, but before he left the ship he made sure he was armed with his lightsaber and a blaster pistol. Likewise, he threw a plasteel armor vest across his chest before covering it with a loose black cloak. Talon simply wrapped her sinuously exposed red and black form in a dark cape, taking no such precautions, but Eli knew she didn't need to. The Force was all the armor she ever needed. As they stepped out into the spaceport, he felt excited. He fancied Cadarns and Panthax must feel this way when on the scent of elusive prey. It hadn't been easy to get to Oranesen. He and Talon had retraced the route of the captured pod to Avram, near Eriadu. Once there, Eli had gone aboard the space station orbiting Avram and accessed its flight control logs. Using that, he'd been able to identify the old Corellian bulk transport ship that had stopped in Avram to refuel, and on the way out detached the pod from its starboard cargo hold and sent it flying on its final trip to the Mustafar system. Using the registry information for the cargo ship, he'd been able to trace it back to its owner, one Nao Corliss, based on Oranesen. When they relayed that information to Seijo, Darth Nil had confirmed that Corliss was a favorite agent of Darth Maladi's. The mission on Avram had been a stealthy one, complicated but bloodless. Eli had to erase the memory of several guards and blur a few security holocams using techniques Talon had taught him, but it had not been a difficult mission overall. He knew that might change soon. Nil had made it quite clear that Maladi was to be treated as a threat, not an ally, and so were her minions. Eli looked forward to the challenge. He wanted to make the Force sing through his body as it did during training exercises battling remotes. Its dark melody would be all the sweeter for the higher stakes. Given the wastelands they'd passed on the way here, Eli was surprised Oranesen's port was in as good a shape as it was. Despite the pollution in the air, the streets were clean, the building faces tidy, and most of the pedestrians did not look ready to pull him into an alley and stab him, though a fair amount did. "This is better than I expected from a shadow port," Eli whispered. Talon, who pulled low to obscure her face, said, "Focus on the task at hand. We have registry information for Nao Corliss. It might be a legitimate address or it might not. We should be prepared for anything." She was right. Eli tried to censor the lives around him with the Force, tried to locate anyone with an especially strong presence. Nil had said that the Sith had given Corliss some Force training, but that he'd been too weak to actively join their numbers. He felt no clear minds besides Talon's, but that could mean anything. They eventually neared the address of the company to which Corliss' ship was registered. It was located on the 8th floor of an ugly Ferrocrete tower block. Eli had learned to scout any building before going inside, and he did just that, circling the grounds to note the 2 turbolift shifts on the north and side wings and the 3 stairwells. He noted the security desk at the main entrance and the bug-eye holocoms, and the land speeders parked outside. "Go inside and try to locate him," Talon told Eli. "I will wait out here." Eli did as he was told. He went in through the main gate, using the Force to blur the mind of the security guard as he passed through. Once beyond, it was easy to consult the directory of companies inside the building, and from there he went to the north lift and rode it up the 8th floor. The plain hallway stretched before him, the door to Corliss' office on the far end. Nothing felt right about this. It was all too simple, too mundane. The Force gave him no hint that something important was about to happen. He reached out to Darth Talon, felt her waiting outside the tower block, then stepped forward. Eli came before the door and tried to decide what to do. If he charged him with his saber blazing, he'd take those inside by surprise but also play his hand. If Corliss was elsewhere, he'd be alerted that the Sith were after him and go into hiding. With no red and black markings on his face, Eli could pretend he was something else. It was likely why Talon had sent him up here alone. So he rapped his knuckles on the door and waited. He heard some shifting from inside, but no one opened the door or responded. He knocked against and reached out with the force, but felt nothing certain inside, only a faint activity that could have been any number of people. Eli put a hand on the door and tried to slide it open, but it didn't budge. He knocked one final time and still got no reply. He reached inside his cloak, drew his lightsaber, then made sure it was well hidden inside his voluminous sleeve before using the force to push the door aside. Eli received a face of laser fire. He ignited the lightsaber and brought it up, searing through part of his cloak before batting aside the blast. Through the door he saw an office space with desks and shelves, but standing in the middle were two battle droids, silver and skeletal, with blasters in place of either hand. Their fire was deadly, and soon the wall around the doorframe was pocked with dozens of scorch marks from reflex blasts. Eli had no idea what was going on, but retreat was no option. He called on the force to knock the droids backward. They tipped but staggered their legs to keep from falling, and kept shooting all the while. Using another tack, Eli tipped one heavy desk toward the left droid, forcing it to sidestep to avoid. Eli charged through the doorway at the right droid and bisected it with a horizontal swipe through the hip. The droid's upper half kept pumping out laser fire, scorching the ceiling as the torso fell, and Eli barely sidestepped them before severing both arms from the body with a pair of low swipes. There was no time to feel satisfied. A blast from the second droid to his left arm, sending hideous pain through his body. Pain made him angry. Anger made him strong. He charged the second droid, ducked beneath two blasts, then came up with a strong vertical swing that severed the machine from groin to head. The droid fell into tall halves and was still. Just when Eli thought it was over, more laser fire came at him. The fire coming out of the side room was unsteady and erratic. It had to have come from a living hand. Deflecting the blast easily, Eli stepped through the side door and found a single human male, overweight and middle-aged, crouched behind his desk with elbows on the desktop and blaster pistol aimed at the approaching Sith. His hands shook and he had terror in his eyes. Eli had no time to play. He used the force to slam the man into the back wall and wrench his blaster away. He bounded over the desk and came down on top of the man, lightsaber tip buzzing at the edges of the neck. The man winced and tried to twist away. Though his arm was still in awful pain, Eli gripped the man's face with his left hand and held the lightsaber tip in front of his face. Its red-white gleamed on his prickled sweat. "Are you now Corliss?" Eli growled. He thought Maladi's agent would put up a better fight than this. The fat man tried to wag his head. Eli loosened his grip enough for the man to say, "And not him. He just left," SS said, "to stall anyone who came." Eli sensed his terror in the force, and his honesty. "Where did Corliss go?" "G gone," the man stuttered. "Getting off this our rock." As the words came out, Talon touched him urgently in the force. She spotted Corliss, and she was already in pursuit. He had to clean up there fast and come after her. Eli growled. This was too much of a mess already, and unlike on Vorzit V, no one else was there to clean it up for him. He looked into the fearful eyes of the man below him and knew this, at least, was one loose end he could tidy. He could have used his blade. Instead, he used the force to give his neck a single sharp twist that popped vertebrae and severed his spine. The head lolled to one side. The rest of the limp body didn't move at all. As far as covering their tracks, it would have to do. Eli rose and sprinted out of the room, down to the south side stairwell. He bounded down as fast as he could, taking a flight at a time, using the force to soften his impact and strengthen his leaps. When he burst out the emergency exit, Eli saw a speeder bike emerging from the motor pool, a black robe body perched atop. He alerted Talon to his presence and sprinted to meet her. She swooped down, allowing him to force leap up and grab onto her waist. Once he was secure, she spared no velocity, pushing the civilian model bike to maximum speed as they soared over the spaceport's lower rooftops, cutting a straight line for the spaceport. "He has a land speeder," Talon yelled over the wind. We should be able to get there first and cut him off. How did he spot us? Eli asked. Rushing air blew the hoods off both their faces. I blurred all the security cams. It doesn't matter, said Talon. And she was right, it didn't. Eli had no idea what Corliss' speeder looked like, but he scanned the streets below for any vehicle driving fast and erratically. He spotted nothing and could feel Talon's frustration mount. Did we lose him? Eli called. Talon's response was to jerk their bike onto another course. She dipped low over the city streets, summoning calls and beeping horns from the traffic below. She wrenched the bike down 2 alleys before stopping it above a yellow land speeder sitting empty above the pavement. Is that it? Asked Eli. Did he ditch it? To throw us off his trail, Talon said, and pulled them out of the alley. She set course immediately for the spaceport, and Eli hoped the man hadn't had a second ride waiting to carry him the rest of the way. If he had, he'd be on his way out already. When they reached the port complex, Talon pulled them as high as the bike's repulsors would allow. It gave them a view of most of the landing pads, and Eli scanned for the Corellian ship that had appeared over Averin. His eyes lit with recognition on his high metal bulk just as he heard the sounds of his repulsors firing to full takeoff mode. There! Eli cried, jabbing his right hand at the ship. Talon dove at the freighter even as it started taking off. This was a civilian bike with no weapons attached, and their small arms could do nothing against a ship this big. Wrapping his wounded left arm as tightly around her waist as he could, Eli gripped his lightsaber in his right hand and ignited it. Pass on his left, Eli called. I'll try and take out the engines. Talon ignored him. As the freighter started rising and fired its engines, she ducked beneath it. One hand lashed out briefly, but Eli saw no weapon in it, no bolt flying toward the ship. Instead, Talon resumed her tight grip on the bike's controls and swung them hard away from the freighter just as its thrusters kicked to full and fried the place where they'd just been. Eli snarled a curse as their bike soared in one direction, the transport another. It was soon beyond their possible altitude, soaring into the pollution-gray sky. Corliss could run anywhere he pleased now, and they'd be powerless to stop him. Eli's throat tightened as he said, I'm sorry, Master, so sorry. Talon, though, wheeled them around toward their own ship, parked on the other end of the spaceport. Curtly, she said, you could not have damaged its active engines without destroying us, too. Thankfully, I was prepared. What do you mean, Master? I've placed a tracking device on his outer hull. You mean we can chase him? Indeed. Talon dropped the speeder bike onto the landing pad right next to their vessel. She jumped off his back nimbly. Eli, left side of his body still aching, removed himself more slowly. He could feel no scorn from his master for his failure, only a cool impatience. Talon said, we leave immediately. I don't think we'll be welcome here long. Yes, Master. Did you clear out his office? No eyewitnesses, Master. Good enough. Talon snapped her fingers, and the landing ramp swung down. Come. You have not failed yet, apprentice. Don't fail now by giving in. She was right. She was always right. Humbly, Eli followed his teacher into their ship. Chapter 13. Aslan felt strange, being out of the red. Since had Abaddon, she'd been unable to survive without help from the cybernetic implants that processed air in place of her ravaged lungs. Building on that Skywalker's design, Hogram Chalk had developed equipment that could be combined with a modified set of Imperial Knight armor, allowing her not just to survive but to do all the tasks required of someone in her position. Since then, the scarlet armor had become her constant garment. Even when sleeping, she removed the arm and leg plates, but the red breastpiece that breathed for her was as necessary as flesh. The undercover mission to Paquilus III required something different, and before leaving Coruscant, she'd received a rushed refitting from Master Chalk. Her breastpiece had been repainted with metal gray colors. Lighter armor was attached to her limbs and waist. Were it not for the bulk of the breathing apparatus, it almost looked like the lightweight plating she'd worn while acting as a free-range scout before had Abaddon. Armor wasn't everything. She still heard the faint mechanical rasp that came with every breath, and every mirror showed the scars still lacing her face. She'd been ambivalent about her position among the Imperial Knights, but now that she was pretending to be something else, Aslan felt displaced. If her companions were having as much difficulty with the undercover mission, they didn't show it. Shadow Val still walked with the Jedi's alertness and subtle dignity, but the rough spacer's garb, long coat, high boots, blaster pistols slung on either hip made him seem authentic enough. Anjdal, with her messy hair, sleeveless vest, tight trousers, and hip-mounted double blasters, didn't look the least bit military. They let Ange lead them through the streets of Paculus III's second-largest city. They'd left their transport, an aged and refitted Corellian disc called Scarlet Star, back at the spaceport, and according to Ange, it was about a half-hour walk to the location where they were set to meet their Mandalorian contacts. It was a place both Ange and Hondo Kar has used once during a Rogue Squadron op, she'd explained, a common ground both were familiar with. Paculus III was a typical mid-rim commerce planet, less refined than core worlds but not shabby and lawless like many on the Outer Rim. Humans and dozens of other species mixed freely in the streets. Legals and illegals rubbed shoulders just as easily. It was a place where a Twi'lek and two humans, one with bulky armor and a face full of scars, didn't attract more than an extra glance. Still, Aslan felt anxious, and she couldn't tell if it was the Force nagging her or just her own anxieties. She hadn't been able to say goodbye to Ganner before being rushed off on this mission, and she prayed she wouldn't end up regretting that more than she already did. When they finally reached their destination, Aslan totally missed it. So did Shadow, only Ange knew to sidestep into a narrow alley, then walk to the far end to access the entrance to an old lift. Shadow and Aslan awkwardly squeezed into the metal box with her, and all three were lifted via an old-fashioned cable pulley up 10 stories. The lift's rear doors opened on a gray ferrocrete hallway, but there was light and faint noise from the other end. Ange led them unerringly down it, and Aslan was surprised to find a four-armed Zexto waiting behind the counter on the other end. "Do you have a reservation, gentles?" asked the Zexto. "Yes," said Ange. Under the name Rogue One, the Zexto checked his datapad. "Indeed. Some of your party had already arrived. You are in room Grek." He waved two arms to his right. "Down this hallway, 4 doors to your right." With his other two arms, he held out sheets of laminated flimsy food menus, Aslan realized. "Once you've made your selection, please inform us via the intercom. Your meals will be delivered in a timely manner." "I know, I've been here before," Anne smiled and took the menus. She gestured for Shadow and Aslan to follow, then walked briskly down the hall. "I wasn't expecting a restaurant," said Shadow. "Very selective, very private," Ange whispered back. "Food's pretty good, too." "If it works, muttered Aslan. When they reached the 4th door on the right, Ange paused. She handed off the menus to Shadow, raised one hand to knock on the door, and placed the other on the butt of her holstered pistol. She knocked twice. A voice, muffled by the door, called back, "What is it?" "We're offering the daily special," Ange replied. "We've already been serviced. This one is special. 3 samples, fresh from Coruscant." After a moment, the door slid open. Ange tensed, then released her blaster and grinned. The man facing her had blue eyes and a broad face, crowned by blonde hair that was short but messy. His smile seemed warm and honest, but those eyes looked dangerous. "Stang," the man grinned. "Never thought I'd see you again." "I was going to say the same to you," Anne said. "Can we come in?" "Of course," the blonde said. He stepped back, allowed the newcomers to enter the room. It was a simple cube with gray unadorned walls, and a low table around which 2 beings were already sitting. Both were human, one woman with short auburn hair, the other an older man with a wide body and thick gray beard. As everyone else sat down as well, Anne said, "These are Shadow Val and Aslan Ray. Jedi and Imperial Knight, respectively." "And you Alliance," said the auburn-haired woman. "Rouge leader, isn't it? It's been a while." "It really has." "Shadow, Aslan, these are Hondo Kar, formerly Rogue Squadron," she gestured to the blonde man. "And his wife, Tess Vevik. I'm afraid I don't know guest number 3. Giant Skirata, the bearded man volunteered. Are you all Mandalorian? Asked Shadow. Like the team from Coruscant, they'd all dressed in nondescript spacers' clothes. All born and raised, Carr said with pride, and looking to set things right on Mandalore. Hondo said you've got a gift for us, said Skirata. You can call it that. It's more of an offer, said Anj. I'm hoping we can do things for each other. I'd like to hear a little more about you first, Shadow told the Mandalorians. I understand you're enemies of Jao Assam. He killed our old Mandalore, Chern and Ordo, at Badajeff, Carr said. I was there. I saw it. He killed Ordo and a whole squad of his Mando brothers, then ordered us to pull out so the imps could have the planet. Lots more Mandos bought it during the retreat, and he made sure Ordo's loyalists took the brunt of the damage. I only made it out because I ditched Beskar for stormtrooper armor. Tez Boer wasn't so lucky. I'll just try to shift the blame, Vivek said, scowling. You told me Hondo murdered my father and implied he killed Ordo too. He tried to get me to kill my husband. It sounded like good grounds for a grudge. Aslan looked at the third man. What about you? I wasn't at Badajeff, but I've got plenty reasons to want a new Mandalore, Skirata said gruffly. His clan's got a long unhappy history with the Auchus family, Carr added. Too long to explain. The point is, we're working with other Mandos who want a leadership change. I take it, said Aslan. This is more complicated than just killing Auchus. We're not savages, Arudi, Skirata said. If we shoot Auchus tomorrow, it could start a big messy war. Auchus' Uncle Jevern was Mandalore a long time back, and when he disappeared it started a storm of Osik like you wouldn't believe. What we want to expose the Shaboor and shame him. We want proof that he killed Ordo, and we want to know on whose orders. The Alliance has been wondering about that too, since Badajeff, Anj added. We've been laying low, gathering allies and intel and not letting Auchus know we're a threat, added Carr. We've learned a lot about his organization, his best lieutenants. We know he brought in some outside help to consolidate his rule, but we're still not exactly sure what kind. There's some reports Black Sun was involved, but we've had a couple chats with mid-level operatives who deny it. He shrugged. Sorry, but Ox benefactors are still a mystery. Aslan recalled the briefing data package Scarlet Star had received as they were inbound for Paculus 3. She said, Imperial intelligence believes Auchus was working on orders from the Sith. Possibly Crate Spymaster, Darth Maladi, who hasn't been accounted for since the war ended. She hoped they didn't ask for sources or specifics. The briefing hadn't contained them. Skirata made a growling noise in his throat. The Ox have a long history with the Sith. Long history. We know, said Shadow, and we think our current problem may be another collaboration between them. Well, all right then, said Carr. What kind of problems are we talking about? I'll show you, Anne said. She took a small portable hollow projector from his pocket and set it on the middle of the table. Despite Carr's objection before, it was clear of any food or dishes. All 6 of them watched as she inserted a data card and played the recording from the security camera on Nubia. And zoomed and paused at appropriate moments to point out where the Jedi Kel Yobis was ambushes and captured by men in Mandalorian T-visor helmets. An Imperial Knight was also kidnapped, from Belgarath, Aslan added. He was taken to the same place as Knight Yobis, and we assumed the Mandalorians did that too. 5 of the knights from both our orders have disappeared over the past year, Shadow added. Location and time estimates are included in another file on that card. They may not all be connected, but I suspect at least some are. That's still not much to go by. Vivek sounded disappointed. The resolution's too low to tell if those are even real Mandos. We found a little more, Anne said, and tapped the projector's controls. I hope this can be useful. A flat image appeared, an excerpt of the data log from Nubia's flight control detailing the Mandal motor ship they suspected of being used by the kidnappers. Aslan watched the Mandalorians narrow their eyes and sink into thought. We know it's a new model ship that hasn't entered foreign or resale markets yet, Anne said. We were hoping you could look into that design or transponder signature. We know they smugglers and illegals have all kinds of ways of faking those signatures. But most just cycle through a handful of fake IDs. 3 or 4 at most, Carr said. We'll see how this matches with our data on Aux lieutenants. Thank you, Hondo. Ange removed the data card from the projected and handed it to him. The Empress is considering these kidnappings an act of aggression against the entire Galactic Federation. She's put a very high priority on finding those responsible. I imagine she would, Scarata said. So let's say we do find out who kidnapped your GD. What then? Then we move against them and get proof who hired them. And maybe get proof of who hired Archers to kill Chern and Ordo on Badajeff. And said, we could all end up winners in this. Except, Aslan thought, for Ganner and Yobis. They might never touch the Force again. If we get her what she needs, Scarata mused, I hope your Empress will be suitably grateful. Meaning what exactly? Asked Aslan. I'm just trying to measure how much support we can expect from you people down the road. Favors for favors. Do you really want the triumvirate ousting Archers for you? Asked Shadow. I understand you people aren't fond of foreigners getting involved in your affairs. We're not, said Vivek. But right now, we need all the help we can get. I don't have the authority to promise anything, Anne shook her head. I'm here to find the people who kidnapped our knights. That's it. Fine by me, said Carr. Our leader hasn't authorized us to do anything more than that yet. We're not here for long-term planning. Good, Anne said, and glanced at Scarata. If the Triumvirate is interested in a more lasting partnership, we'll ask to contact your leader and talk to him directly. Her, Scarata corrected. But all right, that works for now. Carr rolled the data card between fingers, looked around the table, and asked, are we done for the moment? I guess we are, said Ange. Good. Carr slapped his other palm on the table. We're here. Might as well order a feast and put it on the Empress tab. I figure she's got the budget for it. Ange smiled easily. I don't think she'd mind. As long as you're worth the investment in the end. Carr grinned back. Aslan got the impression he was the kind of man who could be your most valuable friend or most dangerous enemy, and nothing in between. Pass those menus, rogue leader. Then start telling me about the old pilots. They're not all around anymore. Her smile wilted. We lost a lot at Coruscant at the end of the war. Ronto, Andurgo, Chivo, Plockham. I figured as much. Carr got serious too. All the more reason to remember them. Voden, muttered Vivek. Aslan didn't know much Mandoa, but she knew that one. Brothers all. People at this table came from all different factions, clans, and orders, but they'd been comrades in arms once. And, she supposed, they were comrades still. They'd passed their key information along to their Mandalorian contacts, and after a filling meal Hondo Carr's team had lifted off, but they'd been told not to return to Coruscant until the mission was over. Therefore Shadow, Aslan, and Ange were set to a long spell of waiting. Because there was no reason not to, they kept their ship parked in his berth on Paculus 3. Ange frequently left the spaceport and went into the surrounding city, not to gather intel or patrol for threats but simply to entertain herself. Shadow envied the pilot her aplomb. He'd been on constant edge since Stasi gave them this mission, and he knew Aslan had been too. One evening, once Ange had gone out to scout some cantinas, as she put it, Shadow and Aslan attempted to alleviate their stress by sparring in Scarlet Star's spacious cargo hold. Wearing only the breastplate that attached to her respirator equipment, Aslan was almost as agile as he'd remembered. Her all-white blade moved fast to parry blows from either end of Shadow's double-bladed lightsaber, and when she couldn't parry, she skipped back or jumped high, even snapped her whole body backward to evade a thrust at her sternum, carefully controlled by Shadow to avoid actually hurting her. After only 10 minutes, they were both slick with sweat and high with adrenaline. Aslan was actually smiling again, and the sight of it took Shadow a long way back, before she had the cybernetic respirator and the scars, before she became an Imperial Knight, before the Jedi Purge and that awful last night on Ossus, before they'd lost Cade twice over. Her smile faded, and he knew she, too, had let her mind drift back to innocence lost. He deactivated the lower blade of his lightsaber, tipped the remaining one toward her, and asked, "Would you like to try something different?" "That's okay, Shadow." She shut hers off entirely. That was good enough. "All right." He let his second blade retract. "You did very well, though. I could feel it. You were reacting on pure instinct, letting the Force guide you. It was just." He faltered. "She finished for him? Just like at the Jedi Academy." "I know." She looked at her hand. "A new lightsaber for a new life. I try to incorporate teachings from both schools the best I can." "Is that why you've been coming to see Master Tuum so often?" Her smile was embarrassed, her shrug evasive. "I'm just glad he's alive, after all we've been through. He's helped me get through everything." Shadow nodded. "Ganner too, I imagine." Aslan closed her eyes and closed herself off from the Force. Her hand tightened to a fist around her saber. Apparently it had been the wrong thing to say. "I'm sorry," Shadow said. "I honestly wasn't trying to pry." "Pry about what?" He blinked. "About any of it. Her relationship with Ganner. What was going on in that sealed-up medical ward." She walked over to the bench at the side of the hold and sat down. Rolling her lightsaber between her palms, she said, "Come here, Shadow." She wanted to unburden but remained closed up in the Force. He sat on the bench next to her and asked, "What is it?" "Ganner," she said, "and Kel-Yobis. You don't know what's happened to them, do you?" "No. I promised Master Send I wouldn't tell. I gave him my word as an Imperial Knight. I meant it too. I've been tempted to go back to the Jedi, but I think I should stay with the Imperials, for a lot of reasons. So I meant to keep my promise to Master Sende." "All right." He knew she was about to break it. Aslan sucked in breath, released it. "Shadow, they've lost the Force. Ganner and Yobis both." I'm not sure what you mean." "They're still in the Force. I can feel them, very vaguely, but it's like they're distorted. Different. Like you're looking at something underwater, maybe? That's just me. They can't feel it at all. They can't touch it, they can't hear it. It's like they're totally deaf." Shadow felt a chill run down his body. The idea of being totally severed from the Force induced primal terror in any Jedi. They all knew it had happened before, but only long ago and very rarely. It had always been a hypothetical fear. He struggled to make sense of it. "When we found them on Talos, they had the Force." "I know. They lost it at about the same time, almost a week after we recovered them." "That makes no sense. They've been in the medical ward, under observation the whole time." "I know. How did they lose the Force? Did the medics?" "I don't know, Shadow. They didn't know either, not when I talked to them. That was the morning it all happened. Maybe they found out something else in the past few days. I can't say. I shouldn't have heard about this at all." Her lips canted wryly. "I think Master Sin let me see Ganner because he figured I'd force or sneak my way inside if he didn't. I shouldn't have betrayed his trust." If something else was happening, Shadow knew it wasn't just the Empress keeping secrets. Grandmaster Kruk must know also, and also wanted to keep it under wraps. If his got out, it could threaten the positions of both their orders. Ange was almost certainly unaware. Maybe they were even hiding it from Stasi. "Thank you for telling me, Aslan," he said. She nodded dully. "I just thought you should know what the stakes are." Shadow didn't, neither did she. Only Ganner and Yobis really understood what had been done to them, even if they didn't know why or how. His heart ached for them, and beneath the ache there was dread. The primal terror had never felt near until today. In the great swarm of Galactic City, billions of beings continued with the ordinary routines and petty crises of their lives, totally unaware of what was happening in the palace's medical ward. Marasiah tried to take that as a reminder that there was more to the galaxy than Force users and their problems, and to carry that knowledge into her next meeting with the Triumvirate. After reviewing the brief update received from Paculus 3 contact made, investigation and progress concerns turned to other matters. She and Stasi sparred yet again over the inclusion of unreconstructed Alliance loyalists in the upcoming Senate elections, and on K-Crux suggestion she gave small ground, promising a review of imprisoned and blacklisted dissidents and a partial lifting of the ban. Stasi accepted this, but clearly planned to push for further concessions at the next meeting. He also announced that, on his own initiative, he was going to recall a small portion of off-duty soldiers back into service, and Marasiah agreed to order the same for her Imperial fleets. Just in case, they agreed. She left the meeting feeling assured that the galaxy was not, in fact, collapsing, but her confidence fell when she stepped outside of the chamber, checked her silence comlink, and found a message from her aide Astral Veo. It said only to come to the medical ward as soon as possible. Marasiah considered asking K-Crux to join her, then decided against it until knowing the problem. She hurried toward the medical ward, and as she crossed the long glassy walkway connecting it to the main palace complex, she saw Straw waiting, holes folded in front of her, expression quietly grim. "Please follow me, Empress," Astral said. She fell in beside Marasiah, who didn't break stride. "Are we going to the observation level?" "No, Empress. Just follow me. The MD droid will explain once we get there." Astral led her to a small room deep within the complex. While there were no windows, flat-screen monitors filled one wall, showing over a dozen different views. Some looked to be evaluation rooms, others had sleeping beds and tables. Nearly all were occupied. Within this observation room itself, there was only a medical droid. The biddable machine lifted one arm in salutation, and the photoreceptors in his face lit bright. Its tinny voice said, "Greetings, Empress. I am RMD-37. I have been evaluating your patients since they entered this facility 11 days ago." Marasiah responded with a nod, confused. A good medical droid could handle everything from diagnosis to surgery, but she'd expected to meet with an organic doctor. She knew over a dozen were assigned to Ganner's case. "Over the course of this morning, we have received an influx of visitors demonstrating the same symptoms as the initial patients. We have moved them to the level as patients Krieg and Yobis and placed them in isolation for observation." It took Marasiah a second to parse that. Then her chest tightened in dread. "Are you saying more Imperial Knights have lost contact with the Force?" "These matters are notoriously difficult to measure quantitatively," said the droid, "but yes, that seems to be the case." With a stiff metal arm and gesture to the screens, "We have placed them all in single chambers so we may best observe their individual progress. They are being serviced by droids alone. Each unit is disinfected by microwave blast after visiting a patient to preserve sterility. Be assured I underwent this procedure immediately before meeting you, Empress." As her mind reeled with all this, Marasiah stepped up to the screens. Each showed a different room and a different figure. Some stood in place, some paced anxious circles. Some lay on beds or sat on couches. Each one had a name on the bottom corner. These were her knights. She recognized them all. Rome K, Siegel Dare, Heloisebet, Yalta Val. Her heart stopped when she saw Antares. He was one of the pacing ones, making tight circles in the middle of his chamber. She'd seen him just this morning, gotten out of the same bed and kissed him before going off to her duties as Empress. He'd been fine then, but when it had happened to Ganner and Yobis it had come quickly. A few hours fever, then deafness. The world swam around her. Marasiah felt Astral's touch on her arm, steadying her, and forced her attention on the droid's cold metal face. "You're talking about disinfectants. Droids. Sterility. Is this a disease of some kind?" Most of the new patients were never in this medical ward, and have not had direct contact with patient Krieg or patient Yobis. Given the nature of the spread and apparent period of incubation, some form of airborne virus seems likely. We are allocating isolation rooms in anticipation of more patients in the coming days. You will be shown to yours once you indicate you are ready. The world swam again. Disease? Isolation. Quarantine. Marasiah needed to be quarantined. Through panic, her rational mind understood that. She could handle some of her duties in isolation, but not all of them. If this had happened to her knights, it would happen to the Jedi too, which meant K-Crux would be here soon enough, and only Stasi would be left running the government. That was just the immediate issue. This disease, if that's what it really was stealing the Force itself. She understood now. Ganner and Yobis had been returned to commit sabotage she'd never imagined. They were plague vectors aimed at the Jedi and Imperial Knights both. This disease could spell their extinction, and without them the galaxy would fall to chaos and destruction. She groped for solace. A disease was stripping them of the Force, not arcane Sith magic. Diseases could be analyzed and overcome. The damage might even be reversible. To the droid she said, "You have to find the cause of this. You must find the cause and the cure." "Of course, Empress," the machine said dully. "We will allocate our resources to solving this puzzle." "It is not a puzzle," she snapped. It's... She couldn't finish. It could be the end of everything. Empress, Astral asked softly, "Do you feel all right?" Marasiah wanted to snap. How could she feel all right at a time like this? Then she understood the depth of Astral's question and gathered herself. She closed her eyes, took deep breaths, and looked for the Force within her. She found it as easily as ever. She felt Astral standing beside her, a presence she'd known most of her life. She felt strangers moving around in nearby hallways, slightly tense and also confused, ignorant of whatever was going on in their hospital-sealed levels. When she reached out for the mind she knew better than anyone she found, and Terry's buddy was a blurred echo. She tried to caress him, but he did not touch her back. Marasiah opened her eyes and said, I can feel the Force. For now, she still had it. "It is all the more imperative we move you into quarantine immediately, Empress," said the droid. She wanted to shout at it, tell it she'd kissed Draco 5 hours ago, and if he was infected so was she, and today or tomorrow she'd lose the Force too. The memory of his touch made her shudder. Something so sweet and reassuring should not have doomed her. Though she wanted to scream, Marasiah composed herself as her father had taught her. She gathered regal dignity unto herself even as her heart and mind were breaking, and said, "Of course. Please, tell me what I need to do." Chapter 14. The journey from Jermak to Essos was essentially a straight fall toward the galaxy's bright center. Anya wasn't a big fan of core planets, as a rule. Too many people, too much money, too many rules. Worst of all were the people who thought their money made the rules. Nonetheless, she found her anticipation growing as free agent neared its destination. A lot of that came from Kyra, of course. The girl was concerned about her droid, but also clearly happy to be going someplace new. By her own admission, she'd never been outside a few sectors of the Outer Rim. She was widely traveled but hadn't seen any of the best the galaxy had to offer. When it came time to end their voyage, Kyra joined Anya and AG-37 and Free Agent's cockpit. She hunched behind the older woman, clinging to the back of the co-pilot seat. As Anya ran last-minute system checks, she said, "Hey, AG, given that we're suddenly flush with liquid assets, have you thought about buying a new ship?" The droid cogitated for a moment. "Free Agent suits my purpose as well. I have had it for quite some time." "Sounds like you're sentimental about it." "I was merely pointing out there is no immediate need to purchase a new vessel. Even with our considerable spoils, we must prioritize where to best allocate funds." Anya looked over her shoulder and told Kyra, very seriously, "He's quite passionate for a droid." The girl smirked. Warning lights repeated on AG-37's console. He said, "Stand by to exit hyperspace. Miss Kyra, I recommend you take a seat." She did just that, strapping into the one behind Anya. AG-37 grabbed the lever on his console, pushed it forward, and dropped them into real space. The light of hyperspace withered to star points, and sitting dead ahead of them was Essos itself. Anya had never been here, but it didn't sound bad as far as core worlds went. Haloed by a thin white ring of dust particles and covered with green continents and brackish oceans, it looks dignified and peaceful from orbit. It had been the center of a regional empire a long time ago, but nowadays it was a comfortably wealthy, well-located planet that also avoided the choking overpopulation of worlds like Brental, Metellos, or worst of all Coruscant. Some pretty elite corporations were headquartered here, but no matter how hard Anya searched the databases, she'd never found any mention of this Thrumble Memorial Foundation. If anyone but AG-37 told her about it, she'd have thought she was being conned. AG-37 didn't hail their hosts directly, but apparently their approach was marked and a beacon lit for them to follow. As free agents started bouncing into the atmosphere, Anya asked, "Any sign of our partners in crime?" Mynock exited hyperspace 30 seconds ago. The droid tapped his console. "I am signaling them to follow our lead now." "How did you hook up with those guys anyway?" asked Kyra. Anya laughed dryly. "Long story. We'll tell it to you later. Honestly, I'm a little surprised they followed us. I expected them to take their money and run." "Skywalker's droid wants to see this as much as I do," Kyra reminded. "I know. I just didn't think he would care." "Skywalker? I mean." "I guess he does," Kyra shrugged, then added, "I think it says a lot about people, the way they treat their droids." "I concur," said AG-37. "Though naturally, I am biased on that subject." Free agent rocked as they passed through the lowest layer of cloud cover. When gray vapor pulled away, they soared over an expanse of ocean. Kyra unbuckled her seat and stood up, arms around Anya's headrest as she looked through the viewport. "What is it?" asked Anya. Kyra kept staring at the endless spread of water. "I've never seen an ocean before. Not this close. Not that I can remember. All the planets I've been to." Anya smiled. When traveling with her parents aboard their freighter Fast Start, she'd gotten a chance to see all kinds of worlds and landscapes, and at each new arrival she'd been restless with anticipation for the new sights, sounds, smells she'd discover. After losing her parents, the wonder had gone out of the galaxy, replaced by the grim scraping necessities of survival. Watching Kyra now, she felt a little bit of those good things return, untouched by bitterness or grief. When they arrived at their destination, Anya wasn't sure what to think. The complex was located on an island chain, and its buildings were a set of pearly white discs peeking over the edge of a cliff that dropped into the ocean. It looked like some rich person's estate, not the greatest cybernetics research and development site in the galaxy. As free agent extended his gear and sat down on the landing pad, Anya said, "You're going to have to tell us how you know these people, AG." "I do not have to tell you anything, but I may. I've got a theory." AG-37 flicked overhead switches to be in free agent's cooldown procedure. "I presume you are going to tell me. I think this is the place where you learned how to roll dice and do all those other things assassin droids aren't meant to do. You would be surprised. Assassin droids are required to be versatile." Anya unbuckled her crash webbing and rose from her seat. "That's not a denial." "No, it is not." AG-37 stood up as well. He was so tall the peak of his conical head nearly scraped the ceiling. "Now let's attend to the business at hand. Miss Kyra, would you like to do the honors?" She nodded. "I'll handle Sleepy." "Thanks." The three of them filed out of the cockpit and into the rear hold. Jao and Salk stood over the protocol droid's broken, seemingly lifeless body, which had been bound to the shoulder straps Kyra normally carried it on. Jao helped it onto her back. The girl shifted to the weight until it seemed comfortable, then nodded. She was ready to get it started. As the five of them walked down the ramp, Mynock was settling onto the nearest landing pad. Its engines roared and hot air blew Kyra's hair into her face, and they waited until the ship was fully settled to head for the semicircular door that led into the complex proper. As they walked, Mynock's own landing ramp extended. R2-D2 was the first one to come down, rolling fast and heading for the same doors, while Skywalker and company trotted to catch up. By the time they reached the door, a small greeting party had emerged from within, 5 figures in all. 2 were bulbous-headed Biths wearing white lab coats universal to scientists everywhere. 2 were bipedal, silver-bodied droids, and from the structure of their legs and joints Anya could see they were designed for agility and speed. She didn't see weapons on them, but they struck her as combat droids. Finally, right in the middle and incongruous against the rest, was a human woman. She looked barely older than Anya, tall and blonde-haired and enviably proportioned. "It's good to see you again, AG-37, the woman said, smiling. It is fine to see you as well, the assassin droid said. Thank you for agreeing to help. It's no problem at all. May I see the droid in question? I have him here, Kyra said. Awkwardly, she turned around to let the blonde woman look over the battered droid. As she did, R2-D2 entered into another fit of enthusiastic squeals and chirps. Anya exchanged glances with Skywalker, who looked just as confused as her. With your permission, we'll take him now and begin our evaluation, the blonde woman said. We can't guarantee anything until we examine his main cortical processor. Okay. Sure, you can take him. Kyra looked slightly disappointed, but she slung the protocol droid off her back. The blonde woman took it and handed it to the Bith technicians, who in turn went straight inside. You can come with us, the woman gestured for the door. This may take several days. We have guest facilities where you'll be quite comfortable in that time. Skywalker ran a hand through his messy hair. Are we getting charged for that separately? Deliah smacked him on the arm. Stop being stingy. We're rich now. Yeah, and we're better to splurge on luxury than a droid lab. She nudged his shoulder. I'm sure we can find ways to make it fun, Meshla. As you'll see, the blonde woman said, our guest suite is very well appointed. The group narrowed formation as they stepped inside the complex. The hallways were as sleek and bright as the exterior, and Anya noted as many droids inside as white-coated staff. As they walked, Jao stepped beside a G-37 and asked in a whisper, That's your mother. She's even more yum-yum than Cade's. 2 steps behind him, Kyra said, She's a droid, isn't she? That took Anya by surprise. Jao asked, How did you know that? The girl frowned. I'm not sure. I just knew somehow. Jao threw a glance at Anya, one that said told you so, but Anya had enough to grapple with. Eyes on the blonde head bobbing give meters ahead of them, she whispered, Really? She looks really real. Mistress Guri is a human replica droid, a G-37 said plainly. She was, in fact, originally constructed for a purpose very similar to my own. She doesn't look like it, Jao muttered. There is obvious value in an assassin droid that does not look like an assassin. Initially she was only that, but after the death of her owner she managed to modify and expand her original programming significantly. Since then she has devoted her efforts to exploring the possibilities of artificial sentience and droid autonomy. For some very fortunate droids, she has shared some of the liberation she received. She did that for you? Jao said. How long ago was that? A G-37's photoreceptors pulse. Approximately 135 standard years. Jao whistled, impressed. Kyra asked, Was that around the same time you met R2 and Sleepy? It was not an unrelated encounter. But that was a complicated event, and it happened a very long time ago. Anya's head was spinning from it all, both the revelations and the nagging sense that a G-37 was hiding something. He delivered everything in the same cool monotone as ever, but in the years she'd known him she'd learned to read his moods and intentions. There was something he didn't want to talk about. She wouldn't get an answer now. They reached a lobby where hallways branched off at 3 points. The Biths carried their broken droid patient through a secure set of doors, and Guri turned to her guest with a polite smile. It was a human smile, one that mixed professionalism, earnest warmth, curiosity, and faint wariness. Anya still couldn't believe this was a droid. She'd been around droids all her life, and often liked and trusted them more than people, but they'd all been machines with metal faces and tinny voices. This Guri straddled a line, mixing both, and Anya wasn't sure what to make of her. The evaluation process will take several hours. After that we'll have a better idea what repairs will be necessary. I can show you to the guest wing, where we prepared rooms for you. Because no one else knew quite what to say, a G-37 took the lead. That would be ideal. Thank you for assistance. It's not a problem at all. Yuri's smile tilted mischievously. I like to think of this as paying off a debt. I'm sure you understand, A.G. A G-37's photoreceptors pulsed, but he said nothing. No one else did either, so they followed Guri to this place she had prepared. Nothing had prepared Kyra for this place. Everything in the guest wing of the Thrumble Foundation complex seemed like the opposite of what she'd known. The carpets were clean and soft under her bare feet, the walls a spotless white, the beds twice the size of anything she'd ever slept in. There was a 10-meter swimming pool and a greenhouse garden that sampled plants from 100 worlds she'd never heard of. By the time she'd explored it all, she was told that Guri's technicans believed they could restore at least 90% of Sleepy's processor functions, though it would take several days to accomplish. Kyra hardly minded. She wanted to enjoy this place. The first evening they were served dinner as a big messy group. Fresh food came on a clean hot plate, and though she'd never heard of the dish before, it was delicious. They prepared a rare Mon calamari fish for Salk, while Jao and Anya split some sauce-coated nerve cutlet. Cade Skywalker, Jerry, and Deliah managed to down 2 bottles of Corellian wine between them. Food, drink, and conversation went on for hours, wandering and relaxed. Kyra had never had a family before, at least none she could remember well. She wondered if this was what it felt like. The best part of the already breathtaking day came at the very end. When she stepped out onto the balcony, the sun was going down over the ocean, its red disk sinking toward the distant horizon. The air was warm and heavy, with a salty tang the likes of which Kyra had never smelled before. She went to the waist-high railing, considered a moment, then swung both legs over it and sat down on its rim, so her feet dangled over a 200-meter drop into churning waves. She watched water surge and explode white foam against rock, and she watched the horizon swallow the sun, and the sky turn violet and the water turn black. Then finally, she watched stars emerge in the night sky. She gave up all sense of time, and it seemed to take forever and a moment for all these changes to happen. She devoured them all, every color and sound and shade, and it was only when everything went full night black that she felt truly sated. So this was it. This was what life was like when you were free. She was still sitting on the railing, feet dangling over distant ocean, when she heard the door behind her open. Somehow she knew it would be Anya. The older woman leaned against the railing on her right and said, "Just checking to make sure you don't fall over." "I'm okay." She kicked her feet into the night air like a child. "You seem more than okay," Anya observed with a grin. "I am. I never thought I'd see any of this. Thank you. Thank you so much." "There's nothing to thank me for." "Yes, there is." Kyra paused to gather thoughts and words. "You and your friends, you've been through a lot together. I never had any idea how much until Jao started telling me on the way here. We were busy for a while, but we've been laying low for a year now, trying to take safe and easy jobs." Anya snorted. "I guess we broke that rule badly, didn't we?" "It paid off." "You're right. It really did. All that bullion we got, I don't know what we're going to do with it. I never thought I'd see that much money in my life, and now, it all seems unreal." Kyra tilted her head back and closed her eyes. She let the salty wind play across her and felt hair strands tickle her face. Very quietly she said, "I've never felt more real." Anya said nothing, but she didn't go away. After a while, Kyra opened her eyes and asked, "Why did you take me with you?" "I thought we had a lot in common. Almost too much." Anya paused, then asked, "How did your parents die, if you don't mind my asking?" As a rule, Kyra tried not to look into the past, but tonight, surrounded by ocean breeze and stars, it wasn't so bad to remember. "We lived on Sfiverin. Fighting only got there at the very end of the war. My parents, I don't even know what they did. I think they were bureaucrats or clerks somewhere. They never hurt anybody, never got involved, but then the war came. Some missile hit our apartment building. I don't know if it was Imperial or Alliance. Most people got killed. I was lucky." "I'm sorry," Anya said. "Then I was lucky too." Kyra looked back at the other woman. Anya was older but not that old. 5 years, maybe. Any age was too young to lose parents in a war. "What happened?" she asked. "My mom and dad were freighter pilots. They owned a big cargo hauler. I went with them, and they went all around the galaxy. My mother..." Anya stopped. Kyra could tell she wanted to tell so much but was afraid to, not because of Kyra, but because of something in the story itself. It happened at the very end of the war, Anya said, avoiding whatever had bothered her. The Imperials had just taken Kashyyyk and all the systems around it. My parents were trying to help the Jedi, and some Alliance troops slipped past the Imps. It didn't work. Our freighter got blown up. I made it out in an escape pod. I don't think anyone else did. I'm sorry, Kyra muttered. After that I was on my own. I had to scrape by to survive. I fell in with some bad people. I got under the thumb of a guy. Rav reminded me of him? A lot. I get it. Kyra swallowed. But you got away from him too. In the end? Anya looked down over the edge. There was just blackness where water met cliff, but they could still hear the waves, crashing and receding like they had for ages. Eventually Anya said, yeah, I got away. We both did, and the bad stuff's long gone. You've just got to keep moving forward, without looking back. It can get really hard sometimes, but sometimes things work out better than you'd ever hoped. Her smile was happy and sad at once. Kyra suddenly realized how badly she wanted to trust this woman. Trust was habit she tried hard to break in her old life, extending it only to a broken old droid who she knew could never harm her, but the need to trust had always been there. There'd been a deep hole in her life, and it would be so easy to let Anya and her friends fill it. It was a frightening feeling, like vertigo. You should take your time over the next couple of days, Anya said. Think about what you want to do, where you want to go, who you want to go with, she left unsaid. I know, Kyra said. I guess I can do anything I want, can't I? Something tugged Anya's smile downward, but her voice was still warm when she said, that's what makes the choice so hard. So think about it. You've got time? I will. Anya pushed away from the railing and turned for the door. Don't fall in either. I won't, Kyra laughed lightly and watched her go. She remained there for a while longer, listening to the sound of waves, sometimes closing her eyes and others staring at the stars. Eventually she went inside, walked on bare feet across the hallway's soft clean carpet, and went into her room. Yuri had said she would bring Kyra some changes of clothes, and sure enough, several sets of trousers and tops hung anew in the closet. The bed waited to envelope her, broad and soft. The one possession she'd brought with her from Socorro sat on its edge. Kyra sat beside it in the dark. Part of her wanted to get rid of that ratty old tool bag and everything in it. Part of her wanted to keep it as some small keepsake, a reminder of the misery she triumphed over. She stuck a hand inside and knew the contents by touch: the hydro spanner, the flux calibrator, the micro welder, and the voltimeter. Where her fingers touched something flat and smooth, she tightened her grip and pulled out the one item she didn't know intimately. It was the black pyramid she'd recovered from Rav's treasure cave, and as she held it up in front of her, ghostly light trickled up from its edges to form the image of an old woman, face half covered by a hooded robe. As before she said, "My name is Darth Treya. For what purpose do you seek my knowledge?" Kyra didn't know what to say. She didn't know what it was, and a tightness in her chest told her that once she answered, things would never be the same. Impelled by fear, she stuffed the object back into her bag. The light vanished and she was alone in the soft, dark room. She moved the bag to a side table, pulled back the broad bed's covers, then sunk onto the cushions beneath. When Kyra closed her eyes, she forgot the thrill of fear from a moment ago. There was only silence and softness. Jao hadn't gotten much exposure to frivolous luxury as an Imperial Knight, and he certainly hadn't gotten it while chasing across the galaxy with Anya and company. This place was making him restless, and the full-service fitness center and pool weren't enough for him to work off his energy. The afternoon of their second day here, he went to find Kyra. At lunch, she'd said something about looking at plants in the greenhouse, and sure enough, that's where Jao found her. She was crouched low, examining a blue-petaled Ithorian starflower. When he got close, she stood up to face him, though he'd avoided making any sound. "Hi," she said simply. "Hello yourself." Jao smiled. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" All right." Her hands went to her sides and she looked around the greenhouse. They were alone. Do you mean here? That's fine. Let's just walk around the path. He started talking and she fell in alongside him. He didn't need the Force to know she was confused and a little off-put. Anya got on well with the girl. They had all manner of things in common. Jao did not, and he sensed he intimidated her. It was best to be out with what they did have in common. He began, "You know that I used to be an Imperial Knight. That I was trained in the ways of the Force. I've seen you use it. Do you know what the Force is?" She shook her head. "I've just heard things. Imperial Knights. Jedi. Sith. Magic's powers, like moving things with your mind. You're the first Force user I ever met. You and Skywalker." Skywalker is a different kind of Force user. Aren't Skywalker supposed to be Jedi? Jao smirked. "You have heard things. Cade Skywalker is not a typical Jedi. What's the difference between Imperial Knights and Jedi?" That was a question you could debate endlessly. Jao tried for the simple version. "We've both sworn to use the Force to protect people and to bring about justice and peace. Imperial Knights believe the best way to do that is by working for Empress Fel and obeying her orders. Jedi think they serve the will of the Force and nothing else." What does that mean? What is the Force? The Force is something that connects all life. It's an energy field, and it touches all things, but only a small number of beings can actually touch it back. Why? She asked. Why can only a few people touch it? That seems unfair. The reasons are complicated. Genetics plays a part of it. A lot we really don't understand. Force sensitivity often manifests as a kind of sixth sense. Some people are really empathic toward others. Some seem to see things before they happen. In other people, it shows up as a telekinetic skill. They can move objects without physically touching them. He took a breath and plunged in. "I saw you doing some of that during the fight in the Sarlacc pit." She stopped and stared. "You're saying, I have this Force. I've seen signs of it. They say you're a natural with machines, that you figure them out on instinct." She nodded dumbly. "That can be a sign of Force aptitude also. But I never thought, I'm not special. You've been surviving on your own since you were 7. That you got through that intact and are here now means you're very special. I think the Force was watching over you this whole time." Kyra looked down at the floor, thinking hard. He could feel her emotions reel and her thoughts grope for purchase. He didn't envy her that and was starting to regret having brought this up in the first place. The girl needed to know, though, despite what Anya had said. She deserved to know. She possessed a rare gift, one that could totally change her life if she allowed it to. It was a choice she'd have to make, and he wanted her choice to be an informed one. "There are many ways to study the Force," he told her. "The Imperial Knights and the Jedi are both valid schools. They both have wisdom to offer, and people who'd be willing to teach you more." "What about the Sith?" "The Sith don't care about peace or justice of the will of the Force. They bend the Force to their will. The monsters who ruled this galaxy for the past decade were Sith. You've seen all the horrors they brought. Thankfully, most of them are gone now." She kept looking down, trying to assemble her thoughts. "Do you really think I could be one? A Jedi or Imperial Knight?" "I'm not sure. I'm not even an Imperial Knight myself. Not anymore. Not technically. But I know people who'd be happy to evaluate your potential and even train you if they think you have promise." "And you think I have promise?" "I've seen it, and not just in that fight. You knew Guri was a droid before AG told us." "How?" "I don't know. She just felt different." "Exactly?" "Because droids don't show up in the Force the way living beings do." Kyra exhaled. I need to think about this." "Of course. I'm not expecting you to do anything right now. Just think about what I've told you, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask." "Okay." She edged away, eager to leave. "You can go. We'll talk about this later." "Okay," she repeated, and nearly ran out of the greenhouse. Jao remained there, surrounded by sunlight and verdure, wondering if he could have handled that better. The girl had received a life-changing revelation. Shock was unavoidable. He hoped they could talk about this again, possibly tonight, once her mind started to settle. After the conversation, Jao was still restless. He spent the rest of the afternoon mentally replaying it, remembering what he'd said and realizing what he should have. He decided to vent that energy and changed into loose clothes. He walked past the pool and spotted two blurs in the water, one brown Moncal, one pink Zeltron. He went past it to the exercise room, and when he stepped inside was greeted by the sight of Cade Skywalker and Jao Assam, shirtless and tattooed with Rav's bloody bones. The former lay on the bench press, and the latter was set to spot. From beneath the bar, Skywalker grinned. "Long time no see, Imp Yuki. You planning to get some sets in?" "I'll use another machine." "Fine by me. I was wondering." He didn't finish. The door Jao had just come through slid open again, and Anya came through. Her eyes were dead on Jao, and she said, very seriously, "Can we talk for a minute?" Behind them, Jerry chimed, "Trouble in paradise." Jao ignored them. This wasn't something he could object to. "Okay, Anya, we'll go outside." They stepped into the hall, and the door was barely shut behind them when Anya said, "Kyra told me what you said to her today. What were you thinking?" Her anger took him by surprise. "I told her the truth. She needed to know she can use the Force. Is she upset?" Anya sighed angrily. "You've thrown her world upside down, Jao? What did you expect me to do?" he asked, honestly confused. She just got free after 3 years under Rav. She's never even been to any halfway decent planet until today. She needs time to settle and get used to it. "Listen, I'm sorry if I was hasty, but there's no telling where we'll go after this. I figure she should know now, since we'll be waiting here for a few days." "Well, you should have waited." "Maybe I should have," he said, but he still thought he'd made the right choice. "I can go talk to her again?" She put a palm on his chest. "Not now. Stop trying to recruit her, Jao." He felt like he'd been punched. "I'm not trying to recruit her to do anything. I'm not even an Imperial Knight anymore, remember. I quit that so I could chase you around the galaxy." "Me? You said you're following the will of the Force or whatever." "I am. But this isn't about me. This is about Kyra. I just want her to know her potential. Do you have any idea what this means, what she could become?" "No," Anya said stiffly. "I can't. I don't have any fancy Force powers, remember." "Okay, but trust me. Trust her. She's not a kid. She's young, but she's been through a lot. That doesn't mean she has to sign up for your M Jedi class right away." Jao sighed. "Anya, I'm not trying to steal her from you." She flinched and dropped her hand. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on. You're protective of her. You think she's you 5 years ago. But she's not you. With the Force, she could be so much more." "Then what? Me?" "No." He stumbled, cursed himself. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that the way it sounded." "Oh, that's eloquent." She rolled her eyes and started away. "Give it a rest, Jao. I'm serious." He didn't protest or call after her, just watched her go. As he stood in the empty hall, trying to make sense of all that, he realized he had another conversation he'd spend the rest of the day replaying and regretting in his head. He wasn't sure how long he stood out there, but eventually Skywalker and Jerry came out of the fitness center. Skywalker gave him a wry look and said, "You still here?" "You should have gone after her, Patissa." Jerry slapped him on the shoulder, friendly-like. "Can't just let your Munichika run off like that. You'll regret it." It took Jao a second to translate their hutties. "What?" "No. Anya and we're not like that." Skywalker snorted. "You Imp Knights are even more Grancha Stupa about your emotions than the Jedi, and I didn't think that was possible. Do what you want, but if you ask me, that stray you picked up is better off without the Force." "Do you really believe that?" He looked at Skywalker hard. The other's smug smile wilted. He looked away and shrugged. "I figure if the Force really needs you to do something, it'll make sure you do it. But if it doesn't bother you, best you don't bother it." been my experience anyway. Come on, Jerry, I need a shower. The two of them sauntered down the hall. Jao watched them go, then stared at the door to the empty fitness center. Eventually, he decided to go inside and burn away his thoughts with exercise. This post-victory vacation wasn't nearly as peaceful as he'd hoped. Chapter 15. Over the next 3 days, the shape of things revealed itself in the medical ward of the government palace. The numbers of Imperial Knights and Jedi who'd lost connection to the Force mounted, and by the end of the first day an entire wing of the complex was sealed off. A cover story was concocted for the news nets, and still patients kept coming. By dawn of the second day there were no longer enough rooms to isolate patients individually, and by noon most rooms housed at least 2. Patients came from every conceivable species, from humans to Wookiee to Gand, even the Jedi's sole Toydarian acolyte. None exhibited any signs of ill health, but all had grown deaf to the Force. By noon on the third day, every single member of the Jedi Order and Imperial Knights on Coruscant had been moved to the same wing in the medical complex. Single-occupancy isolation rooms were reserved for the relative handful that had yet to develop symptoms. All of these were the sole representatives of their respective species, and the fear was that their symptoms were merely delayed by unusual biology. Knights active in other parts of the galaxy had been told to quarantine themselves aboard their ships or within their homes. In just a few shuddering days, the Force users who pumped like lifeblood through the new Galactic Federation had clotted in place, and no one was sure what would happen next. Against all this, it was especially stunning that Empress Marasiah Fel was unaffected. They'd moved her to private quarters kept in airtight isolation, Spartan but as spacious as the hospital could allow. Her only visitors were droids, which came each morning to take blood samples for comparison with those from the many Force Splendid Knights. Her room had a full-service communicati suite, and as the crisis deepened, she was constantly switching between conversations with her subordinates in the palace, her generals and admirals in the military, her uncle Hagram, Admiral Stasi, Astral Vale, Cade, and the members of the Jedi Council trapped in this same building. The constant conversations were the only thing that kept her from going mad. When moments of silence came, she wanted to scream. 3 days in, and she hadn't slept soundly since before this began. But she could feel the Force. She could feel the helpless frustration of the blind knights who filled the building. It was like an ocean that might drown her. She could pick up tools without touching them and lift herself into the air. To burn off stress during one quiet hour, she took out her lightsaber and practiced every dueling style she remembered. The weightless blade felt as natural as ever. On the evening of the third day, Marasiah finally received some clarity. The conference, such as it was, took the form of a ring of life-sized holograms arrayed around her as the last light died in the sky outside her window. Dr. Ampasa, Hold-in-Chief of the medical ward, was represented. So were Jedi Masters Cade, Lobaka, and Tiliqua. Her husband Antares, Trisende, and Hagram Chalk represented the Imperial Knights. The blue light of their holos cast the otherwise dark room into sepulchral glow. Marasiah felt like she was speaking with a choir of ghosts. We have made some progress over the past few days comparing blood samples. The variety of species among our patients was helpful in looking for commonalities, Dr. Ampasa explained, but what was truly helpful was using the Empress sample as a control. Do you know why the Empress hasn't shown symptoms? Asked Antares. Ampasa made a hissing noise from the corner of his mouth, a holding sound of ambivalence. We are uncertain as to the why. However, we have been able to mark the difference in her sample versus infected humans like yourself, Master Draco. Put simply, this disease is affecting the midichlorians in your bloodstream. Cade exhaled deeply. I thought as much. The midichlorians in our cells do not just allow us to speak to the Force, chirped Tiliqua. The squat Chandrafan Jedi spread his hands. Midichlorians spark life itself. If our midichlorians were to die, we would die, and not just us. They exist within the cells of every living being in the galaxy. Except Yuuz Hinvong and their life forms, Cade pointed out. Unfortunately, we don't have Yuuz Hinvong present to compare samples from, said Ampasa, though he didn't sound eager to find one of the aliens. As you've pointed out, midichlorians exist with me, though I've never touched the Force. With that in mind, we've also began collecting samples from seemingly non-affected non-Force users. These have also been compared to samples with the infected Force users and the Empress. We have also compared samples taken over the past few days with blood and tissue records from current patients taken at least a year ago. The results were quite startling. The Holden's holographic ghost turned to Marasiah. Empress, you are the only one whose midichlorians have not exhibited any change. For all other samples, Jedi, Imperial Knights, Palace staff, even my own, there has been a visible change in midichlorian composition. You mean a decrease in number? Asked Sinde. No, not at all. These midichlorians have been altered on a base level. I admit the nature of these organisms is poorly understood. I've been working with Jedi healers to expand my knowledge, but even in the days before Palpatine, their nature was best understood by only a few, said Kruk. I'm afraid he eradicated much of that knowledge. We are all fumbling in the dark, Doctor. And Terry's crossed arms over his chest. That doesn't give us much help finding a cure. I hope you can be cured, said Empasa, but from what our research shows, your midichlorians have essentially mutated. They have been crippled, but only partially. As you said, if your midichlorians were totally destroyed, then you would all be dead. Lobaka gave a series of Wookiee roars. Text at the bottom of his holo translated. It seems like this virus was designed to kill the parts of our midichlorians that access the Force, while leaving us, ourselves, intact. Quite right, said Empasa. I'd remind you that a virus that's too successful destroys itself. If it kills its host too quickly or too thoroughly, it inevitably kills what it needs to survive, and so it dies. This virus does not kill. For most hosts, though, of us who've never used the Force, it doesn't produce so much as a headache. Mind you, the body is normally full of microbes that jump harmlessly from host to host, often across many sentient species. This would be no exception, except for the harm it does to midichlorians. Big exception, and Terry said bitterly. This has to be an artificial virus. Sith. Why would the Sith make a virus that cuts beings off from the Force? Asked Tagram. They'd be sabotaging themselves, unless they had an antidote. Or vaccine. All the more reason to find them, Sin said. Marasiah's thoughts went to Aslan Ray and Shadow Vale. She wondered if they'd fallen victim to it yet. They'd been in contact with Ganner since his return. They were surely infected, which meant they'd been unknowingly spreading the virus to the people on Paculus 3, who were in turn getting in ships and spreading it to more worlds. It was a dizzying thought, especially when she realized it was already spreading out from Coruscant on every conceivable space lane. If she used her executive powers to command all interstellar traffic in the Galactic Federation to a halt, it would do no good. Half her citizens would disobey, and attempts to enforce it militarily would invite disaster. Then she thought of Morrigan Corde and Gunnar Yage, off chasing Darth Maladi across the stars. It was a sickening thought, but the author of her father's ruin was the galaxy's best remaining hope. There's a very important question, still, said Sinde. Why hasn't the Empress shown symptoms? Marasiah stood very still as all 7 holographic ghosts stared at her. Dr. Empasa gave another side-mouthed hiss and said, I simply do not know. I'm sorry. In any disease, natural immunity is to be expected from a very small portion of the infected. But for it to be the Empress alone, we do not know. The symptoms may just be delayed, Marasiah said. I know. And I'd like to keep you under observation for a few more days at least, Empress. What of the rest of us? Asked Tagram. Are we to stay locked here indefinitely until someone finds a cure? That could take weeks, months. And as you've said, Doctor, the virus has already spread far beyond this hospital. There's no point in keeping us all quarantined. I am aware of that, Empasa said weakly. Marasiah could almost see his reedy body bending under the weight of so much pressure. He'd been dealt an impossible problem to solve. Her heart would have gone out to him if her grief wasn't already spread so widely. I imagine it would be best to keep us under observation for a few days, at least, Sin said. However, Empress, your absence is being noticed. It may be wise for you to make yourself seen. Publicly. She looked to Empasa. He hissed once more and spread his hands. I would prefer to keep you under observation as well, Empress. However, I can see no need to quarantine you when you have already been exposed to the virus. Thank you, Doctor. I will stay in the medical ward overnight and make my decision tomorrow. She looked to K-Crux Holo. Master Jedi, I can't order you what to do with your knights, on Coruscant or elsewhere. I'd like to keep our Jedi under observation right now, said the Whiffet. Nearly half the order is off Coruscant. None have reported symptoms yet, and I've ordered them to quarantine until further notice. What about the 2 nights we went to investigate the kidnapping that started all of this? Asked Sinde. There was a pause. No one volunteered reply. Marasiah took a deep breath and said, I believe I should notify them myself. Scarlet Star had been sitting on Paculus 3, and his crew was more than restless. When Ange reported that they'd received a hail from Hondo Kar, Shadow and Aslan crammed into the cockpit with her to listen. The results elicited mixed feelings. Kar's recorded voice message stated that his people had marked the ship from Nubia as belonging to one Thorum Rao, who was indeed one of Yaga Och's main lieutenants. They were investigating Rao's current whereabouts and didn't know how long it would take to locate him. Kar also reported that another job had come up for his team, and they'd be incommunicado until further notice. Kar had assured them it wouldn't take more than a standard day. Neither Shadow, Aslan, nor Ange had any idea of what to make of it, and the Imperial Knight griped, I almost thought this was important to him, but I guess not. This is important. They've been looking for proof the Sith hired Ochs for years, Ange said, but her voice was less certain than her words. So what do we do now? Just continue waiting? Asked Shadow. Apparently. Ange dropped lazily into Star's pilot seat. If you two want to join me in going out at night, you're more than welcome. It would give you a little variety beyond saber practice. We're all right here, Shadow said. Suit yourself, Ange said. I have met Force users who know how to have fun, you know. It's not forbidden. Shadow recalled that Rogue Squadron had done a lot of ops with Mynock and Cade Skywalker's team toward the end of the war. He smiled weakly and said, if I change my mind, I'll let you know. That night, Ange went out as usual. She'd been right that sparring was getting a little repetitive, and Shadow decided to try something different that night. He told Aslan that he'd decided to shut himself in his cabin and try meditating, and recommended she do the same. She said she tried but had acted evasive. Since their conversation about Ganner's illness, she seemed to have been avoiding him, as though ashamed to have broken her vow of secrecy. Shadow tried to forgive her that and focus on himself. It had been a while since he'd done good meditating, and he hoped it would give his head a necessary clearing. Aslan's revelation had done him no good mentally. Yet as he prepared for the meditation session, he felt a mild headache coming on. When he sat cross-legged on the bunk, he felt abnormally warm inside, his skin clammy. He tried to push his physical ailments away, to remove himself from the crude matter of his flesh and connect his soul with the ethereal living network of the Force itself. Some Jedi had problems separating from everyday stress and finding the living Force, but Shadow was generally not one of them. Today it was difficult. Whereas he usually felt the Force flow into him when he found inner stillness, it now seemed to hover at the edges of himself. When he tried to draw that power inward, it eluded him, like water running through his fingers. He tried to focus on that power, to see it with his mind's eye, but it dissolved like mist. His head still ached, his heart quickened. Sweat dampened his skin as he tried again and again to draw the living Force inside him. When he reached for it, it was impossible to grasp. When he looked for it, it was impossible to see. When he forced himself to stillness and listened for the music of life, there was only silence. Finally, Shadow fell out of seated position and lay face up on the bed, sweating into damp sheets, staring at the plain bulkhead above him. His mind whirled in denial. This had happened to Ganner, but it shouldn't happen to him. It couldn't happen to him. He looked to the other side of the cabin and saw his lightsaber dangling from a hook next to his jacket. Still laying on his back, he reached a hand toward it, He remembered the so familiar feeling of its smooth metal in his palm, his thumb against its switch. He willed the lightsaber to come to him. It hung where it was and didn't budge. Shadow's heart was pounding. He rolled out of bed. He stared at his blue hands, clenched them into fists, felt fingernails dig into palm, released. He flattened a hand and slapped his face, hard. He pivoted to face a bulkhead, punched it, and felt pain shoot up his arm. He was alive. This was no dream. This was real, and he could feel pain in the nerves of his body, but he could not feel the force. There was a small mirror hanging on the wall next to the closet. He staggered to it and stared at himself. He saw the same blue face, with brow ridges roofing dark eyes, high cheekbones, and a strong chin. He was the same being. Everything was the same, except the force no longer spoke to him. He didn't know how long he stood before the mirror before he realized the comlink in his jacket was buzzing. Breathing hard, he took it out and managed to say, "What is it?" "Shadow, it's me," Aslan said. "Get up to the cockpit now. The Empress is calling." Somehow he staggered down the hall to the cockpit. Aslan was in the pilot seat and the co-pilot's was empty. Ange must have still been out on the town. Projected over the central console was a shrunken hollow image of Empress Fel herself. He swallowed and sat in the co-pilot's chair. "Greetings, Empress," he said. "Hello, Master Vale. Master Ray tell me your partner is currently unavailable. That's good. I wanted to have this conversation in private, though you can let her know as much as you think she needs to afterward." The Empress took a breath and said, "Right before you started this mission, Ganner Krieg and Kel Yobis lost their ability to touch the Force. It began with a slight fever and headache. Shortly thereafter, they became unable to sense or use it in any way. I'm afraid their affliction has spread further." Of course it would come to this. Gripping his chair's armrest, Shadow said, "How far?" "We believe now that Master Krieg and Knight Yobis were infected with the virus, then returned to us so it might spread. It appears to incubate inside a host body for between 1 to 2 weeks before showing symptoms, but once it does, the onset is swift and severe. Nearly every Jedi and Imperial Knight on Coruscant is now cut off from the Force. We believe this virus is tailor-made to cripple our midi-chlorians without killing them, or us." It was staggering. Over half the reformed Jedi Order was on that world. Most of the Imperial Knights were stationed there. Aslan said, "Nearly everyone, Empress. Is anyone immune?" Marasiah swallowed. "I alone am unaffected. I can't tell you why. No one knows. Is someone working on a cure? Our doctors haven't pinpointed the virus itself yet." The Empress shook her head. "We have the best scientists and healers looking into this, I assure you, but we don't know as much about midi-chlorians as we should. It may be some time before a cure is found." Her words said some time. Her tone said never. Everything he'd feared before had come to pass. Shadow felt empty inside, bleak as an airless moon. "Empress, I've been infected too," he creaked. "Just now, before you called. I felt the headache and the fever. I tried to meditate, but the Force, it refuses to speak to me." "Your symptoms," she said, "are typical." As emptiness threatened to swallow him, he struggled for hope. "But maybe others are immune. Aslan, you've been with Ganner since he came back, but nothing's happened to you yet." He looked into her eyes, praying for salvation. Instead, they'd gone as empty as his heart. "No," she whispered. "It happened to me this morning." Everything inside him collapsed. His head lowered and he sunk into the chair. All strength left him. He felt like he would never rise again. "I expected as much," Marasiah whispered. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for us all." Chapter 16. Ornison was a scarred, dreary pit of a planet, just as Morrigan had expected. The datasheet received from Paxo Rovlis told her exactly where to find Nile Corliss, and once their ship set down in port, she and Gunnar set across the city to the site of his apparent office. After being cooped up together in the same spaceship for 3 days, they were eager for space and outside air, even if they couldn't call Ornison's fresh. They made their way through the city without talking. For once it not a tense silence between them. Each had sunk into her own thoughts, and neither wanted intrusion. 5 hours before reaching Ornessen, they received a communication from Marasiah Fel herself. The Empress had explained to them both that the Jedi and Imperial Knights on Coruscant had lost the ability to use the Force. It was suspected that an artificial virus had severed them from their powers, which meant that Force users across the galaxy were in danger. It was, therefore, vitally important that they track down those responsible. The revelation had settled heavy on Gunner. She no longer complained that she should have been flying with Skull Squadron. Instead, she'd asked her mother questions about Corliss and Maladi. She was still in soldier mode, probing for information and weaknesses on the enemy, but at least she finally respected the severity of the situation. That was slight balm to Morrigan. Mostly, she was worried about Cade. It was a struggle to keep her attention on the task ahead. When they reached the Ferrocrete Tower block where Corliss was supposedly based, Morrigan immediately noticed a single land speeder with police markings parked outside the building. Sensing something had gone wrong and mentally bracing herself for anything, she hurried into the tower's main entrance. When she inquired about Corliss' company, the security officer at the front desk told her all she wanted to know. Something really strange happened up there. Day before last, the man said. That whole office got shot up. Totally blasted. The office manager, he got killed. His neck he made a twisting motion with his own. Police have got it all locked down, but I saw them taking cut-up droid parts out. Battle droids. What about Corliss himself? I'm not sure, miss. I'm sorry. He hasn't been back. I don't think. Morrigan had a sinking feeling that someone had already gotten to their target. Who was responsible for shooting up the place? The droids. I'm not sure, the guard admitted. It's strange. No one really knows what happened in there. You have to have a log of who visited this building. She placed a hand on the countertop. The guard looked away awkwardly. I was on shift the whole time. Nobody I didn't already know came through the doors. I told the police that. They believed me. I think. What about those? Gunner jabbed a finger at the holocam peering at them from the upper corner of the room. Nobody strange on those either. It's like there was a... He looked shiftily around the empty foyer and dropped his voice conspiratorially. Jedi or something? Or something? Asked Gunner. I don't know. There's those what do you call them? Sith, Morrigan provided. Yeah. Maybe those? I don't know. The guard blinked as his mind caught up to his mouth. Say, what did you want to see Mr. Corliss for? Morrigan ignored the question. Are the police still there? The whole room sealed off, said the guard. They've got one watchman there now. If you want to talk to the detective in charge of the case, I've got his information. We'll check upstairs first, Morrigan said, and walked briskly to the elevator. As they rode it up to the 8th floor, Gunner asked, do you think our friend on Abrogado Ray tipped him off? My instinct says no. Corliss wasn't that valuable to Paxo. And if he did tip him off, that doesn't explain the firefight in the Dead Man. I know. I think something else is going on here. I don't like it. There's no reason you should. Do you think it would be Sith coming to silence him? It's possible, but I don't understand how it could get too messy. The lift shuddered to a halt and the doors opened. Morrigan and Gunner walked briskly down the hallway. Even from the far end they could see the blaster mark scorching the wall around the office door, and the yellow police caution tape marking off the scene. When they reached the room itself, the door was still open. Probably it had been jammed into position during the fight. When Morrigan peered through the threshold, she saw an office space still strewn with overturned desks and marked by laser blasts. Seated in the far corner, slouching in his chair with his arms crossed and head bent low, a man in police clothes was drowsing. Gunner looked to her mother, wondering whether they should try to work around him. Instead, Morrigan cleared her throat loudly. The policeman almost fell out of his chair as he jerked awake. The man awkwardly said, "No gawking, ladies. Move along." "We'd like to talk about what happened here," said Morrigan, leaning lightly into the tape that barred the doorway. The officer stood up and shuffled toward them. Sorry, but this is part of an ongoing police investigation. I can't talk about it. We heard there was a murder. The policeman grunted. That's why I've got to keep the crime scene secure. We heard a couple battle droids were part of the fight. Gunner added. Whose side were they on? That guard downstairs has been running his mouth again, hasn't he? Morrigan smiled tightly. We'd like to take a closer look at the scene. I'm sorry, I really can't let you do that. The policeman was losing his torpor and gaining his spine. It was a bad sign. Morrigan would rather not have to go to the detective on the case. It would drag them into local bureaucracy, and worse, slow them down. If Corliss was still alive, he was likely in danger, and they had to find him before his other hunters did. To her surprise, and the cop's gunner took the initiative. The younger woman shouldered past her mother, leaned against the caution tape, and said, Officer, do you know who I am? The policeman blinked. Should I? My name is Commander Gunner Yage, Skull Squadron, leader of the most decorated fighter unit in the Galactic Federation, she proclaimed, superbly martial and commanding. Ruff would have been proud. After rattling off her service number and, for good measure, the commendations she'd received, Gunner said, I am here on detached service on personal order of Empress Marasiah Fel herself, and I have been tasked to find and capture Mr. Nile Corliss. You will comply with my investigation, or you will be held in contempt of the Galactic Federation Triumvirate itself. Is that understood? The policeman stared. His hands twisted aside. Finally, he came to the door and peeled away the caution tape. I don't know what you're looking to find here, Commander Yage, he flustered. The detectives already took away the body and the droids. Why were there battle droids here? Gunner asked while Morgan surveyed the room. Laser fire had splattered against all the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. It didn't look like someone had run in here strafing. Rather, the dispersion range was more appropriate for someone deflecting bolts with a lightsaber. We, believe the droids were inside the room before the fighting started, the policeman said. How many attackers? Morgan asked. We're not sure. How was the dead man killed? A broken neck. Snapped hard. The security guard hadn't been exaggerating then. Did the body have any other markings? Any other wounds? The cop shrugged. You'll have to ask the detective. I really can't say. What about the droids? Were they shot up or cut up? He bit his lip. I heard cut up. Sith, most likely. Morrigan glanced at Gunner. Her daughter's face was grim. She told the cop, please go in the hallway while we search the site. We'll let you know when you can come back in. The cop hesitated and stayed where he was. Gunner drew her brows together and asked, do I need to take this to my superiors, officer? No, the cop wilted. I'll be right outside. Once he'd cleared the room, Morrigan favored her daughter with a faint smile. A little more blunt than I do it, but still effective. I approve. That means so much to me, Gunner said, not as sarcastic as she might have. Do we know what we're looking for? Morrigan shook her head and looked around the office space. The bodies and wreckage had been cleared out, but many of his record files and data cards remained on the shelves. Morrigan doubted she'd find a map to Maladdy's secret hideaway here, but there might have been something else. A man like Corliss dabbled in the illegal, and the insidious all at the same time. Hopefully he'd gotten a little sloppy. Let's pick a spot and get started, Morrigan said. We just might get lucky. They were back to waiting again, and Eli hated it. Though they stuck a tracking device on Nile Corliss' ship, actually tailing him was not simple. There was no point in chasing a vessel into hyperspace unless you knew its destination, otherwise it might drop out of lightspeed and change course so fast your ship would overshoot it by entire parsecs, forcing you to stop, backtrack, and adjust course. So instead they had to wait, watch the signal from the tracking device, and see where Corliss emerged into real space before giving pursuit. It was too easy for Eli to start replaying his actions on Oranison in his head, cursing himself from his steps. If he'd been more observant, if he'd been faster, if he'd had more powerful command of the Force, this hunt could be over now. Darth Talon surprisingly failed to reprimand him, and as they waited she ended up locked in private communication with Darth Nil, leaving Eli to deal with his emotions on his own. He fell back on his usual method of killing anxious hours, training with the remotes. The main hold of their ship had just enough room to freely battle 5 spherical devices. Eli followed the familiar pattern of placing them in a circle on the deck, sitting down in the center, wrapping a blinding bandana around his eyes, and taking a few minutes for meditation before commencing the exercise. It felt different this time. He got in a faint headache that had mounted over the past hour. It seemed to be fading just a little, but his body felt warm and weak, as though slightly fevered. A Sith was not constrained by the limits of his body, Eli told himself that as he sat on the deck, cross-legged and back straight, and tried to draw the Force's invisible power. He was able to do so, though with greater difficulty than expected. It took more concentration, more willpower, to gather the Force inside him. When he was finally confident he'd done so, he reached outward and felt the 5 cold metal remotes resting around him. He drew a deep breath, gripped his lightsaber tight, and said, "Begin." He jumped to his feet. The remotes kicked off the deck and began moving in complex, unpredictable circles around him. Eli heard their faint electric whine, heard them softly rend the air, but he had a hard time tracking their movements. The Force came to him and told him where to block the first shot, from a remote on his right. He knew to block another on the left, but the tang of laser fire from behind caught him off guard and he barely skipped ahead of a shot aimed at his leg. The next came from behind and took him in the shoulder. Stinging pain filled his body. Anger gave Eli some strength. He spun around and deflected that remote's next blast, and the one from his right flank, but a shot came from the left he wasn't expecting at all. Another laser took him in the hip, thankfully less powerful than the last, but his body still doubled forward in pain. The remoted whirled faster around him. He could hear them, but when he tried to mark their locations, the Force availed him of nothing. He heard another shot go off, in front of him and low, and though he tried to skip back, the shot took the edge of his boot. His toes stung and he smelled burnt leather. The exercise was getting truly dangerous. Focusing on his anger and nothing else, Eli tried to raise a wall of Force energy and push these remotes away. Nothing happened at all. He pulled the bandana off just in time to see the remote on his left fire off a shot. He shifted instinctively to block it with his lightsaber, but even as he saw it coming, he was too slow to stop the laser from taking him in the gut. Keeled over in pain, Eli barely managed to wheeze out, "Stop. Now." The remotes froze in the air around him. Eli tried to spread the pain through his body, weaken and dissolve it like the Jedi had taught him, but nothing happened. Gritting his teeth, relying solely on willpower, Eli forced himself to stand straight. He focused on the remote hovering directly in front of him and tried to grab hold of it with his mind. He tried to nudge it, just a little bit, but it hung immobile in the air. Nothing made sense. He looked at his hands, flexed them. They were real? He was real. He reached out and touched the remote's hard metal case, faintly warm from the inside. All of this was real. He let go of the remote and tried to move it with the Force again, but nothing happened. He called for his power, but the Force would not answer. This was impossible, but it was real. The Force had left him, suddenly and for no apparent reason. For a moment he was overcome with paralyzing fear. Then he found the Sith's antidote to fear, which was rage. He grabbed the remote, dropped to his knees, and slammed the thing into the deck. Metal smashed against metal. He pounded the remote again, hard enough to crack open his metal case. Another hit, and his circuit boards and wiring spilled across the floor. With every crash of metal on metal, his hand hurt, and he tried to focus on that pain, cherish it, even if he couldn't draw strength from it like he had just an hour ago. When the remote was truly destroyed, his hand cut and bleeding, Eli reared up, grabbed his lightsaber, and ignited it. The weightless blade had never felt so strange in his hand. When he swung at another remote, he used too much strength, and the weapon nearly flew from his hand. The remote, at least, split into two smoking halves that clattered to the ground. Eli spun on another remote, swung at it just as hard, and missed. Panicked and panting, he stared at the remote right in front of him, switched the lightsaber to a steadier two-handed grip, and attacked again. It was slower, more controlled despite his pent-up anger needing release. This time he cut the remote apart, but it gave no satisfaction. A voice from behind him said, "Apprentice, what are you doing?" Eli spun around to see Darth Talon standing in the doorway, expression as inscrutable as ever. He lowered the lightsaber to his side and said, "Master, I cannot find the Force. It's left me." Her face stayed stiff, but something appeared in her eyes, something he'd never seen there before. "Explain. When did this happen?" "Just in the past hour. I felt this slight headache and a fever, and then I tried the exercises." He waved a weak hand at the two remotes still hovering patiently. "At first I could still feel them, Master, but then I went blind. Deaf. I can't feel them in the Force." His voice grew strained in realization. "I can't feel you." Talon closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, that strange look remained. "It started then." "What do you mean?" "I've just finished with Lord Nil. He says that every Sith on Seijo has lost contact with the Force, just as you." Eli stared. "All of them. The symptoms are the same." "What do you mean, symptoms?" "Nil and Havoc have a theory, a believable one. They think it is an airborne virus, engineered and transferred to us via the host in that escape pod." Through layers of shock, Eli tried to understand. A virus needed a living host to transfer to fresh bodies. That would explain why that man in the pod had been kept alive for his journey, then killed as soon as he delivered the pathogens inside him. Yet it still made no sense. If this disease was engineered by Maladi or Sare, why would she harm her own people? "Our spies on Coruscant report unusual activity among the Jedi and Imperial Knights," Talon added. "None have been seen in public for the past 3 days, including the Empress. Then they're infected too. Perhaps." Eli couldn't handle any of it. The Force had been a part of his life for as long as he could remember. His father had taught him to feel it like a sixth sense, as natural as sight or touch. As Jedi and as Sith, it had been a natural component of his self. It was impossible that it could just go silent, like a holo projector being switched off. Another realization struck Eli's addled mind. He looked at Talon and asked, "Master, have you lost the Force?" "No," she said. "Not yet." And he recognized, finally, the strange look in her eyes, the thing he'd never seen before. Darth Talon was terrified. "Corlys?" Eli rasped. "We must find Corlys." Talon nodded, but the fear remained. There was no telling where Corlys would lead them or how he'd defend himself. With the dark side of the Force as their ally, Eli had never doubted he and Talon could fight through whatever was thrown their way. Without the Force, without the sixth sense he'd relied on all his life, he could barely handle these mindless remotes. His power was gone, his confidence and his skill. All he had was confusion and anger, and for once there was no power to be drawn from rage. Now nothing was certain. Maybe they'd gotten lucky when searching the remains of Nile Corlys' office, or maybe they were on a fool's errand. After giving some salvaged data cards a quick read, it became clear that Corlys owned another facility located off of Oranisan. This site was on Ord Vaxel, another half-empty, mostly lawless planet on the edge of Hutt space, under the Great Slug's influence but not in their domain proper. From the material Morrigan and Gunnar found, it seemed like Corlys was using this place as a storage area and workshop for industrial-grade mechanical projects, whereas the office on Oranisan handled finances and clerical work. If he was being chased, it might be the place he'd run to. The only way to find out was to go there. They could have gone to speak with the police detective investigating the incident, but Morrigan decided against it. It was unlikely to yield anything new, and they'd already wasted too much time. She and Gunnar went straight back to the ship, kicked off from the spaceport, and began their journey toward Vaxel. Before leaving, Morrigan had copied a few of Corlys' data files and outright pocketed a few more. Once they were in space, and en route to Ord Vaxel, she tasked her daughter with the job of searching through them for any more helpful information. The fighter pilot made no complaint about such tedious work. She'd thrown herself into the mission now, and was determined to do everything in her power to see it through. Morrigan was glad for that. She didn't expect those data cards to yield much. Gunner might find surprises, but her mother had a different goal in giving them to her. After 4 hours of shifting through financial records and supply lists, Gunner could barely keep herself awake. Morrigan set the internal lights low and told her to go back to her cabin and get some sleep. Gunner didn't argue. Morrigan remained in the main hold, lazily looking over Corliss' data, listening as her daughter changed clothes, used the refresher, and shut herself off in the cramped closet that served as private bunk space. Morrigan waited, and after 5 more minutes of silence, she left the hold and went to the cockpit. Hyperspace rolled endlessly outside the viewport. Morrigan sat down at the co-pilot seat, turned on the comm system, and began typing in a long alphanumeric encryption key. She'd committed it to memory more than half a lifetime ago. It had been known to her and Cole Skywalker alone, and they used it to communicate across light years on their joint missions. That had been before Cade, before the Sith, before greed and ambition had gotten the better of her, and she decided she'd rather be Nina Calixte. After she'd left Cole to raise their son alone on Ossus, they'd used this encryption code only a few more times. She remembered the last one vividly. The Sith Imperial War was almost over, and the Alliance was about to be snared in a trap set at Camus. Morrigan Corde, Nina Calixte had called to warn Cole of the impending Sith feint at Coruscant. It had endangered the Empire's plans to end the war, but that had been less important to her than ensuring Cole's survival. He hadn't been grateful for the news. The conversation had devolved into an exchange of recriminations. At the end, Cole had said to her, "I thought you were a better woman than you are." She'd never heard him so bitter. That was the last time they spoke. A few days afterward, the Sith attacked Ossus. Morrigan hadn't foreseen that, though she should have. Cole had died there, and for a long time she thought Cade dead too. She'd learned to live with it, and even accept that she'd be only Nina Calixte and never again Morrigan Corde. Then Cade had come crashing into her life, into everyone's lives, and nothing could be the same after that. She'd shared this encryption code with Cade in their last exchange 2 years ago, right after he'd apparently died with Darth Krayt. Morrigan entered it in its entirety and tapped the final button to cast her hail across the stars. She had to wait. Tension mounted inside her, her heart beat faster and her breath grew tight. Finally, after a few interminable minutes, the console's holoprojector came to life. She found herself looking at a head framed by messy blonde hair, cocked thoughtfully as it stared across light years at her own projected image. Quietly she said, "Hello, Cade." Cade looked at her thoughtfully for a while before he simply said, "Hey, Mom. I'm glad you're all right." She kicked herself. "Are you all right, Cade?" "I'm doing pretty good," he said, tone guarded. "Me, Jerry, and Blue just came into a big score. Real big." "So you're still together then?" Wouldn't be any other way. It was true. For Cade, Sin and Blue were more than just crewmates. They were family, and after all they'd been through, good and bad, trivial and catastrophic, they were as close as any blood relatives could be. Morrigan wondered what it would be like to have even one person trust her like that. Cade picked up her pause by saying, "I'm kinda surprised to see you, Mom. I heard you were under arrest. Or something." "I was, but I've been released on the Empress order." "That's pretty generous of her." "It wasn't. Cade, she sent me on a mission." She watched his face turn serious. "What kind of mission?" "I'll make it simple. Something major's happened on Coruscant. All the Jedi and all the Imperial Knights there have lost their ability to feel the Force." She watched his jaw hinge open. "What does that mean?" he asked huskily. "It means they've gone deaf to it. Everyone except the Empress herself. She can still use the Force the same as ever. Don't ask me why. She doesn't know. She thinks it's being spread by an artificial virus, and if the virus is loose on Coruscant." It's loose everywhere, Cade muttered. Stang, are you serious? This isn't some carking joke. I've never joked with you. The Empress is trying to stifle the news. If this gets out. Yeah, I get it. Cade ran a hand through his hair and stared off into nothing. Cade, she whispered, can you still use the Force? He closed his eyes, the way Cole did when he was trying to summon the power inside him. Then he looked at his mother and said, yeah, I'm still okay. Over the past few weeks, have you been? I've been around, he grunted. Listen, Mom, I still don't get what you're doing in this. The Empress wants me to find those responsible. She set me after the trail of the Sith. She figured I'd have contacts her intel people wouldn't. She was right. Stang, that don't make sense, Cade hissed. If this thing is taking away the Force, why would the Sith be spreading it? I assume because they found an antidote. If they have, the Jedi and Imperial Knights are going to need it. Okay, yeah, I get that. Cade swallowed. M'laddie, I'm working on that assumption. Yeah? Can't figure anyone else could cook up something like that. Assuming it is the Sith. And if it's not, Morrigan added, they're just as vulnerable as anyone else. Cade nodded, face furrowed in concern. For all his claims not to care about his Jedi heritage, she knew it was bluster. The possibility of the Order going extinct, or of losing his own Force powers, had shaken him in a way Morrigan herself could never understand. Listen, Mom, he said, if you need help. I have help. Your half-sister, actually. Really. His face screwed up. Their first encounter on Tatooine had been less than amicable. Yes. It turns out the Empress has a twisted sense of humor. So you're just calling to warn me. That's right. For now. For now, he echoed. Listen, if you think this is gonna get serious, or if you get in trouble, you call me. Got it. I will. Promise, Mom? She was honestly touched. I promise. Good. He paused, unable to think of anything else to say. Morrigan had something. Goodbye, Cade. I hope the Force is with you. Now and always. He nodded grimly. Thanks. So do I. She closed the link, leaving the cockpit lit only by flashing hyperspace glow. Morrigan took a deep breath, then went into the comm system's call logs and deleted her last conversation. Then, finally, she stood up, stretched, and went back to the cabins. They'd reach Ord Vaxel tomorrow. She needed to be rested and ready. Chapter 17. When the chime in her room sounded and Guri's smooth voice announced via intercom that repairs had finally been completed on Sleepy, Kyra should have felt more excited than she did. Jao Assam's revelations to her 2 days previous had knocked everything out of order. After escaping from Socorro, the galaxy had seemed vast but at least knowable. Now it felt like something else altogether. She'd gone back to Jao the following day, asking more. She'd wanted to know what it felt like to touch the Force, whether it was a thing that she could use or whether it used her. Jao's answers had been ambivalent, but he promised that in learning the ways of the Force she would open up potential within herself that she'd never imagined. And he'd insisted that, if she were willing, he could start to teach her his ways. Kyra had refrained from giving an answer. Even with what he'd said, she felt she didn't understand any of it, and she was stuck ruminating on unknown possibilities, so different from the trial and error tinkering that could solve any mechanical problem. The call from Guri was more a welcome distraction than anything. Still, as she joined the others in the lobby outside the Thrumble Foundation's operations wing, she felt old enthusiasm return. It was the first time everyone had been together since they'd arrived days before. Salk and AG-37, Jao and Anya, standing, she noticed, awkwardly apart, Delia and Jiraiya, even Cade Skywalker, whose stout astromech seemed to rattle on his rolling legs, tense with anticipation. When Guri appeared, she had on a technician's white lab coat and a very human smile, professionally polite but personally enthusiastic. I'm glad you could all make it, she told the group, and opened the door behind her wide. Right this way, please. With a nudge from Anya, Kyra went to the front of the line. She was right behind Guri as the sole human droid walked down the plain white hall, until she reached the double doors on the far end. They opened for her, revealing the laboratory beyond. Racks on the walls were filled with tools she couldn't name, but they all seemed arranged in neat order. 2 different barrel-shaped, many-armed mechanic droids wheeled to the edges of the room, so the newcomers could get a look at what had once been Kyra's broken mechanical friend. The droid stood upright, plugged into a series of sockets in the wall, and he'd been much improved. Sleepy's gold metal head and torso had been scrubbed clean of accumulated dirt and polished to shine. His missing left arm had been replaced with one that matched the right perfectly, and a set of human-like hips and legs had been attached. Right now his eyes were dim. He looked like he could have some straight from the factory. R2-D2 whistled enthusiastically, and Guri's smile widened. Yes, we've run full diagnostic tests. All his primary functions are operable. We've also updated several key programming subroutines to be up to current specifications, including this translation system. What about his memory core? Asked AG-37. The tall assassin droid stood at the back of the group but had no problem seeing over everyone else's head. This droid has suffered at least one complete memory wipe since inception. I'm afraid we weren't able to recover anything before that, but for post-wipe memories we've attained a restoration of approximately 72%. How long ago was that memory wipe? Asked Kyra. Nearly 160 standard years, Guri said. Jerry snorted, Anya whistled, and Cade laughed once. Kyra had never imagined she'd latch onto such an extraordinary droid. She was starting to wonder if that invisible, powerful force really had been moving her all along. Where did you get all the materials? Salk asked. I can't even tell which parts are replacements. We have a wide catalog of droid parts kept beneath the facility. This model was relatively common when the Thrumble Memorial Foundation was established. And this place was founded by you, right? Asked Jerry. I developed an interest in artificial cognition, Guri said wryly. But that's beside the point. I believe we are ready to do a complete start of this droid's functions. Please, Kyra said. Looking at that shiny, pretty golden droid had made her eager again and pushed the past day's confusion from her mind. Guri touched a few buttons on the side of the wall socket. Kyra heard magnetic clamps release and saw the droid's photoreceptors light up. The body tipped away from the wall, then stiffened under its own power and took its first few shuffling steps toward the middle of the room. Greetings, the droid said. I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations. That voice was strong and clear, like Kyra had never heard, but she could still recognize its tinny tone and upper-class accent. R2-D2 whistled joyously and forced his way through the crowd. The protocol droid said with a touch of awe, R2-D2. It is you. Well, this is quite unexpected. As the astromech began wheeling happy circles around 2 golden legs, C-3PO added, Well, you don't need to be that excited, R2. I've missed you too naturally, but it's not as though. R2 interrupted him with a series of blurts and squeals. What is that? Said C-3PO. 90 years since we've last seen each other. Why, that's quite ridiculous. You've clearly been malfunctioning. Perhaps your cortical node needs an inspection. You bring it on yourself, you know, with your incessant adventuring. As R2-D2 stopped in front of C-3PO and continued to bleat protests, Guri said, I'm afraid he's right. You've been deactivated for a long time? C-3PO turned his photoreceptors on the human replica droid. Their lights flickered for a second, and Kyra was afraid he'd suffered a malfunction. But he said, Mistress Guri. Late of service to Prince Zizzer of Black Sun. Yes, that is you. I'm certain of it. I never forget a face, after all. Mistress Guri is responsible for you being with us now, said AG-37. C-3PO pivoted to look at the assassin droid. Goodness. And are you not, AG-37? I am glad to see your memory is properly restored, C-3PO. This is weirdest family reunion I've been to, Skywalker muttered. And that says a lot. Oh, this is not a family reunion, C-3PO started, only to be interrupted by rude noises from R2-D2. Oh, all right, you sentimentalist. It is, Perhaps a family reunion of sorts between myself and R2D2, if one must borrow organoform similes to describe our relations. My contacts with Mistress Guri and AG-37 were much more brief, though as I have said, I never forget a face. Well, not unless my memory core has been damaged. Kyra swallowed something in her throat and asked, "So you remember me, Sleepy?" The shiny gold droid looked at her and raised his arms. "Oh, yes, Mistress Kyra. I remember you most well." She felt weak with relief. "So you remember our time on Socorro?" "Socorro? Is that where that unpleasant place was?" "I see. That is good to know. Though my memory engrams from that period are intact, my core processor was functioning suboptimally. I'm afraid I am not fully aware of all the events that transpired in that time. But I do remember you, Mistress Kyra. Rest assured of that." Kyra felt lightheaded with unexpected happiness. "That's good to know, 3PO. R2D2 tooted a question, and C-3PO said, "Now that you mentioned it, I'm not entirely certain when I suffered that damage to my core processor. My memory from that period seems to be blank." "What's that? When did I last see Master Luke?" "I'm sure it wasn't that long ago." "Luke?" asked Deliah. Cade had gone stiff beside her. "As in Luke Skywalker?" "Of course, Mistress. I'll call me Deliah Blue, darling." She draped a bare pink arm over Cade's shoulders. "This scruffy Murglack here is Cade Skywalker." The stunned look on Cade's face relaxed to a grin. "Pleased to meet ya, C-3PO." R2D2 whistled something else, and C-3PO said, "Oh, I see what you're doing now, R2. Well, your joke won't work. That unkempt young man could hardly be a relation to Master Luke." R2D2 tweeted insistently, and AG-37 said, "C-3PO, in the short time we knew each other, did I ever strike you as the kind to tell jokes?" "Quite the contrary," C-3PO told the assassin droid. "Then you will trust what I say next." AG-37 took 2 clanking steps forward and laid a metal hand on Ania's shoulder. "This is Miss Anya Solo." C-3PO's photoreceptors flickered again. Oh dear. Are you quite certain?" "That's my name," Anya said. "I don't get it. AG, what's going on?" "It is rather complicated," the assassin droid said. Oh dear. C-3PO warbled. "So it appears that Master Cade and Mistress Anya are relatives." "We're what?" Anya and Cade said in perfect unison. They spun on each other and stared. After total silence filled the room, Deliah jabbed Cade in the side and said, "You're right, Meshla. This is a weird family reunion." "No," Anya insisted. "You're a Skywalker. Big famous Jedi family. Luke, Ben, Cole. Everyone's heard of them. I'm just," she trailed off as some private realization struck her. Staying? Mom, what did you run from?" Jerry exhaled and said, "Okay, I'm well and truly confused. Can someone please explain this to people who aren't 200 years old? This is all very confusing to me as well." Master 3PO paused. Master Jerry, thank you. If R2-D2 is not exaggerating or playing a juvenile trick, and I assure you he's quite capable, then Master Cade and Mistress Anya would share the same ancestor, 5 generations back. "Is that all?" Cade exhaled. "I thought you were gonna say we're long last half-siblings or something. I already have one of those and one's enough." Jao looked between them both. "I still don't get this. If Anya is related to the Skywalkers, why can't you use the Force?" R2D2 released a series of tweets, and C-3PO said, "Very correct, R2. Force sensitivity is not guaranteed to pass from one generation to the next, though it is more likely." Jao looked at Anya like he was seeing her anew. "Do you know anything like that in your family?" "I don't know." Anya hugged herself tight. "My mother was Marin Solo. I don't think she always went by that name, though." "You said you were cousins with the Empress," Sok said. "I thought I was. Somehow. I wasn't clear. Mom didn't like to talk about what she was." "How fascinating." C-3PO sounded like a professor at a symposium. So you do not know the identity of your maternal great-grandparents. By calculations, it must have been either Master Jacen or Mistress Jaina. He nodded to Cade. The nephew and niece of Luke Skywalker, your lauded ancestor, and my dear friend. Cade's response was a curt nod. He was clearly trying to process this too, even if he wasn't quite as frazzled as Anya. As for Kyra, who'd instigated this reunion and never known what it could lead to, she watched with a curious sense of detachment. The sheer unlikelihood of it all seemed to her a thing of beauty, and so was the collision of emotions it elicited. Cade and Anya struggled with revelations that begged more questions. Jao and Jeriah were looking at their friends in new ways. Salk was curious. For him, this was a puzzle to be solved. Deliah emanated a Zeltron sense of happy wonder. Kyra knew all these things even though it wasn't always clear on their faces. She simply found herself in tune, and she wondered if this was what it felt like for Jao and Cade when the Force flowed through them. In her confusion, Anya seemed to huddle into herself. Mom, I knew there were lots of things about her she didn't talk about. I only met my grandfather, her dad, once. Right before the imp attack that blew up my parents' ship. I was with my grandfather when it happened. He rushed to get me out of there. Threw me into an escape pod right before the whole thing blew. And that old man, he could do things. I wondered if he was a Jedi or something. Not that I'd ever seen a Jedi before. She sniffed. He saved my life, and I never even learned his name. That always bothered me. Anya looked to AG-37. Do you know? You seem to know all this other stuff about me that you haven't told. AG-37's photoreceptors pulsed slowly before he said, I cannot claim to know your full lineage. Nor your grandfather? But my great-great whatever. I knew a Han Solo once. In a way, he's as much responsible for freeing me of my original programming as Mistress Guri. Before I met them, I was solely an assassin droid, programmed to serve the criminals who purchased me. Through them, I was able to become so much more. The blonde human replica droid, looking at Anya with a thoughtful expression, said, I can see some of Han Solo in you, actually. I thought the same, added AG-37. Anya spun back to the assassin droid. So when you helped me out of that imp prison, that was what? A debt? In a manner of speaking. Anya cursed under her breath and stared at the floor. Kyra had no idea what to say. This little gathering had spiraled way beyond her, or the droid she'd called Sleepy. When the silence became too tense, C-3PO said, I'm dreadfully sorry to have disturbed you, Mistress Anya. It's not your fault, she said, and started for the exit. Kyra reached out and grabbed her sleeve. Anya stopped and gave a weak smile. I just need to take a walk. I'll be fine, really. She looked back at the gleaming golden droid. This is what you've been waiting for. Take your time and enjoy it. Kyra nodded and released her jacket. Anya walked briskly out the door, not looking at AG-37, Salk, or Jao, who stared like he wanted to go after her. But when the door slid shut, he stayed planted where he was. With Anya gone, the room fell into awkward silence again. R2-D2 hooted mournfully, and C-3PO replied, You're right, R2. I'd nearly forgotten that humans can be such confusing creatures. Sometimes you just needed to walk it out. Anya wasn't even mad at AG-37, not really. When the assassin droid had helped her bust out of the Imperial prison camp on Drash So, and subsequently become a regular at her junk shop on Carreras Minor, she hadn't looked at the situation as closely as she might have. Since she'd been a child, whisked about on her parents' freighter, she'd spent more time making friends with droids than with flesh and blood beings. Experiences on Drash So had soured her to other people even more, and AG-37 had easily slipped into the position of a reliable friend. She should have asked more questions, but that wasn't AG-37's fault. So he owed another Solo, some great-great-whatever grandfather, a debt of gratitude. There was nothing wrong with that, but she didn't like the idea of bearing someone else's legacy. She'd known from a young age that her mother had been running from a legacy of her own, though the details had never been clear. After losing her parents at Torn Station, Anya had quietly accepted those mysteries would stay unsolved. Moreover, they were irrelevant to her immediate needs. Quietly all of that, her mysterious mother, her maybe Jedi grandfather, the Imperial monarch who was apparently her cousin, had started to feel like somebody else's life. That was one reason why she turned down the offer to become Marasiah Fel's bodyguard. It came from a legacy she didn't want. Eventually, Anya made her way back to the guest wing of the Thrumble Foundation complex. It was as nice as some core world resort hotel, nicer than any place Anya could remember staying at. First it had felt uncomfortable, and then it had felt nice. Now she felt pressed in by its beige walls and soft carpet. She wanted to get back on free agent and soar away someplace. It didn't matter where. She'd still have to figure out how to treat AG-37 from now on, and she'd have to have another conversation with Jao about Kyra. She realized she'd spoken harshly there, but she could deal with that once she was in space and feeling free again. Anya stepped onto one of the balconies that looked out on Essel's sprawling oceans. Night had fallen and darkness had swallowed the horizon, but when she went over to the edge she could see the complex's inner lights reflected on the water's shifting surface, hear the crash of waves on a far below cliff, and smell the salty breeze. Leaning with her forearms on the railing, Anya closed her eyes, breathed deeply in and out, and emptied her mind. She told herself all this didn't change anything. She still had her ship, her old friends, and her new one, and an absurd amount of stolen wealth. She'd get through this revelation and go back to the life she'd had, the same life, only better. The past was only the past, and Anya solo carried no one's legacy. It was a pleasant thought, and she remained where she was for a while, savoring darkness, warm breeze, and crashing waves. She let them all wash over her for a while before she picked up something else, a steady high-pitched whining noise, barely audible beneath the sounds of waves. Her eyes popped open, and she looked down but could make out nothing besides faint explosions of foam far below. That whining sound didn't go away, and as she listened it got louder, closer. Anya picked her head up and tried to scan the blackness beyond. The nighttime ocean was invisible, the stars faint. She stared until she picked up something else in the sky, brief slips of light, like reflections moving across a smooth manufactured surface. The droning sound kept getting closer. She didn't understand, but her instincts told her it was nothing good. Heart beating fast, she started across the balcony. A new sound came behind her, something tearing through the air. She broke into a sprint and ran for the door without looking back. She slid through the portal and spun around once her boots hit the carpet. The doors remained open as she watched three figures land hard on the balcony. All were encased in armor, one set silver, one set gold, and the other jet black. All had the T-visor helmets that marked them instantly as Mandalorians. Anya's hand went instinctively to her hip. No holster, no blaster. She swore, pounded the controls to the door, and forced them to close. Swearing again, she pressed the button she thought would lock them, then sprinted for her room, where she kept her weapon. She didn't hear the doors open right away, but as she bounded down the hall a painful screeching noise sounded behind her. They were coming through. Anya had no idea what Mandalorians were coming here for. Her first thought was that Rav had hired them, but Rav had no money, not anymore, and she had no idea how Rav would have tracked them to Essel's. It had to have been something else. Yuri said she had all kinds of high-rolling clients, and this must have had something to do with them. When she reached the entrance to her room, Anya tapped her code into the control panel. The door seemed to take forever to open. In the 10-second silence, she heard boots pounding the hallway, getting louder. They were coming after her. That made no sense. Anya had never even seen a Mandalorian until 2 minutes ago. But the boots were getting closer, and she threw herself into her room. She tapped on the light near the nightstand, pulled her bag of personal belongings off the floor, and threw it on the bed. Swearing again, cursing herself for letting her guard down and not having a weapon on her, Anya found the familiar handle of her blaster and gripped it tight. She heard people behind the door and threw herself over to the far side of the bed, placing it between her and the door. She crouched to her knees, blaster resting on the bed cushion, and waited for them to tear through. Every second counted. This place had to have good security, and Yuri's droids would be here any minute. The door tore open with a scream of metal, and burst of smoke. Anya couldn't see clearly, but she fired anyway, blaster set on kill. She heard her bolts hit something metal, but no sounds of pain, and no one returned fire. She kept shooting, desperately, madly, praying she could hold them off long enough. Two figures shouldered into the room, gold armor and silver. The silver one was bigger, and she concentrated fire on his chestplate, but the bolts panged helplessly, barely slowing him down. Anya swore again and tired to hit him between armored plates, aiming for his neck and armpits, anything to do some damage. Confused and terrified, Anya only saw the gold-plated one behind him draw a blaster right before a blue bolt popped out of the barrel. She tried to return fire, as futile as anything else. The stun bolt caught Anya in the left shoulder, spreading numbness through her body. With her last bit of energy, she tried to raise her right arm and get off one more shot, but the silver one had his own gun hefted, and another stun blast erased her world. No alarm sounded, but Jao knew that when Yuri excused herself from the lab to take a call, something bad was happening. While R2-D2 and C-3PO continued their double act, Jao slipped through the door and found Yuri in the hall outside, speaking into her handheld comlink. "Try to contain them," she was saying, "and find how they got in. Look for a ship outside. Check heat signatures." "What happened?" Jao asked. Yuri shut off the link and stuffed it into her pocket. "There's been an incursion in the guest wing. Security cams show Mandalorians." "Anya, we think she's in the area, but we're not sure." Jao ran back into the laboratory. His panic was plain. All eyes and photoreceptors swung on him. "A G," he called. "Anya's in trouble. Let's go." He knew that was all it would take. Jao ran back out and sprinted past Yuri, retracing the path toward the guest wing. As he ran, he reached instinctively for his lightsaber and realized that he'd left it in his room. He never thought they'd be in danger here. As he panicked, he heard that most desired sound, the snap and hiss of an ignited lightsaber. He looked back and saw not only a G-37 running after him, but Yuri, and, astonishingly, Skywalker with a green blade humming in his fist. "What are we looking at?" Skywalker barked. "Mandalorians, 3 of them," Yuri said, without hint of exertion. It was the first outward sign Jao'd seen that she wasn't human. "What did you guys do to get Karki Mandas on your butts?" "We've never run into them before," Jao said as they reached the entrance to the guest wing. "Maybe they're after you." He heard the sound of blaster fire down one hallway and immediately ran for it, even though he had no weapon in hand. He only slowed when he saw the backs of 2 silver security droids shooting at a target down the hall. Yuri grabbed his shoulder, stopped him completely, and said, "The droids have contained the intruders for now. They've blocked the way to my room. I need a weapon. Reinforcements will bring you one." "What about Anya?" He looked down the hall but still couldn't make out what the droids were firing at. "Allow me to investigate," a G-37 said. The assassin droid never went anywhere unarmed, and he raised the blaster carbine slung across his chest and leveled it with 2 metal hands. He stomped ahead, and Jao couldn't resist following, using the droid's bulk to shield himself from the stray shot coming from the far end of the hall. Once they got close to the 2 other droids, Jao sidestepped out and peered between their metal shoulders. He spotted one Mandalorian in gold armor, using a doorframe for cover and shooting back with 2 blaster pistols. Then he saw a second, larger, and in armor mostly black, with a few gold stripes and a visor like a down-pointed triangle instead of T-shaped. The black Mando hefted some heavy rifle in his hands, a design Jao didn't recognize. A G-37 spray carbine fired down the hall, taking the Mando in the chest but not blowing him over. The rifle went off, releasing not a standard energy blast but a fist-sized projectile that went between the heads of the 2 security droids and impacted in the center of a G-37's torso. An electric storm burst across a G-37's body. Jao jumped back as his heavy form staggered and tilted. When the electricity died, he toppled like a cut tree and crashed thunderously to the floor. His twin photoreceptors stared at the ceiling dark. It was no weapon Jao had ever seen, like a portable rocket launcher, but armed with ion-based charges. It was the sort of thing that could only be useful for taking down droids, which meant that these Mandas had done their homework before coming here. The weapon also reloaded fast. A second projectile shot out and caught another of Gyuri's security droids, dropping it after a brief flare of electric emission. The black-armored Mando didn't bother to adjust aim to the last droid standing. The gold-armored one charged ahead and riddled the metal torso with dual-fisted laser fire. Black Armor threw down his heavy launcher, replaced it with a standard blast tech rifle, and charged. Jao was acutely aware he had no weapons. He ducked over a spray of laser fire and tried to tug a G-37's rifle free, but it was grasped vice-tight by dead metal hands. He looked back at the Mandas and saw all three of them running toward him, black, gold, and a big silver one in the back, with Anya slung limp over one shoulder. He had no weapons, but he had the Force. Jao found concentration long enough to project a Force blast that stopped their charge and knocked them off balance without pushing them off their feet. As they recovered, a figure bounded over Jao's crouched form, lightsaber in hand. Skywalker attacked the black-armored Mando, with a flurry of blows, shearing off his blaster barrel and smashing into forearms raised for defense, but his blade couldn't butt through the Mando's metal plates. Beskar, it had to be. At the same time, gold and silver kept coming. Jao rose and threw himself at gold, barely avoiding a laser that sizzled past his ear. He went low and tackled the Mando, pulling them both to the ground. He heard a swear from inside the helmet. The voice sounded female and tried to pin the warrior to the ground. She was fast. Her right leg snapped in and up. He deflected a knee aimed for his crotch by taking the impact in the thigh, still painful. The woman's upper body reared up and she lashed out with twin punches that he couldn't avoid. Through his pain, he grabbed one wrist and twisted, almost to breaking, but she kneed him again, this time in the stomach. As Jao curled in pain, the Mando rolled out from under him and snapped to her feet. She grabbed one of her pistols from the floor, spun, and shot at Cade, who was still trying to get through the Black Warrior's defenses. Cade barely pivoted in time to deflect the blast. It gave an opening for the closer combatant to land a punch on Cade's jaw. The blonde man staggered back but didn't drop his lightsaber. The black and gold Mandas ran ahead, and as he struggled to his feet, Jao saw the big silver warrior engaged with Gyuri. He'd heard the human replica droid had once been an assassin. He watched her now as she pulled off hand-to-hand combat moves with speed and grace even an Imperial Knight would envy. She jabbed the edge of her hand beneath two chest plates into the silver Mando's ribs. He deflected her next blow with his armored forearm, but Gyuri twisted her wrist around his, then grabbed onto the Beskar plate and pulled, yanking the much larger man off balance with seemingly little effort. The silver Mando dropped Anya and tried to defend himself against the hail of punches. He warded off her fists, but Gyuri swung around to his side and delivered a snap kick that pounded the man's armor plates and forced out a grunting exhalation. Then she grabbed his arm, planted the same foot on his side, and yanked so hard even Jao could hear his shoulder dislocate. That was when the black and gold Mandas opened fire. Gyuri had no weapons but her body, and nothing to deflect them. Scorching laser blasts caught her in the arm, stomach, and torso, burning scorched holes through her skin. Gyuri flinched, but remained standing and raised her fists to greet the Mandas. The gold-armored woman unleashed a wailing battle cry and jumped toward her while the black one ducked low to scoop up Anya. Jao pushed himself to his feet and ran after black and silver as they retreated down the hall. Skywalker ignited his lightsaber and went to help Gyuri with the gold Mando. That woman had a surprise left. She let Gyuri get in close, absorbed 2 punches on her armor, then slapped a palm on Gyuri's shoulder, leaving a metal disc behind. Jao tried to shout warning, but electricity burst out from it, dancing across Gyuri's skin and smoking through her clothes. Gyuri staggered without falling, stunned but not disabled like a G-37. It still bought the Mando woman enough time to run ahead and join her comrades. Jao wanted to stop and pry that disc off Gyuri, but his main concern was Anya. As he and Cade chased the retreating Mandas, the woman fired back as she ran, forcing Cade to slow and defend with his lightsaber. The Mandas suddenly made a hard right turn, through an blown open set of doors, and Jao realized they were going out onto one of the balconies. He and Cade raced outside in time to see the three Mandas hold tight to fiber cables dangling from a vehicle overhead. He could hear the craft's whining repulsors but made out none of its shape. The matte black hull was almost invisible in the night. Anya's limp body had been hooked into a harness, and as Jao raced to the balcony's edge, all four of the bodies lifted away, reeled in by the black vehicle even as it began evasive maneuvers. In desperation and anger, Jao reached out and tried to use the Force to stop its escape. He felt the ship he couldn't see and tried to reel it back in, and he felt Skywalker join him in the effort, but the vehicle was too far away, too strong. He felt it tear free of their grip and fly higher. Hands balled to fists, he pounded the balcony railing and opened his mouth to scream. "Wait, Jao Assam," he heard a voice behind him, Guri's voice. He and Cade looked back and saw the artificial woman leaning against the bent doorframe as though exhausted. She clutched the comlink in her hand and tilted her chin up toward the sky. Jao looked back at the black to see a pair of lights swoop in from overhead. They moved on different trajectories but seemed to be vectoring to the same target. Security drones, Jao thought, and when he heard the burst of projectile weapons he felt warring emotions surge, hope they might stop the Mandalorian evac vessel, fear they might kill Anya by accident. A second later came the reply. 2 bursts of laser fire, quickly ended. 2 explosions flared, and Jao watched helplessly as twin fireballs tumbled into the night black ocean. "What happened?" he gasped. "Did the Mandas get away?" "One moment, please." Guri staggered back inside and began talking into her comlink. She moved as though badly hurt. With those blaster holes in her shirt, a human would have been dead. Cade went inside after her, and after a longing look at the night sky, Jao followed. He thought he felt Anya out there. She was no Force sensitive, but she still had a distinctive Force aura, one he'd gotten to know very well over the past 2 years. He thought he still felt it, faint and getting fainter. It may have been desperate thinking. If he'd lost Anya forever, he'd never forgive himself. Moving fast with frustration and anger, Jao joined Cade and Guri inside the hall. The battered human replica droid said the security drones were shot down, but one was able to fire a homing device that attached to the craft's hull. Jao's heart surged. "Then we can track them." Guri nodded, face twisted in a very human wince. "Those bucketheads were after her, and only her." Skywalker breathed. "What would Mandas want with your Munachika?" Jao didn't bother to correct him. "I really don't know. They're mercenaries. Anyone could have hired them." They heard a clamor approaching down the hall and looked to see a group coming from the direction of the research wing, Kyra jogging up front, Salk behind her, Jiraiya and Deliah trotting in the rear while R2-D2 and C-3PO trailed far behind. That golden protocol droid looked way better than when they found him, but he was still slow on his feet. Kyra was breathless when she got up to them. "What happened? Where's Anya?" "Kidnapped," Cade growled. "By Karkin Mandas." More calmly, Guri said, "We've managed to place a tracker on their ship's hull. Hopefully they won't find it." Salk's eyes went extra wide. He looked over Cade and Jao, then blaster-scarred Guri, then asked, "Where's AG?" "Mandas shot him with some ion charge or something." Cade waved a hand in the direction of the fallen droid. "Is he damaged? Can you repair him?" "I will have to examine the damage." Guri swayed on her feet and Cade put out a hand to steady her. Kyra had only one concern. "What about Anya? We have to go after her." That Jao knew, was meant for the two of them. Anya meant something different to each, and in their different ways they both needed her back. Salk needed her too. He stepped in and said, "I can get free agent ready to fly." "But what about AG?" Guri said, "You can go after Anya. I will do what I can for AG." He nodded, grateful. "Do what you can for yourself too." She nodded back. "Prepare your ship. I will have the tracking information patched to your computer." "Thank you." Jao shifted his gaze to Cade Skywalker. He still didn't like the man, but he thought he was starting to trust him, which was what really mattered. Thank you, too. Don't mention it, Skywalker grunted. Listen, we'll go after Anya and see where they're taking her. Stay with AG for now. When they fix him, call us. And if we need help, my knock will be there. Thank you, Jao repeated, then looked to Kyra and Sop. Their eyes were on him, expectant. When Free Agent ran missions, it was always Anya or AG-37 calling the shots. Now everything was in his hands, and the stakes were higher than ever. Frankly, he felt a little sick. At the very back of the group, he heard a worried electronic whine, and C-3PO's response. You know, R2, I'm starting to believe we're dealing with authentic Solos and Skywalkers after all. An hour after I've met them, and they're already in trouble. Such an astonishing family. At the sound of that voice, Kyra turned around. Jao felt emotions conflict inside her as she looked at the golden droid, that sole fond memento of her old life and the herald of a new one. Hey, Slee, 3PO, Kyra said, moving toward him. Yes, Mistress Kyra. Without another word, she wrapped her arms around his metal shoulders and hugged him tight. Oh my, the droid sounded, and Jao watched her face go soft and sentimental, for a moment as innocent as a child's. Then she released C-3PO, and when she turned to Jao, her face gained severity and years. I'm ready, Kyra told him, and in those two words Jao understood all her meanings. Good, he said. Let's get prepped to fly. Chapter 18. One thing both Morrigan and Gunnar could agree on, as spy and soldier respectively, was that you didn't charge into a situation without observing and evaluating it as fully as possible. Therefore, though they were both impatient, they took time to scope out Corlys' facility on Ord Vaxel. Resting just past the cusp of Hutt space, the planet had once served as an imperial prison world, probably because its continents were covered in swamps and jungles populated by nasty wildlife that made escape attempts suicidal. Those days were long gone, and the ruins of the prison had become a shadow port. A settlement had grown up around the hilltop prison, and apparently some minor fortifications were enough to keep local beasts out of the city streets. Gunnar brought them in for landing slowly, giving time to memorize the layout of the city from the air. She wheeled their ship in a broad circle and made sure to pass near Corlys' facility, which Morrigan's data placed in an industrial zone downslope from the shadow port, near a stretch of city wall. Did you see that? Morrigan said once they finished their passover and began setting down. It looked like a bulk freighter was parked at Corlys' place. A Corellian model. A YZ-2000, Gunnar supplied. Of course she'd know her ships. That matches with what we found in his data cards. It's got to be his. He probably flew it straight from Oranison. That means we've got him. It means we have his location. Morrigan restrained her enthusiasm. We still need to scout his facility before entering. After they sat down on the landing pad and started cool down, Gunnar unstrapped from her pilot's chair and asked, "What do you think? This place doesn't smell Sith to me." No, Morrigan admitted, but you can never be too sure. We should use the probe to give his site a better look. I was thinking the same thing. Gunnar and her mother went into the main hold, where in addition to various weapons and equipment, they had a single black observation droid, the size and shape of a blitzball, with visual and infrared camera apertures protruding from one side. After connecting the droid to the ship's computer and inputting the topographic data from the city, they marked the location of Corlys' facility for the droid and sent it off to spy. It was still daylight and an observation droid would be noticed, especially by someone as paranoid as Corlys must be. Morrigan's hope was that he'd run to this place to load essential equipment into his ship, then lift off and run to Malady herself. If so, he'd be in a rush, which meant he'd be sloppy and might miss the droid. She and Gunnar stayed in their ship's hold, watching holo-images the droid relayed back. The machine swept swiftly through the city streets, bobbed over a few rooftops, and easily clambered over the high metal fence that roped off Corlys' facility. Once inside, it dropped altitude and began scouting the perimeter. Morrigan marked a large warehouse space as well as an independent power generator and what looked like some small assembly plant. No communications array, she noticed. That meant Corliss made all his secret long-range calls from his ship. The droid swung around to the back of the facility to focus on Corliss' cargo vessel. The broad aft doors were open, and the droid edged closer to get a look inside his hollow belly. It barely got a peek before it abruptly retreated, swinging all the way around the warehouse's corner before carefully peering back toward the ship. A couple of heavy cargo crates were being carried from the warehouse into the ship by repulsor-levitated droids that cradled each container in thick magnetized arms. HV-10s, Gunner muttered. Apparently she knew droids too. Pretty common civilian model. There's no telling when he'll take off, Morrigan said. You should stay with the ship. If he runs, you can give chase. You can shoot him down if you have to. I'm not letting you go in there alone. I'm touched. Morrigan masked honesty with a sarcastic smile. I mean it. Until we know what's inside that plant, we can't just send in one agent, especially if we're trying to take Corliss alive. I think. Their attention was suddenly drawn to the holo image. It blurred dizzily as the droid spun on its axis, then flashed with static. The image resolved a moment later, a tilted ground-level view, angled upward just enough to see a bare legs laced with elaborate tattoos. Morrigan's heart said Sith, and a second later she got confirmation. The figure bent at the waist, low enough for them to see a cool face marked in the same harsh chiaroscuro, framed by two Leku head tails. Darth Talon, Crate's pretty, ferocious attack animal. Of course she'd have survived. The Twi'lek looked into the camera eye for a moment, then straightened. A blaster pistol appeared in her hand. The muzzle flicked to the camera and there was a flash, and then nothing but static. Gunner was already on her feet and pulling a heavy blaster rifle from the weapons locker. Sith. We've got to get over there fast. Morrigan agreed. A second later she was arming herself and suiting up, but those last few seconds of her late holo had disconcerted her in ways besides the obvious. In the time Morrigan had known her, Crate's pet Twi'lek had always gone around barely clothed, showing all the tattoos that covered her sinuous body head to foot. Talon's legs had been bare as usual here, but Morrigan had spotted an armored plasteel vest encasing her torso, which seemed curious. More notably, Talon had used a blaster to destroy the droid instead of a trusty lightsaber. Morrigan had ideas what that might mean, but she didn't want to jump to conclusions, so she forced those thoughts to the back of her mind and joined Gunner in hurrying out of the ship. Talon stared at the wreckage of the surveillance droid with held breath. The sound of 2 laser blasts had yet to bring Corliss security forces down on her, but he'd be sure to notice the termination of his droid. Yet as she stared at the smoking machinery, she wondered if it was his droid. She recognized the model as one used exclusively by Imperial intelligence, and everything else she'd seen of Corliss has been available on the civilian market. She finally tore her attention from the droid and sidled against the warehouse wall. Stuffing the blaster pistol into the holster at her belt, such an awkward motion, she took out her comlink and whispered, "Apprentice, did you hear that blast?" "I think so." Eli's voice was faint and tinny. "What happened? Were you?" "I shot a security droid," Talon said. "Do you see any response?" She'd had Eli clamber up a utility ladder to the roof of the warehouse to try and get a better look through glass panels in the ceiling. He said, "There's no changes. The loader droids are still moving cargo. They're almost done." "Where's Corliss?" "I don't know. He might be on the ship. There's a few organics here too. A couple humans, a Rodian, and Weequay, 2 Nictus. Armed?" "I can't tell. They're not armored. Corliss might have civilian staff. The man apparently ran a mix of legal and extra-legal enterprises. Likely these workers knew nothing about his side work for Maladi. In another situation, she'd have joined Eli on the roof, and then they'd have dropped together through the windows into the warehouse, and with sabers blazing they'd have easily slaughtered the workers, keeping perhaps one alive for interrogation. They couldn't do that now. Hours before setting down, the Force had abandoned her as well. She understood none of it, only that she'd been robbed of a sense as valuable as sight. Her master had raised her from birth to feel and used the dark side of the Force intuitively. It had given her power, passion, and purpose, and even after Lord Cade's death, when she started to silently question the direction of the one Sith, she never once doubted the dark side's power. Now she had none of it. She was as powerless as a vermin, disconnected from the flow that directed the universe. Normally when she entered a dangerous situation, she moved freely, eagerly, knowing the Force would preserve her against her enemies. Now she was tense, her breath was shallow, her chest tight. The plasteel vest seemed to weigh 10 kilos. She never needed that kind of protection before. Her master had taught her to go into battle without fear, without armor or even clothes, because with the Force as her tool she needed only naked flesh and the dark energy that flowed through it. She never felt more vulnerable than now. Talon gathered her thoughts and told Eli, "Come down the ladder. Join me on the west side of the factory." "Yes, master," Eli said, then killed the connection. Master, she thought bitterly. She was master of nothing now, not even herself. As she waited, she edged toward the corner of the building and looked at the landing pad. A few droids were floating back into the warehouse after depositing cargo in the ship. Talon didn't know what was in those crates, but her gut, not the Force, but supposition, told her that Corliss was loading up his most valuable equipment to be taken elsewhere, possibly to Darth Maladi. Talon had no idea why crate scientists would inflict this agony on her own people. She only knew that Maladi was a genius, and if this disease was going to be reversed, she had to be captured and forced to provide an antidote. She watched as something else emerged from the belly of the ship, a single human, middle-aged and slightly thick-set, with a trim brown beard and receding hair. A normal, ordinary man, but she recognized his face from the file Nil had sent her. That was Corliss, her prey. Normally the Force could have told her exactly what to do. Now she had to decide, and only seconds to do it before Corliss stepped inside her warehouse, where he'd be harder to extract. Talon did the simplest thing. She made sure her blaster was set to stun and stepped around the corner of the building to get a clear shot at Corliss. The human saw her in the corner of his eyes and froze. She squeezed the trigger and dropped him with a flash of blue light. If she had the Force, she'd have levitated his heavy body, thrown him into his ship, then commandeered the vessel and its cargo. She had to do something else with him, and fast. She heard faint commotion from inside the warehouse, speech in mixed Basic and Huttese. They'd heard the shot and were coming to investigate. Talon hurried over to the prone Corliss. She didn't have the Force anymore, but her body was the honed machine it had always been. She squatted low, wrapped both arms around Corliss' soft waist, and prepared to throw him over her shoulder for a fireman's carry. That was when she heard the clack of metal on metal, looked back toward the ship, and saw 296 battle droids coming down the ramp. Instinct took over. Talon let Corliss' body roll off her shoulder, grabbed the lightsaber belted to her waist, and flicked it on. She'd fought this model droid before. Cade had kept them for his Sith to train with. She knew their speed and their rate of fire, their weak points she'd have to exploit. Yet when they unleashed a barrage of laser fire from the blasters mounted at their wrists, Talon could barely hold them back. Her eyes were still keen, her reflexes sharp, but the blasts were simply coming too fast. Without the Force, she couldn't anticipate where the next would come. She found herself backing away, into the hangar doorway, and the droids kept advancing. Finally, one bolt got past her defenses and scorched across her bare right bicep. She grunted in pain and tried to catch the next shot, but it pounded into her plasteel chest armor. Another shot came after it, and another, stealing her breath and her balance and finally sending her skidding back across the floor of the warehouse. That was when Eli appeared. He rushed in from the left, interposing himself between her and the droids. He had a blaster in one hand and a lightsaber in the other, and the droids reacted to his aimless spray of laser fire by edging for cover. Eli took advantage of those spare seconds to spin around and grab Talon's hand. He ran, pulling her across the warehouse floor as he did so, but Talon found the strength to kick herself upright. She joined Eli in finding cover behind a heavy storage crate, even as the droids pressed through the door and continued to attack. "What do we do now?" Eli panted. His eyes were wide in fright and desperation. Before Talon could say anything, she spotted something from the corner of her eye, deeper within the warehouse. She looked back and spotted not more droids, thankfully, but some of the organic staff Eli had mentioned. Most were cowering just like the Sith were, confused and frightened, but she spotted one Nikto edging forward with a blaster rifle cradled in both hands. The droids weren't spitting fire in his direction, which meant they'd been programmed to treat Corliss staff as automatic friendlies. If Talon had the Force, she could vault the crate and kill both droids in seconds. Instead, she had to improvise and pray. She clapped Eli on the shoulder and said, "You handle the droids." Then she threw herself into a low shoulder roll out from behind the crates, beneath the droid's field of fire. She reignited her lightsaber as she ran for the Nikto, body held low. The sight of her charging froze the Nikto for a critical second, allowing Talon to slide across the floor, slip in behind him, and wrap her left arm around his neck for a chokehold. With her right hand, she tilted her lightsaber in front of his eyes. "Drop the weapon," she barked, and prayed the vermin cowering in the rear of the room wouldn't be brave enough to try a shot at her back. She'd be dead in an instant. The Nikto dropped his blaster. The two battle droids stopped firing for a critical second as they tried to compute whether they should kill her hostage. Eli used that second to come around from behind his crates and attack the closest droid. He threw himself into the metal body, lightsaber first, and even without the Force he was able to spear the thing through, withdrew his blade with an upward swipe that burned the droid's head and core processors in half. Unfortunately, that gave time for the second droid to react. Instead of trying to blast through the metal body of his partner, the droid took two long side steps and lashed out with the heavy arm. Eli tried to use his lightsaber to defend, but the droid faster, and his metal fist cracked against the human's cheek. He staggered back and barely kept from falling. The droid raised his other arm and pumped a volley of laser blasts that took Eli in his armored chest and knocked him to the ground. By then, Talon had extricated herself from her prisoner, neatly slashing through his throat with her lightsaber before charging across the room for the last droid. It turned from Eli and fired two shots dead at her, which she was able to deflect. Before it got off a third, she jumped as high as she could, using not the Force but her own muscle and adrenaline to leap over the droid's volley, and as it tried to adjust its firing arc, she came down, boots first, lightsaber right behind them. Her blade speared Scarlet through his head, and as the machine clattered to the ground, she wrenched her blade through his torso, just to make sure it was dead. When Talon staggered off the ruined droid, she looked to Eli, breathing loudly, still prone on the floor but trying to get up. Then she looked to the warehouse staff still cowering in the back of the room, cowed by her combat display, meager as it had been. Then she heard a noise from outside, the roar of repulsors coming to life. Panting from the exertion, wincing from the pain still in her chest, Talon looked out the warehouse doors to see Corliss' body was gone. Then she saw the freighter's broad loading ramp drawing upward and sprinted toward it. Standing just inside the closing door was a woman, a human woman with a shock of blonde hair and a face that was familiar, though the Sith couldn't begin to imagine from where. The woman smirked, like she knew Talon, and worse, exactly what had happened to her. The scarlet and black Twi'lek took two staggering steps toward the mouth of the freighter. Then she began to run. Morrigan, standing on the edge of the rising loading ramp, was ready. She raised a blaster pistol in either hand and unleashed two sprays of laser fire at the charging Sith. Talon managed to block the first few shots, but one slipped past her defenses and caught her in the armored chest. Talon stopped, staggered. She ducked to the side, chased by Morrigan's continued attacks. Then the whole ship shuddered beneath Morrigan and began to rise. The ramp slanted steeply, and Morrigan let herself slide down into the freighter's cavernous belly. The ship rose higher, and she heard a muffled roar as its thrust engines engaged and pushed them higher into Ord Vaxel's atmosphere. Morrigan felt a flush of elation. On any other day, Darth Talon would have deflected and evaded her shots with agility that would have made any Force-splendid dancer envious. Yet here the Twi'lek had plainly struggled, and her fight with the battle droid in the hangar had lacked all of the deadly grace Morrigan had seen from her before. There was only one explanation. Darth Talon, perhaps the Sith as a whole, had gone as deaf to the Force as the Jedi and Imperial Knights. She couldn't even begin to grasp the ramifications of that. What Morrigan could do was bask and earn satisfaction. They'd stolen not only Corus but his ship and cargo too, and now they'd left their enemies helpless in the dust. Morrigan was unfamiliar with this kind of vessel, but within minutes she found her way to the cockpit. Gunnar was in the pilot's seat, and through the viewport she could see the green-blue spread of Ord Vaxel below and stars faintly twinkling above. Any sign of pursuit? Morrigan asked as she fell into the co-pilot's chair. Not that I can see. Gunnar gripped the two-handed throttle hard. This thing flies like a half-dead bantha. It's a cargo hauler, daughter, not a TIE fighter. What about our ship? We can't just leave it there. We took all of our most important equipment out before leaving. What about the computers? They're programmed to self-destruct the first time anyone without proper clearance tries to access. So we leave it. That's right. In this line of work you have to be ready to cut your losses. You can send an updated message to the Empress and tell her to send agents to pick it up, if you want. Okay, Gunnar said. She was clearly reluctant but obeyed anyway. She pulled the yoke back and pushed the freighter out of Ord Vaxel's atmosphere. The black enveloped them, and the stars became clearer as they pulled further from the planet. Where did you put Corus? Morrigan asked. I left him in the main hold. Trust him up first. As she looked over the unfamiliar nav computer, she asked, those Sith back there, do you think it happened to them too? That's what it looked like to me. So they've lost the Force too. What does that mean? Did this thing come from Maladi, or someplace else? I don't know, but if the Sith were trying as hard to get Corus, I'm glad we got him first. Gunnar couldn't argue with that one. As they slipped out of Ord Vaxel's orbital range, she asked, what do we do now? Just get us past the edge of the star system. Then we'll cut engines and take a nice break while we wait for Corus to wake up. And then we get some answers, Morrigan said. Nabbing Corus felt good, but she had a feeling they just completed the easy part of their mission, with the hard part yet to come. When the roar of the departing starship became distant and dwindling, Eli finally found the strength to sit up. He planted his palms on the hard ferrocrete floor and pushed himself upright, fighting down the stabbing pain in his chest. He looked at his plasteel breastplate and saw it marked with dents, still faintly smoking. He knew if he peeled off his shirt, he'd see welts and bruises left by the bolt's kinetic impact, and he prayed he'd not fractured anything in his sternum or rib cage. They survived, but that was hardly reassurance. It was a battle they should have won with ease, 2 Sith versus 2 mindless droids and a handful of vermin. He couldn't even imagine what they lost. As he forced himself to stand upright, Darth Talon walked back inside the hangar. She looked over Eli coolly. He marked the scorches on her armor, at least one of the minutes old and smoking. If she'd gone into battle as she usually had, baring all her flesh as if tempting the enemy to wound her, Talon would be dead already. Corus, Eli wheezed. Was he in the ship? Yes, said Talon, but he was not alone. Not more droids. She shook her head. I believe someone else was after Corus also. Talon seemed to think. Then she ignored his question and began walking back into the warehouse. She called out, show yourselves. Now. She was still counting on Corus' remaining people being cowed by the sight of her. Realizing he had to do his part, Eli followed, lightsaber ignited in his right hand. Beings were stepping into view, all of them holding hands up in surrender. He didn't need the Force to see how terrified these people were. Get in the line, Talon barked. All of you. For emphasis, she tapped on her lightsaber. Most of them did just that. Eli stood behind Talon and watched as a Nikto, a Weequay, a Rodian, and 2 human men, one gray-haired and balding, the other about Eli's age, stood shoulder to shoulder. One human remained in the back of the chamber, frozen. Eli saw that one had a blaster holstered to his hip, the rest were unarmed. Come here, Eli shouted. We didn't come to fight you. The man twitched, his hand edged closer to the blaster, but he didn't move his feet. With a frustrated snort, Talon hefted the blaster in her left hand and fired a single shot. The man dropped face down on the floor, smoke from his chest seeping out from beneath his cooling corpse. The other prisoners cowered. Talon barked for them to get on their knees, and they did it, hands still behind their head. Talon holstered her blaster and waved her lightsaber in front of their faces. As intimidating as ever, she said, "You were loading Corliss' ship. What material were you putting in?" At first, none of the prisoners reacted. They all seemed too scared to speak. Talon waited 30 seconds, then flicked her lightsaber and decapitated the Rodian. As the green head rolled in front of his knees, the older human bleated, "Stang it, we don't know. We manufacture droid parts here." "Battle droids?" Eli asked. "No, just parts. Servos. I'm an MM mechanic." "What was in those crates?" Talon asked again. "I don't know. Those were the sealed. We don't even have the codes to open them. They were sitting in the BB back of the warehouse for months, and Corliss, he just landed 5 hours ago, told us he needed them all loaded right away." "Where is he taking them?" He didn't say. Talon growled deep in her throat and looked over the other prisoners. No one volunteered any more information, so next she took off the Nikto's head. "I mean it," the older man cried. "And maybe he was taking them to Ornson. He's got an office there." "Not anymore," Talon said simply. "Where else would he take them?" The younger man was crying silently, tears running in mirrored streams down his face. The older one whimpered, "I don't know. I really don't. The boss, he had secrets. We didn't care. He paid us good." "Did you see him use any hyperdrive-capable capsules, the size of a standard escape pod?" Eli asked, frustrated he couldn't use the Force to pry the truth from them. "Have any of those passed through here?" "What? No. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't." Talon sighed. "The vermin know nothing," she said. "Apprentice, kill them and be done with it." Eli's hand tightened on his lightsaber, but his feet refused to move. Normally, in situations like this, he'd have acted immediately, taking life and feeling the dark side flow through him in triumph as he exhibited his superiority over weaker beings by ending their lives. Yet now, inexplicably, he hesitated. Please no," whimpered the older man. "At least let my son go, please." Eli's eyes drifted to the younger man in growing horror. He saw the similarities in their faces now. The one was great and trembling, and the other's was drenched in soundless tears. The younger man must have followed his father's footsteps, learning the trade to become a servo manufacturer. It was a modest destiny, but one they shared together. He looked between those faces, father and son, and found he couldn't move. With a growl, Talon stepped forward and swept her lightsaber out in a long horizontal slash. She took all 3 remaining prisoners across the chest. The Nikto toppled to one side, smoke pouring from the gash across his sternum. The older man fell face down, and Eli was relieved not to see his expression. The young man's body bent back, chest arcing up to show the smoking hole Talon had slashed through it. Dying lungs heaved for last scraps of breath, and his tear-stained face opened wide to suck in air. Something rattled in his throat and he went still, wet eyes staring at the ceiling. Talon shut off her lightsaber and hooked it to her belt. "You hesitated," she said, like a condemnation. Eli stilled his trembling hand. "I'm sorry. Whatever's happened to us, we are still Sith. Don't forget that." "Yes," Eli rasped. He prayed it was true. He felt sick inside, nauseous and weak where he should have felt a thrill of dark triumph. He needed that feeling of triumph back, otherwise he might collapse in on himself until becoming the terrified child he'd been, lonely and lost after his father's pointless death. He looked up at Talon and didn't flinch from her cold gaze. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We search this place in case Corliss left something. Then we will contact Lord Nil." The strength in Talon's voice faltered. She added, "Perhaps he will know what comes next." When now Corliss emerged from his stun bolt-induced nap, he found himself inside the vestibule area of his freighter's airlock, slumped against the outer door that kept the ship sealed tight against the vacuum. His legs splayed out free in front of him, but his hands were locked behind his back by stun cuffs which themselves were magnetically sealed to the door. When he blinked his eyes clear, he made out 2 women standing in the open inner doorway, looking down at him with unforgiving stare. Morrigan didn't much envy Corliss at the moment, but for what he'd helped bring about, she figured primal terror was the least he deserved. Corliss jerked his hands behind his back, and when it became clear that he was trapped, he looked up at Morrigan and Gunner and tried to marsh their glares. "Who are you people? You're not Sith." "My name's Morrigan Corde. Is that familiar?" Corliss right at twitched. "Possibly." Morrigan crouched in front of him, just out of reach if he tried to snap a leg at her. "You should be grateful we got to you before the Sith did." "You'll excuse me if I don't, thank you." "That's your prerogative," she shrugged. "But you will answer our questions." "Cark yourself," Corliss muttered. "If you don't want to talk, fine." Gunner crossed her arms over her chest. "We'll just crack open that airlock door right now and watch you turn blue." Corliss repeated his last statement. Morrigan shook her head. "You know, I'd heard you had some force sensitivity. Some training. It's why you were considered valuable to the Sith, and Darth Maladi especially. I'm surprised you haven't tried to, say, blur our minds. Or give my throat a little squeeze. That would be very Sith." "Sorry to disappoint." Morrigan removed one of the finger-sized blades she kept in her jacket's left sleeve. Pinching the dull end between 2 fingers, she dangled the tip over Corliss' thigh. With her other hand, she caught his ankle in a vice grip, preventing him from shifting the leg. "What the hell is this?" he grunted. "If you still have the force, it should be no problem knocking this little thing from the air." "Wait," Corliss started, but Morrigan let go. The little dagger dropped straight down. Its tip tore through trouser fabric and skin beneath, lodging in muscle, but without any force behind it. The blade didn't go deep enough to cut major blood vessels. Some blood spread out from the wound, staining his clothes. Corliss writhed and grunted, but nothing more. Morrigan stood up, wiped the blood off the dagger, and stuck it back inside her sleeve. "Jedi and Imperial Knights all over the galaxy are losing contact with the Force," she said. "What's really surprising is that the Sith are losing it too. What's Maladi's game? I know you're working for her. Nobody else could pull this off." "She'll kill me if I talk to you," Corliss snarled through his pain. "We'll kill you if you don't talk," Morrigan said. "Not like her. She'd use me. One of her carking experiments." "What kind of experiments has she been doing?" "No, better question. Where has she been doing them? Where can I find Maladi now?" "I don't know." Morrigan lifted the dagger again. "I mean it. I really don't know." "You must have some idea," Gunner said. "You've been working for her, right? Setting up whatever is going on now." "Yes," he admitted through clenched teeth. "Did you hire those Mandalorians to kidnap Jedi, or did she do that directly?" asked Morrigan. "I know she has connections with Jao Assam. I set it up. Just kidnappings on Belgarath and Nubia are the other ones. All of them. Maladi went with Aux people on the last 2, so she could wipe the Jedi's memories." He licked dry lips. "The other ones we captured, they didn't survive." "Okay, now we're getting somewhere. What else did you do for Maladi? How did those Sith get on your tail?" "I don't know. Not exactly." "Has Maladi been working with Darth Nil?" "No. She's been on her own since Crate died. She doesn't even know where the other Sith are hiding now. Honest." "Then how come the Sith are losing the Force?" Gunner asked. "I set up a trap. Maladi knew about some emergency beacons the one Sith set up to communicate with in case things went really bad. I sent her message to one beacon, told the Sith to set up a rendezvous. I sent a pod, this hyperspace-capable passenger pod, to that location." He swallowed. "I stuck one of Maladi's test subjects in there. Still alive." "A plague vector," Morrigan said. "Exactly. Guess it worked. If you're doing all these things for Maladi getting test subjects, Shipping them out, you must have an idea where she is. Unless there's another middleman. Corliss licked his lips again. Man might not be the best word there. Then what are we dealing with? Asked Gunnar. He paused a moment, probably thinking about all the things Malady might do to him when she found out she'd been betrayed. But then he said, everything I do for Malady, everything I give her or she gives me goes through Assation. I transfer cargo to the Gree, and where it goes after that, I don't know. Morrigan exhaled and sunk to a crouch. She never expected the trail to lead to the Gree enclave of all places. The Gree were an ancient race, arguably the oldest civilization still extant. Tens of thousands of years ago, their empire had spanned the galaxy, with worlds supposedly connected by hypergates that transferred matter instantly across the stars. Gree space had since shrunk to half a sector space in the Outer Rim, not that far from the heart of old Imperial territory. The Gree were fiercely isolationist, with a reputation for shooting down smugglers and adventurers who tried to get beyond Assation, the one world they designated as their exchange zone with the larger galaxy. The Old Republic had mostly left them alone, so had Palpatine's Empire, the New Republic, the Galactic Alliance, the Empire under Cade, even the U.S. involved during their rampage. Morrigan had no idea what relations the Gree had with the current Federation government. To the overwhelming majority of the galaxy, the Gree were some antique curiosity, irrelevant to all but a handful of xenorchaeologists and dare seekers whose curiosity inevitably smashed against the Gree's wall of isolationism. Yet somehow, Malady had ensconced herself in the Gree enclave. It was the perfect place to hide, and to avoid pursuit, which meant that to reach Malady, Morrigan would have to get creative. What happens when you and Malady have your little handoffs? She asked Corliss. Give me the details. Corliss sighed, then relented. I go to Assation at the scheduled time. I sit in orbit until this Gree ship approaches and broadcasts Malady's identification code. The same ship or different? Asked Gunnar. Best I can tell, the same one. I hand the cargo off to them, or vice versa. How? Morrigan said. We couple cargo holds. I open the doors, they come in, take the stuff. You ever talk to them? I used to try. They just make weird noises and stare at you with these big black eyes, and their tentacles. He stopped himself. Either of you ever seen a Gree? Morrigan and Gunnar shook their heads. Okay, well, forget it. That's how it happens. I give or take, depending on how it's all set up. Meaning you set it up with Malady beforehand? Yes. You mean you actually talked to her via holo? Right? And don't bother asking if I've traced the signal. Of course I have. It's bounced through some relay over Assation. She could be down on the surface or any other Gree planet. I don't know. Morrigan was formulating a plan. She glanced back at Gunnar to see the same idea entering her head, and for once was disheartened by her daughter's quick thinking. Getting into Gree space and finding Malady would be dangerous work. Getting out would be even harder. Yet Morrigan didn't balk from that task. It wasn't just that she relished being out in the field after her captivity, though that was part of it. She felt she had something to settle with Malady, but that wasn't the heart of it either. What was happening now could shift the fate of galaxy in unpredictable ways. More importantly, it was a danger to her son and Call's legacy. It had to be stopped. A little sourly, Morrigan longed for the days when she could ignore her nagging conscience. You knew the Sith were after you, she told Corliss, but you still stopped on Ord Vaxel to stuff those crates into your cargo hold. We thought about opening one of them up, but we didn't want to risk triggering any booby traps or other nasty surprises. What's inside? Something rattled in his throat. What do you think? Something Darth Malady would want, I hope. The Mandalorians busted some biomechanical supplies from a research center on Arcania for her. Don't ask what she needs them for. Even if she told me, which she didn't, I'd never understand. Morrigan believed him. The man seemed to have recognized that his only hope of survival came through giving up his old boss and begging for mercy. She said, I don't suppose Malady knows you've been chased off your old bases by Darth Talon. Haven't had the time to call her, he said dryly. Well, you will. and you'll set up a time to rendezvous with her Gree friends at Assam to transfer the cargo. Let me guess. You want to sneak a ride aboard some of those crates and smuggle yourselves into Maladi's hideaway. That's the idea. Naturally, if there's any sign of betrayal on your part, I'll kill you. And I have a dozen ways to do it. Fast or slow. Quiet or loud. Painless or agonizing. I figured as much. Corliss rattled his wrists in their binds. So do we have a deal? Are you letting me out now? Not yet, Morrigan said, and shot him. The dart thrower under her right sleeve released a tiny whiff as the fingernail-sized projectile burst out. Its barb caught Corliss in the neck. He got out a tiny gurgling sound before his head hung low and his body went limp. Behind Morrigan, her daughter said, "Couldn't you have just stunned him with a blaster?" Morrigan bent over his body and plucked the dart from his skin. Admiring it between finger and thumb, she said, "It's a new concoction. I wanted to make sure it put him to sleep right away." How long will he be out for? In theory, 3 hours. We'll see how it works in practice. Morrigan pocketed the dart. Let's let Corliss have his beauty sleep. Gunnar nodded and both women made their way from the airlock to the main hold. The heavy crates were pushed against the walls and secured with a magnetized grip, leaving the center of the space yawning and open. As they walked across the deck, Gunnar said, "We should open up these crates now and figure out where we can hide ourselves." Morrigan shook her head. "You're not coming with me." The younger woman planted her hands on her hips. "Yes, Mother, I am. Because trying to sneak by yourself into a hidden Sith lab in Karkin Grease space is insane. Another person won't make a big difference. Your job here is to monitor me and report my actions to the Empress. We both know that. Besides, I need someone to stay with Corliss after the handover to make sure he doesn't get on the comm to Maladi right away. There's other ways to keep Corliss quiet." Morrigan didn't need reminding. She just bragged about all the ways she could kill. "You're right. It's going to be risky. Too risky. That's why you should leave it to veteran field agents instead of a snub fighter pilot on holiday." Gunnar snorted and shook her head. "Mother, you are unbelievable." "I'll take that as a compliment. You've taught me better than you think." Morrigan wondered where this was going. "Have I?" Gunnar crossed her arms. "Where is my brother?" For once, Morrigan was speechless. She never expected the conversation to go in this direction. "I noticed you were trying to send me off to bed last night, Mother. Once I got tired, I took a shower and went to my room like a good little girl. I also put an audio relay in the cockpit. It was under the co-pilot's chair. You should have checked." Morrigan couldn't help feeling chagrined. "I should have. You're right. You've learned well. I can't believe my brother's alive. Half brother. Half is bad enough. Mother, the whole galaxy thinks Cade Skywalker is dead. Or is this some secret the Empress has been holding tight?" "No. Only me. Cade flew Crate's body into Coruscant, son, just like everybody thinks. Then his friends on the Minox scooped him up. Don't ask me what he's been doing since. Last night was the first time we'd talked since the Empress put me under house arrest." Gunnar sighed. "I suppose now you'll ask me to keep his secret. You can do with it what you want. But yes, I'd like that. So would Cade, not that I expect his feelings to matter much." She watched Gunnar stew those thoughts over, watched her scowl relax. The young woman put on a strong front, trying to appear the hard, disciplined soldier she wished to be. But there were cracks in every mask, and no one ever totally became the person they wanted to be. Morrigan knew that very well. "Stang it," Gunnar breathed. "I knew this mission was going to be a mess." "Then at least your expectations were met," Morrigan smiled faintly. "And I think I owe you an apology." Gunnar blinked in surprise. "What kind of apology?" "You're a better agent than I gave you credit for. But you're a pilot at heart. A soldier like your father. If you want to keep on that path, you should charge full ahead. No doubts. No regrets." Her mother's honesty made Gunnar look away, embarrassed. "Thank you." It was hard, but Morrigan continued. "I was hardly the best mother. I apologize for that too. I thought I could use your father as a stepping stone to something better. I used him and you. It didn't get me where I wanted, and I shouldn't have used you in the first place. Gunnar stared stubbornly at the deck. Eventually she muttered, I'm glad you can admit it. So am I, Morrigan said. It was very true. She felt as though something had lifted off her shoulders, maybe the weight she put on when first becoming Nana Calixte. All those years ago, when she'd been young and ambitious and vain, she'd never bothered to count the cost of deception, to others, to herself. Eventually Gunnar drew herself up and looked back to her mother. Okay, enough family time. We have a mission to plan. Agreed. Gunnar turned toward the nearest of Corliss crates. What do you think we'll need to open one of these? Morrigan shot her in the back of the neck. There was only the faint whiff of the dart, and Gunnar's right hand went to the place where the barb had stuck. Fingers brushed metal, and then she collapsed. Morrigan lunged forward, caught her as she fell, and lowered her body slowly. I'm sorry, Gun. Morrigan brushed blonde hair away to look at her daughter's face. When it relaxed from his habitual scowl, it could be quite pretty. She kissed Gunnar once on the cheek, then hooked arms beneath her shoulders and began dragging her limp form across the deck. The escape pods were on the opposite side of the hull from the airlock. Once Gunnar was safely away, Morrigan would get to work with Corliss. There was still a lot to be done before they were ready to meet with the Gree, and things would only get more dangerous from here on. Morrigan had every intention of seeing her children survive this. After all she'd done as both Corde and Calixte, it was the smallest restitution. Chapter 19. What had been done could be undone. Aslan Ray had to believe that, though the story of her life had been a long testament to the contrary. This was different, though, beyond the slaughter of the Jedi, her joining the Imperial Knights, or the horrible injuries at Had Abaddon. During all those trials, the Force had been with her. It was her only constant, and she'd never doubted it could be otherwise. The hunt for those responsible for the disease was more urgent than ever, and when Anjdal reported that they were receiving a help from Hondo Kar, Aslan and Shadow hurried to the cockpit, tense with anticipation. We've got a tip from one of our allies, said the projected image of the Mandalorian. His bare blonde head appeared over above shoulders set in dark armor. Thorum Rao was spotted on Ord Mantell. His ship's docked at the second wheel, the biggest space station in orbit. Docking Bay 34F. Intel couldn't get more specific than that. Aslan's heart lifted. How long ago did they see him? Asked Ange. Less than 2 standard hours. They spotted his ship, they called me, and I called you. Can your people interdict him for us? Carr shook his head. It's just one man, and Rao's got his whole crew with him. Are you still at Pequalis 3? We've been sitting tight, Ange confirmed. Then you should kick off now, and move to intercept. There's no telling how long Rao will stay there. What about your people? Shadow asked. Carr's face twisted, and the Mandalorian said, We're still in the middle of that other job, and we're outbound for Mando space. You can get to Ord Mantell was faster than we can. Aslam's heart fell. It would have been bad news as it was, but without the Force as the ally, there was no way she and Shadow would be able to disarm a ship full of Mandalorians. There was no way they were going to tell Hondo Kar that, but they'd explained the problem to Ange, and the Alliance pilot took point. We'll make our way there now. Can you set us up with your contact on the second wheel and have him keep an eye on Rao? Sure. I'll attach his hailing frequency at the end of this transmission. Good barv by the name of Orn Vevik. A relation. Brother-in-law. Wants justice for his Bursamus Tez. We'll let you know when the other job's done. See if we can't help. Thanks, Hondo. We'll take it from here. Listen, if this gets you a trail to the Sith, we want to know. Our leader. She's willing to work with us to bring down Arches. I remember. We'll figure that out after we've got Rao. Carr nodded curtly. Safe flying, Rogue Leader. You too, Rogue 6, and said seriously. Then killed the connection. She glanced at the console and nodded. We've got the contact info? We should hail Orn Vevik as soon as we lift off. Neither knight moved from their seats. Shadow said, There's no way we can take Rao right now. Not Not the way we are. Then we'll need some help. Ant had slipped from her usual upbeat, informal self into something else, cold, calculating, soldierly. Ord Mantell isn't too far from Bilbringi. A stormtrooper assault team could get there before us. Ord Mantell isn't affiliated with the Federation, Shadow pointed out. It doesn't even have a government of its own. The surface is a Vong-formed wasteland, and the space stations in orbit all have their own separate chiefs. I'm not saying launch a Star Destroyer, just an assault team to help us at the second wheel. Inch looked to Aslan. This is the only way. I know you guys can't handle the Mandalorians by yourselves right now. We're going to need some help, and it's not coming from Hondo. She was right, of course. Aslan hated it. She hated how helpless and pathetic she felt, needing to beg last-minute help for a job she was incapable of doing. But if they're going to trace this contagion to its source, if they were to regain the Force, they need help from any place they could get it. You and Shadow can start prepping for takeoff, Aslan said. I'll call the Empress. When Anya woke up, she found herself laying on a soft but stale-smelling bunk. Then she noticed her wrists were bound with some type of malleable but firm cable, and so were her ankles. She'd been stunned before, and she was familiar with the grogginess she felt now, the addled mind. She flexed her limbs, snapped her feet over the edge of the bed, and levered her torso up so she could properly sit on the bed. 1 meter ahead of her, a door of cold, vertical metal bars spaced too close together to fit more than an arm through. Motion brought back memory, running down soft-floored hallways on Essels, grabbing the blaster from her guest room after cursing herself for not carrying it, jumping over the bed to use it as cover when the door blew, and 2 armored figures marched in. Against their Mandalorian armor, her blaster wasn't worth a damn. Mandalorians were mercenaries, bounty hunters. Of course their ship would have cells for prisoners. How long they'd been in transit, she had no idea. Where they were going, how they found her on Essels, why they wanted her in the first place, she had no idea about those either. She'd made enemies in her life. Rev was just the most recent, but she struggled to think of anyone who'd hire Mandalorians to chase her across the stars. The cell must have had a camera hidden somewhere, because a few minutes after she woke up she heard a door clanking open. The man who walked in was encased to his neck in shiny black armor, marked in a few places by strips of gold. His bare face was square and serious, framed by messy blonde hair. He held a tray in 2 hands and slid it beneath a small gap between the bar door and the deck. Looking down on the food, simple as it was, reminded Anya how hungry she was, but she didn't reach for it. Instead, he looked at the Mandalorian and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "You'll find out soon enough," the man said. He was staring closely at her face, as though looking for something. As long as he was here, she might as well ask questions. "Who hired you to kidnap me?" "Nobody hired us." "Oh, so you just randomly steal women when you feel like it?" "No. We were after you?" Anya had a feeling this whole conversation would be maddening, but she pressed on. "How did you find me?" "We've been looking for you for a while, ever since you made a big splash on the news nets for helping the Empress a year back. Seems like you did a pretty good job of laying low after that." "I tried," she said dryly. "We picked up reports of your crew. Mon Gaza, Socorro. Some allies finally tracked you down to the Thrumble Foundation on Essels. Your coming outside that night was just good coincidence. Otherwise we'd have had to go deep inside the facility to get you out." "What about my friends? If you hurt them?" "Your friends are fine, Delica. Better than mine, in fact." That pretty human replica droid popped out Giant's shoulder, which was no mean featuring. Anya didn't say she was sorry. She wasn't. "What now?" "Now you have a little snack, and hold tight," the blonde man said. "Should be another, 10 hours. You might as well go back to napping." "What happens when we get to our destination?" The Mando looked at her thoughtfully. "I imagine a lot of that will be up to you." Anya didn't understand that. Didn't understand any of this. If her hands and feet weren't bound tight, she'd have lunged at him through the bars. "Damn it, you can at least give me some idea what's going on." He shrugged armored shoulders. You'll find out soon enough. Have some food. Get some rest. Enjoy our hospitality. She responded with a glower. The Mando was hardly intimidated. He turned and walked out of the room without a second glance. Aeneas bound together, hands balled into fists, futile and angry. The worst part was that he was right. The only thing left for her now was to wait and see what fate these mercenaries, if that's what they were today, would deliver her to. Leaning awkwardly forward, she picked the tray off the deck and placed it in her lap. She'd do as the Mando said, have some food, take a nap, get well rested and ready. Whatever was waiting for her at their destination, she didn't intend to take it lying down. Kyra had no experience chasing kidnappers through deep space. Thankfully, her comrades were a little more capable. Yuri had patched the tracking beacon signature to Free Agent's computer, but in order to avoid detection, the signal only sounded once every 30 standard minutes. A ship could spend days in hyperspace, where it was impossible to intercept, and they'd have to wait until the Mandalorians re-entered real space to take them. With every signal from the beacon, Salk recalculated potential destinations, and it soon became clear that the Mandalorian vessel was heading rimward on the Hydian Way. If they were heading to Mandalorian space, which seemed likely, it would take less than a standard day to get there. Once they caught up with Aeneas' kidnappers, there was no way of knowing what would happen. Salk had suggested negotiating first. They did, after all, have crates full of raw bullion, and they might well be able to buy out the Mandalorians. Jao was skeptical. He wanted to try sneaking up on the enemy, stealing Anya out from under their noses if possible, or disabling them one by one. Salk had pointed out that their little rescue team only had 3 people, and only one of those was a trained combatant. Outfighting the Mandalorians didn't seem feasible, force or no force. Kyra had no idea which option was better. She felt out of her depth in every way. She knew nothing about stealth tactics or blaster fighting, and she never even imagined she might have to face off against Mandalorian mercenaries. It would have been much easier to stay on Essos with her old, new droid and let someone else take the risks. Despite that, she had doubt that she belonged here. Over the past week, Kyra had been shown more kindness and earnest consideration than she had in the past year. She let these people into her heart and trust more easily than she thought possible, and she felt closer to Anya than anyone. Caring about people besides yourself meant you had responsibilities toward them, and sometimes that meant putting their problems ahead of your own. That meant she needed to be here, whatever the risk. Besides, she did have one special tool. First, she needed to learn how to use it. As Free Agent crawled up the Hydian in pursuit of the Mandalorians, they were left with hours of empty waiting. Salk kept a compulsive eye on the trackers twice an hour reports, and the only time he left the cockpit was to eat and nap. That left room for Jao and Kyra to meet in Free Agent's hold and see what they could accomplish with the Force. Jao had her sit down on the deck, cross-legged, back straight, hands resting palm up on her crooked knees. It was a classic meditation pose, he said, used by both Jedi and Imperial Knights to clear the body and mind. He sat down in mirrored position a meter away, facing her with his lightsaber sitting inert between them. On Jao's command, she closed her eyes and tried to concentrate. The hold was never silent. The climate system pumped air steadily through the vents, and the hyperdrives rumbled faintly, but the sounds were low and constant. She tuned them out easily and tried to slow her breathing and empty her mind. It was hard. Just hours ago, her heart had been racing with piled-on tensions. She could never just forget that Anya was in danger, nor that a dangerous confrontation lay ahead. I know it's difficult, Jao said, but you really have to clear your thoughts. How can I do that? Listen to the engines. Can you hear that? Quiet. Steady. Let your mind be like that. Let your thoughts slow down. Kyra tried to do that. She listened to the engine drone and tried to focus on that to the exclusion of all else. She didn't know how long it took her to do that. She was losing a sense of time, which she imagined was the point. Eventually, Jao said, "That's good. Now, without leaving the flow, try to sense what I'm feeling now." That seemed like a paradox, but Kyra tried anyway. Keeping her thoughts steady, In tune with the soft engine rumble, she tried to get a sense of the man in front of her. She knew he was in front of her, even though her eyes were closed and he was silent. It was that wordless and instant knowing, like how she usually knew how to fix a broken spaceship. Because that knowledge came easily, she tried to look deeper into Jao, even as she kept her thoughts in pace with the droning engines. She sensed that his mind was in some way a mirror of her own, packed with anxieties he was keeping down with effort, though in his case it was a more practiced thing. She sensed that his need to rescue Anya ran deeper than her own, that the woman had become the determinant and focus of his life. Even more than for Kyra, Jao's life could be separately neatly into the times before and after he'd met Anya solo. "I didn't know," she whispered. "I still closed." "What do you mean? How much she meant to you?" She felt him draw inward, as though embarrassed. "What else can you feel? Can you sense salt?" Kyra didn't even realize that was possible. The Mon Cal had no force powers that she was aware. Nonetheless, she tried. She tried to broaden her awareness, looking past Jao while still keeping herself centered on the faint, steady engine noise. After an uncertain time, she did find something, another locus of anxiety. It was faint and distant, but she could tell it was Salk, and she tried to direct more awareness to it. It was a struggle, but that second mind grew a little in clarity. She felt that Salk was fighting off exhaustion, using stress as a stimulant to keep awake for the beacon's next report. She was amazed she could accomplish that much, but she felt herself becoming unbalanced and drew her mind back to her center self. She still knew Jao was there, and Salk, but she no longer had to strain to feel their presences. "I felt him," Kyra said. "That's very good. I thought I could only feel other Force users. Everyone is part of the Force. Many people who can't use it still have unique signatures in it that are just as recognizable as a knight's." "Anya." He didn't reply with words, and her eyes stayed closed, but she still sensed his affirmative. "What else can we try?" she asked. "You want to keep going?" "Yes," she said. She needed to do more than this if she was going to help rescue Anya. Jao didn't need her words to know that. He admonished softly, "Don't press yourself too hard. Then you'll lose balance entirely and lose the Force. The connection only comes when you've found peace on the inside." "Okay," she said, and tried to still her thoughts. When he seemed satisfied, Jao said, "Can you sense my lightsaber?" She knew Force users could pick up objects with their minds. Everybody knew that about them, if little else. She didn't understand how that worked, since they weren't alive, but she tried anyway. She knew exactly where this weapon was, could picture in her mind's eye as it lay just out of arm's reach. She let her awareness search in that one spot, and certainty came to her. Though she'd never looked at Jao's lightsaber too closely, she was suddenly aware of its smooth curve, the seams in his metal plating, the round nozzle of his emitter, the focusing mechanism inside, and the white crystal at his heart. "Very good," Jao said. "Now can you lift it?" "How do I do that?" "You've done it before. Take it in your hand. Just will it to happen, and it will." It was another piece of advice that seemed frustratingly vague, but she went along with it. Going back into her mind as she pictured the lightsaber lifting off the metal deck soundlessly, drifting a half-meter toward her, and dropping softly into her right hand. She pictured it, she desired it. She willed it to happen. And, just like that, a weight pressed onto her palm. Fingers wrapped around smooth, cold metal. She struggled against the instinct to pop open her eyes and stare, just to be absolutely sure that lightsaber was really there. "You have it. That's good," Jao said. "Now keep your eyes closed and stand up." "The lightsaber? Keep it?" She wasn't going to argue. A little awkwardly, Kyra uncrossed her legs and used her left hand to help her rise. She heard Jao shift and rise also, and though her eyes were still stubbornly shut, she felt him standing in front of her, evaluating he with the Force and open eyes. "You can turn on the lightsaber," he said. Kyra rolled the cylinder with her fingertips until the button rested in her palm. She felt, without knowing how, that the emitter was aimed outward, but just to be sure she held the cylinder horizontally in front of her before squeezing it on. She heard the snap and hiss of ignition and the hum of the white blade. She couldn't see it, and it had no weight. She heard Jao's boots clack lightly on the deck as he walked a wide circle around her. He said, "Go ahead. Swing it around. Get used to it." "Can I open my eyes?" "No. You have to feel it." The last thing she wanted was to feel that blade accidentally slice through her thigh, or waist, or left arm, but she trusted Jao would stop her before she injured herself. Cautiously, she twisted her wrist and listened to the lightsaber move. Then she tried slicing it through the air, and then she tried a few careful thrusts. The weapon was wholly weightless, but somehow she could sense his motions. It was more than seeing with her mind's eye. It was knowing the knowing with a certainty that defied her traditional five senses. "That's good," Jao said soothingly. He circled around to stand in front of her, a meter or two ahead. "Now I want you to come at me with the lightsaber. Try swinging and thrusting in my direction." "You mean with my eyes closed?" "That's right. Don't be afraid." She wasn't afraid for herself. "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't," he said. Not prideful, but assuring. She was still afraid, but she tried to subsume her emotions into the steady drone of the engines, as he'd first advised. Once she felt herself calm enough, she took 2 steps forward and thrust at where she sensed Jao was. It was a slow, careful motion, giving him plenty of time to move away. She didn't hear his boots on the deck. He must have been walking lightly, but next his voice came from her right side. "That's not bad," he said. "Keep sensing me. Keep coming at me. And don't be afraid to come at me harder." She was amazed he could sound so calm, so confident. She tried to take that confidence into herself and move forward again. She stabbed into empty air, faster this time. Without his making a sound, she felt that Jao had moved to her right, and she stabbed there. They continued the dance, over and over again. She felt Jao's motions even as he moved soundlessly. With each thrust or swipe he dodged, and she grew more confident in her attacks, though she never let her movements get out of control. Over and over again they repeated it, and each time the knowledge came to Kyra of where to strike next. It is also easy once she got into the flow. She felt subsumed into something vastly greater than herself, someone that controlled her but which she could also affect. It was a paradox, but that didn't bother her. It seemed that only through the paradox could she approach the truth. It was exhilarating, like nothing Kyra had ever experienced before, and she found herself suffused with the joy that wiped away all her anxieties. In that moment she was happy to simply be, to move, to act, to sense and feel, all according to the spectacular power she'd unlocked within herself. And then, finally, the flow faltered. Jao said, "That's good, Kyra. That's enough." She tilted the lightsaber down and opened her eyes. She came back into herself and found her skin prickled with sweat, her breathing hard, but the adrenaline in her body and the echoing song in her mind filled her with residual joy. She looked to her left shoulder, where she'd known Jao would be, and saw him standing there with a small knowing smile on his face. "Congratulations," he said. "You've just taken your first step into a much larger world." She fumbled for words to say. They all failed to capture what she just experienced, and the feeling reverberating through her now. In the end she managed, "Thank you." "My pleasure," Jao said, and she knew he meant it. She shut off the lightsaber, almost reluctantly, and held it out. Jao took it, then stepped closer and squeezed her shoulder. "You should take a break for now. I feel a little headache coming on, but once I'm rested we should have time to practice again before we catch up with Anya." Anya. With a flush of shame, Kyra realized she'd forgotten about the woman, the reason they were like this now. With effort, she grounded herself in the normal world and reminded herself how serious its stakes were. "I'd like to train a little more," she said seriously. "I want to be ready. We'll do what we can." Jao squeezed her shoulder again, then let go. "Rest and process what just happened. And then we'll do it again. This is just the start, and you have a long way yet to go." Cade had gone back to Minok to retrieve the Thrumble Foundation's payment for services rendered. He couldn't deny they deserved it. Guri and her technicians had worked nothing short of a miracle getting C-3PO operable again, and they'd managed to restart AG-37 and work out residual side effects from that Mandalorian ion charge. That didn't even count how Guri had literally put herself in the line of fire trying to prevent Annia's kidnapping. The techs were running final diagnostics on him now, and Guri had taken Cade aside to present him with the final bill. It was steep, but for once in his life Cade was confident he could afford it. That said, he fully intended to track down Free Agent and his crew once they left Essos. Aside from returning a G-37 to his comrades, Cade intended to get at least a 50% reimbursement for what he was handing over to Guri now. What he'd do with the other droids was a trickier question. R2-D2 had been trailing C-3PO like a metal shadow ever since the protocol droid's resurrection, and though they seemed to bicker like the proverbial married couple, Cade doubted either of them would take well to being separated again. He'd grown used to having R2-D2 around, but he was considering letting him and C-3PO both go over to Free Agent, to Kyra and Anya. Assuming they got her back. Despite barely knowing Anya Solo, Cade already felt he had a good handle on her. That they were distant cousins was surprising, yet now that it had settled in, it made a weird kind of sense. He'd known that his father and Roan Fel had been relatives, though they'd been no closer personally than Cade was to Marasiah. Anya apparently came from that same auspicious and ill-fated line, but whereas Cade had felt it hounded by his legacy from a young age, hounded so hard he'd retreated for a long time into anger, bitterness, and death sticks, Anya had been mostly oblivious. Cade certainly understood the desire to live your own life without the weight of the dead pushing you down, but he also understood that, sometimes, the weight had to be shouldered. Maybe Anya would have to do some of that herself one day. He hoped she was strong enough. As he finished counting out the agreed number of orodium ingots, the comlink in Cade's pocket buzzed, announcing that a call for him was coming in through Minok's main comm array. His chest tightened when he saw that it was coming in through the encrypted frequency known to only him and his mother. Cade straight up ran to the cockpit, where he dropped into the co-pilot's chair and turned on the comm console. A head and shoulders holo image of Morrigan Corde appeared before him, expression serious. "Cade, I need you to listen very carefully," she said. "Along with this transmission, I'm sending you tracking information for a beacon. I placed it inside an escape and dumped it in deep space outside Vaxel system, in the Kalia sector. I need you to go pick up that pod." "What are you talking about? What's in the pod?" "Your half-sister," she said. Cade stared. "What the hell is going on? And don't try that no need to know poodoo. We're supposed to be done with secrets." She looked like she was about to object. Then she sighed and said, "I'm en route to the Gree Enclave. Darth Maladi is somewhere inside." "The Gree? They never let anybody inside their space." "Exactly. I'm going to smuggle myself inside with cargo bound from Maladi's laboratory. It's going to be dangerous, and I didn't want Gunner to get more involved than she already was, so I stunned her and dropped her in an escape pod." Cade tried to parse that story. No matter how incredible it sounded, he believed it, both because of his mother's tone, and because it sounded like exactly the sort of thing she would do. "Gun's gonna love you for that. But why are you sending me to pick her up? I'm supposed to be dead, remember. Call the Empress and have her send someone." Though he wasn't going to admit it, he was ready to burn jets for Grease space if it would help his mother. "Gunner already knows you're alive. She eavesdropped on our last call." Morrigan smiled faintly. "Apparently I trained her better than I knew. As for your second point, if I told the Empress what I know now, she'd muster a fleet of ships and march on Grease space demanding they give up Maladi. That would just give her warning, and she'd find someplace else to hide in." Cade shook his head and wondered if his mother's long-standing rivalry with Maladi was clouding her judgment. "The Empress isn't that stupid. It's not a risk I can take, not until I know exactly where Maladi is. I'll be transferred from my current ship to a Gree transport at Assation, which will take me the rest of the way. Cade, I need you to pick up Gun. Her air supply won't last forever. Where are you now?" "Essos," he said. He wasn't even going to try explaining all that had happened recently. "It should be a straight shot up the Corellian run for you. In the opposite direction from the Gree Enclave," he thought. He forced himself to think rationally. He'd have to crawl across half the galaxy to get from the Kalia sector to the Gree Enclave, taking several days. If he went straight to Gree space, Gunnar would probably die in that pod, and he still wouldn't be able to help his mother, not unless he knew exactly where to find her. He saw that he had no choice, and that his mother had arranged it exactly so. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Damn it, Mom. You never make things easy." "No, I don't," she said without pride. "I'm still 2 days from Gree space myself. If you go pick her up now, then come after me, you'll be less than 2 days behind." 2 days is a long carking time in a secret Sith lab. "I'm quite capable of taking care of myself," she said, and he couldn't tell if she meant it or was just deflecting. Truth be told, he barely understood anything about his mother. But he was aware of what he'd been saddled with. At least this time, he thought sourly. He was shouldering part of his mom's legacy instead of his dad's. Hopefully the Corus side wouldn't weigh nearly as heavy as the Skywalkers. "Will you do it, Cade? Will you leave now? You're not really leaving me with the choice. Then you'll go." He scowled and nodded. "Good. Thank you. When Gunnar wakes up, she'll be in a foul mood. When is she not? Tell her I'm sorry, but I did what was best for her." Apologies weren't his mother's style. He stared at her holo hard, wondering if she expected to come back from Gree space. As always, Morrigan refused to give answer. "Tell her yourself," he said. "I will, when I can. But make sure she knows, Cade." "Yeah, sure." As always, she left him with no choice. "And can you still touch the Force?" "I've had no problem." "Be careful. There's no telling how long that could last. This thing looks to be spreading via airborne pathogen, and you can be sure it's already spread from Coruscant to 1,000 worlds. It could be everywhere by now." The idea of losing the Force entirely frightened him in a way he hadn't expected. He'd once wished himself rid of those powers entirely, but that had been a different time, a different man. "Cade," she said, "we ran into 2 Sith on Ord Vaxel. I'm pretty sure neither of them could use the Force either." He frowned. "You sure?" "One of them was Darth Talon. I know you're familiar with her, and how she fights. If she had been using the Force, neither I nor your sister would be alive right now." "Then are you sure this is Milady's doing? It could be somebody else." "No, I'm sure it's her. I think she's working separately from the other Sith. Cade, if Talon could be infected, there's no telling how far this has spread. You need to be careful." "I'll watch out." "I guess that's all you can do." Morrigan swallowed, considered, then said, "Goodbye, Cade. And thank you. I'll see you around." And with that, her holo shut off. Cade didn't bother trying to reopen the line. He had nothing to say to her anyway. With a groan, he pushed out from the cockpit and made his way out the ship. He nearly forgot what he'd come here for and had to double back to pick up the box of ingots. After going back inside the Thrumble Foundation complex, he found everyone in the laboratory where he'd left them. The tall assassin droid was on his feet, flanked by C-3PO and R2-D2. Blue was examining some of the machinery curiously, and Jeria, bless him, was trying to put some moves on Guri. They all saw Cade's expression when he walked in and knew something was wrong. "What is it, Cade?" Delia went to him immediately. "First things first," he sighed and held the case of ingots out for Guri. "Your payment." She took the case, opened it, and needed only a second to tally them. Her damage from the fight had been repaired, and her smile was very human as she said, "Thank you. I can honestly say your friends are the most interesting clients we've had here." "Sorry about the mess," Jeria offered. "That wasn't your fault. I take it you'll be going now." "That's the score of it," Cade said. "Do we have a location for Anya yet?" asked AG-37. Cade sensed the concern in that tinny voice. "This is something else. We're hauling for the Vaxel system next, out by Hut Space." "What's out there?" asked Delia. "I'll explain on the way," Cade said. It would take a while, and it might rouse some arguments, plus, he didn't want to get into it in front of Guri. He turned to the droids and said, I know you all want to wait to hear from your friends, but this is something I gotta do. If you want to hitch a ride, fine. If you want to hold tight and find some way to help the others, that's good time. Way I figure it, we're all even. AG-37 took a moment to consider, but R2-D2 whistled and wheeled over to Cade. As the astromech nudged his leg affectionately, Cade chuckled and patted the droid's blue dome. Well, I guess that one's settled. Not that it had ever really been in doubt. C-3PO heaved a long-suffering sigh. Oh, all right, R2. I suppose I'll come along, though I'm still quite concerned about Mistress Kyra. We will reconvene with them eventually. I am sure of it. AG-37's twin photoreceptors focused on Cade. Procuring a ship to take me from this place on short notice may be difficult. I will go with you. Not a problem. Can't complain about passengers who don't use up food or bunk space. Cade smiled. There was no telling what they were flying into, and he didn't mind having an assassin droid as backup. Not one bit. Yuri was perceptive, and she saw through his bravado. She turned her gentle frown to AG-37 and said, when this all gets resolved, please let me know what happened. Of course, mistress, said AG-37. Care about your customers that much? Asked Jerriad. Sometimes. The frown became a brittle smile. But I feel like I'm catching a piece of a much longer story. I caught a little before, a long time ago. I'm still interested in how it plays out. R2-D2 hummed softly, and C-3PO said, believe me, Mistress Yuri, I quite understand. AG-37 added nothing, but Cade was sure he understood too. Understood in a way not Cade himself, nor Jerriad, or Blue, or any other organic, really could. For the flesh and blood there was only so much time. It ran by fast and never enough. All the more reason to get moving, Cade knew. He gave Yuri a farewell nod and made for the exit. His friends and allies' flesh and blood, circuitry, and steel all moved to join him. On your new spaceships. She could tell from the brief lurching motion and the change in engine sound that they'd exited hyperspace. Still bound and locked in her prison cell, she felt the whole craft tremble as it shuddered through atmospheric entry, braced herself against the wall as they decelerated for landing, and listened as the engine roar died away as was replaced by the faint whine of repulsor generator. That set them down almost gently on a flat landing pad. She waited almost 5 minutes after touchdown, longer than expected, for the door to open and the black-armored Mandalorian to walk into the room. He had his helmet on this time, and he'd brought a friend. His partner wore gold-colored armor, and from the height and frame Anya guessed it was a woman. She held a blaster pistol in one hand and kept it aimed at Anya, while the one in black unlocked the bar door using an old-style metal key. He swung it open and looked down on Anya, still sitting on the bunk with hands and feet bound. We're here, he said. I noticed. I'm going to cut your ankles free but not your hands. Try anything stupid and Tez will shoot you again. Got me? Definitely. Anya's instincts told her to strike back anyway, to fight until she could run, but her instincts always told her that. This time she resisted them and let black armor flick out a small knife. He bent low and cut her legs free, then pocketed the knife, backed out of the cell, and gestured for her to follow. She hadn't been awake when they'd brought her into the ship, and she paid close attention now as they walked her down a corridor, around a bend, and into a main hold. 3 more Mandalorians, all masked and armored, were waiting by an open portal. She marked the broad, tall one in silver as the one who shot her back on Essos. Through the doorway gap Anya could make out the slant of a landing ramp and a scrap of the world outside. It was night where they landed, and ambient glow from the ship's exterior lights marked out tree trunks and low brush. They seemed to have set down in a forest clearing, which meant she'd have plenty of places to hide if she broke free of her captors, but no places to run for help. The 3 Mandas who's been waiting walked outside first. As she peered down the ramp, Anya asked, "Are you going to at least tell me what planet I'm on?" The Mando woman jabbed her blaster tip between Anya's shoulder blades. "Get moving, Solo." Anya took that as a no. She walked down the ramp, gold-armored Tez right behind her, and when she reached the bottom she took a few tentative steps out from beneath the parked freighter and looked around. Even seeing just a slice of it in the dark, she marked it as a Corellian YV5200, probably heavily modified. These 5 Mandas seemed to be it, unless there was more inside the ship. They didn't bother to close the ramp, which seemed to indicate there were, but it was hard to tell. They certainly seemed to be the middle of nowhere. The only sounds were insects singing unseen in the forest, and when Anya looked up at the sky, the stars and nighttime black were both deep and clear, unhindered by light pollution. She had a feeling that, even if she managed to escape into the forest, her only options would be to starve or get recaptured. The silver-armored Mando led the way into the woods, and Tez jabbed Anya in the back. Taking the hint, Anya shuffled to follow. When she stepped beneath the tree cover, all starlight vanished and she stumbled through the dark, nearly falling over gnarled roots and scattered stones. The Mandas, whose helmets surely had night vision, moved smoothly and quietly through the woods. After nearly pitching into a tree she couldn't even see, Anya growled, "Hey, can I at least get a light? You went to all that trouble to capture me. You want to see me bash my brains in before you can deliver the goods." "She's got energy, this one," said a male voice behind her. It must have been the black-armored one. "Makes sense she would," said a voice from ahead. "What does that mean?" Anya planted both feet on the ground and didn't budge when Tess's pistol poked her lower back. "I'm not taking another step until I get a light. What, do you think I'll find my way back and steal your ship?" For a moment her answer was darkness and silence. Then another voice said, "Have it your way, Deliah." The Mando immediately ahead of her released a narrow beam of light from the right arm wrist of his suit. It wasn't much, but at least it illuminated the ground immediately ahead of her. "Thanks," Anya muttered, and they started walking again. The march seemed to last forever. The Mandalorian in front of her held his arm back to cast the light, but it was still difficult for Anya to follow. As she stumbled along she realized that it was cool outside as well, and with only her usual white jacket on she was beginning to shiver. The binds on her wrists were also starting to chafe. At least Tez had stopped jabbing her in the back with the pistol. Eventually Anya spotted light peeking through the trees beyond. She got close enough to make out a series of low domed structures made from wood and settled into a forest clearing. It looked rustic and primitive, and she was more perplexed than ever about who'd arranged her abduction. She followed the Mandalorians to the largest dome. It looked over 10 meters in diameter, maybe 3 meters high at the center. A short flight of stairs led into a small door tucked halfway beneath ground level. Anya looked over her shoulder. Light from inside gleamed across Tess's golden helmet. "Am I finally going to get some answers?" "Only if you go inside." Once again, Anya didn't have much choice. She walked down the stairs and through the door. The inside of the dome was a broad circular chamber with a primitive fire crackling in the center and smoke rising up through a hole at the dome's peak. A half-dozen people were already inside, some wearing armor plates, others not. They covered a full spread, from 2 boys who looked barely into their teens to a woman with all gray hair pulled into a tight bun. Once they were all inside, Anya's captors began removing their helmets. Silver armor was a man with a broad face and thick grained beard. Black armor was the blunt-looking blonde man. Gold armor, Tez, was an auburn-haired woman maybe 10 years older than Anya. For a long moment it seemed like all of them froze to stare. Anya avoided their collective gaze and lifted her bound wrists. "Can I get these free at least? Or are we going to stand around all night?" "I've got it," said the blonde man, with the same knife he's used before he cut Anya's wrist bonds and let them fall to the tight-packed earth floor. It felt good to have all her limbs free, but Anya needed answers more. Looking around the room but avoiding lingering eye contact with any of her captors, she said, "Okay, I give up. Why am I here? What do you people want with me?" The gray-haired woman approached slowly from across the room. Her eyes were dark and soft, but also intense, and Anya looked away uncomfortably. Nonetheless, the woman continued to approach, and when she got near enough, she reached out with both hands and touched Anya's face. The younger woman froze. She didn't even think to jerk away. Cold, Rough, thin hands caressed her face, then slid down her neck to her shoulders. Seen in the firelight, that woman's face was strangely arresting, not because it was unusual, but because it seemed familiar but strangely twisted. As their gazes locked, the woman's eyes wavered with gathering water. Anya wanted to jerk away, but somehow she couldn't. She said, "I don't understand. Who are you?" "It's me, Anya." The woman swallowed back tears. "I'm your mother, and I never thought I'd see you again." Chapter 20. Alsatian, the gateway world to the Gree Enclave, looked mostly normal from orbit. A mix of greens and blues and browns, overlaid by drifts of vapor tinted slightly yellow by the methane traces common to most Gree planets. In preparing the container that would smuggle her into Darth Maladi's hiding place, Morrigan had made sure to pack a breathing mask that would filter out the dangerous particles and allow her to intake the oxygen and hydrogen that was also part of the Gree standard respirator mix. She packed other things too: a blaster carbine, a holdout pistol, a set of macro binoculars, 2 tanks of compressed oxygen for when her ambient supply ran out. Most importantly, she'd included a portable long-range comm device that, on her command, would relay her position and a pre-recorded message back to the ship's computer, which in turn would automatically bounce the message to the Empress on Coruscant. After that, Marasiah Fel would be able to handle things however she saw fit. Morrigan had brought only a few of those things with her during the frenzied rush to hijack Nile Corliss' ship from Ord Vaxel. The rest had been appropriated from the well-stocked cargo vessel. Corliss had tried to complain at first, but the sting of another dart, this one filled with mild, nausea-inducing poison, has effectively shut him up. That had been over a standard day ago, and by now Corliss looked almost hale as he sat behind his freighter's controls and maneuvered them into stable orbit over Alsatian. "I'm broadcasting our identification signal now," sighed Corliss. "They should be here soon." "Thank you for your cooperation." He snorted. "You're a piece of damned work. You know that." "You're not the first to make that observation," she muttered and scanned the space over Alsatian. She marked a number of small stations in orbit, each shaped like 2 overlapping ovals laid perpendicularly. Long-range sensors, she guessed, probably armed with security cannons. She was more interested in their ships. She'd never studied the Gree much, but she'd heard their archaic vessels were elegant in a way, supposedly using solar sails rather than thrust or ion engines for propulsion. Morrigan and Corliss waited in awkward silence until his board lit up. Corliss checked in and said, "That's them all right. Incoming." "Then let's get ready to meet them." Corliss took the controls and pivoted his ship. Alsatian's bright face swung across the viewport, left to right. As it swung away, Morrigan spotted a moving vessel accelerating toward them from lower orbit. Size was hard to gauge, but it looked a bulky ship, with 4 lozenge-shaped subsections bulging out of a cylindrical central hull. The craft was all smooth lines, without right angles or even clearly marked viewports. Mast cables many times its length trailed behind it and connected it to a great umbrella-shaped sail, made of a shimmering, translucent material. It was like nothing Morrigan had ever seen before, and despite her situation, it filled her with a fleeting sense of wonder. "I've set position," Corliss said as he killed the freighter's engines. "They'll dock in a few minutes." "Then we'll go down," Morrigan said. "Together." By now Corliss had learned not to object. He got out of the cockpit first, and Morrigan followed him to the spacious hold. Corliss went to the broad bay doors and worked the controls. Morrigan opened the lid to her prepared smuggling crate, but waited until she heard the screech of metal against metal and knew Corliss had completely coupled with the Gree ship. Stepping into the crate, she called to him. "Your assistance was most appreciated." "Don't mention it," Corliss said seriously. 2 words of advice. 1. Don't try to call Maladi and warn that I'm coming. 2. Go to the Empress instead and beg for clemency. You might catch her in a generous mood. "I'll think about it," Corliss said, in a tone that made clear he wouldn't. He'd flee to the far corner of the galaxy and tried to rebuild his career as a low-life criminal, now bereft of the force powers that had given him a small advantage in years past. Maybe he tried to warn Maladi, Morrigan doubted it, but just in case, she'd sneaked a thumb-sized capsule of compressed gas into his jacket pocket. Once she had been off the ship for 4 minutes, the capsule would release that gas and render Corliss unconscious for at least 5 hours. She could have easily filled that capsule with something lethal but had decided against it for reasons she couldn't entirely explain. Perhaps prolonged contact with both of her children had left her feeling merciful. Without another word, Morrigan ducked into the crate, pulled the lid shut, and activated the vacuum seal. The entire container was rectangular, the size and rough dimensions of a small land speeder, but Morrigan's section had just enough room for herself and her supplies. She laid herself flat on her back so she stared up at the blank metal ceiling, then tapped on her earpiece. Audio relayed from the listening device she'd put in the hold, and she heard Corliss say, "I've got everything she'll need. Here's a manifest." The response was a series of high-pitched squeals interspersed with clicks and guttural scratches. A mechanical voice translated, "The manifest is received. You have gratitude for compliance." "Sure, great. The transfer will begin now." Morrigan braced herself for motion. She heard another crate move first, scraping briefly on the deck before being fitted on what she guessed was some repulsor harness. Another crate was moved after that, and then her own. She braced hands against the interior wall for stead, but the ride was surprisingly smooth. The feed from her earpiece started to dissolve in static, which was a sign she'd passed beyond the bug's transmission range of 20 meters. When the crate stopped moving, Morrigan closed her eyes and waited, listening to faint sounds from outside she couldn't discern. When motion returned, it came as a smooth, steady acceleration rather than the sudden jump of thrust engines activating. The grease ship was riding away on its graceful solar sail with her aboard, and there was just a tiny lurch when they jumped past lightspeed. Empress Marasiah Fel had been trained from a young age to handle crises, but she'd never expected to deal with one like this. The Jedi, the Imperial Knights, and the Empress had been isolated within the palace's medical ward for 3 days, and despite her attempts to obfuscate the fact, the news nets were abuzz with rumors, some of which veered perilously close to the truth. On the 4th and 5th days, she did what she could to assuage those rumors. While most of the afflicted knights remained under observation, Marasiah left the hospital and began going about the daily business of government in person. She made a live statement about the upcoming Senate elections and the amnesty she'd grant to certain political prisoners, then left before reporters in the audience could swamp her with questions. She'd brought along with a handful of senior knights to display, including her uncle, her husband, and Ganner Krieg himself. She started to regret the last choice. The man looked absolutely miserable, and she hardly blamed him. After the brief press conference, she made herself visible in other ways. Taking Antares and Ganner with her, she boarded her private airspeeder and traveled to the naval headquarters complex located on the opposite side of the government district. Once they arrived, a small honor guard was waiting, including 2 of her top admirals. Edward Fennel was a fierce fighter who'd been loyal to her father throughout his years of exile. Rough Yates had switched sides at the end of the war. Together, they represented the halves of the Navy she was still trying to join into a unified force. On the Empress' request, most of the honor guard was dismissed. Marasiah, her admirals, and her 2 knights began walking along the promenade that stretched along the outer wall of the headquarters building. Afternoon sunlight slanted through tall west-facing windows, and the Coruscant skyline glittered beyond. Passing naval staff gave the group a respectful berth, but through the force, Marasiah could sense their curiosity. She sensed it from her admirals more strongly, but neither of them dared ask about her 3 days' absence. Instead, they talked about the reactivation of some fleet units which had been started by Admiral Stasi. "We've begun recalling more units to our shipyards at Bilbringi and Yaga Minor," Fennel said. "They'll be ready for active tours within a week, but we still need to know where to show the flag. Send a few groups to patrol the edges of the unknown regions," Marasiah said. She had no knowledge of any threats there, but it was as good a place as any to keep an eye on. "Admiral Yates, what about the repair facilities at Rendili?" The Rendili shipyards had been torn up at the end of the war against Cade, just as they'd been savaged by during her father's war with the Alliance 7 years earlier. It was an unlucky planet. We've reached production levels of around 60% the pre-war norm, said Yage. I've authorized the hiring of more construction staff to expedite up repairs, but we're still lacking in raw resources. I'll authorize additional funds for increased mining on nearby worlds. Will that help, Admiral? Very good, Empress. Yage nodded. She could tell he was curious, too, about what top-secret mission Marasiah had sent his daughter on, but Yage was a soldier, and he knew not to ask. That was good. If he knew Gunn was off chasing Sith with her mother, Yage's ex-wife, the Admiral's composure would finally snap. We know Garstazzi has reactivated 20% of his off-duty personnel, Fennel said. I was planning to at least match that level. In fact, I was considering doubling it. Fennel's rivalry with Stazzi went back 10 years, but the Admiral was more concerned about missing a threat. This was the closest he'd come to asking Marasiah if there was some big danger she knew about and hadn't told. I believe 20% is sufficient, she told him. I'll be reviewing our fleet movements Admiral Stazzi undertakes, and I'll keep him from intruding in your mandate. In fact, she noticed Antares lagging behind and stopped. The Admiral stopped with her and she realized that Ganner Krieg had quietly slipped away. Antares was looking for him, head swinging in every direction, scanning the officers drifting up and down the promenade. His face was scrunched in an angry scowl. He felt half blind without the force. Marasiah still had it, and she used it. She searched for echoes of him in the crowd. Loyal Ganner, thoughtful Ganner, dutiful and self-sacrificing Ganner, the perfect counterweight to her brash husband. She found a presence, muffled and strangely warped the way all her knights felt now, but still definitely Ganner's. It felt like the Ganner she'd known was on the verge of shattering. Antares, come, she commanded, and started running back the way she'd come. The two admirals froze in shock, then tried trotting after her. Other pedestrians hurried out of her way but kept watching. All eyes were on her when she reached one of the glassy doors that opened onto the promenade's narrow exterior walkway. She pushed the door open and rushed through, Antares right behind her. Wind blew hard, rustling her long hair. Setting sunlight glared in her face and rebounded off the windows rising behind her. She squinted and followed the force to find Ganner. He'd hopped over the walkway's railing and stepped out onto one of the sensor vanes jutting horizontally out from the side of the building. His red cape and ponytail flailed in the breeze, and beneath him the chasms of Coruscant yawned emptily. He was staring straight ahead into nothing, eyes empty. Even without the force, Antares knew what he was going to do. Ganner, come back. Get away from there. Marasiah and Antares edged closer to the base of the sensor vane. She called, Master Krieg, look at me. Master Krieg. He didn't turn, didn't budge. The sensor wave buckled slightly in the wind. With relief she saw Ganner shifted footing to avoid falling. When he reached the vane, Antares put both hands on the railing, ready to vault himself over. Marasiah grabbed his shoulder, pulled him back, and said to Ganner, Master Krieg, there's no purpose in this. Still no reply. Antares said, what happened was not your fault. We will fix this. Just come back. Slowly he shifted, turned halfway around to look at Marasiah and Antares. Likely there was a huge crowd on the other side of the window watching the drama, ready to spew 1,000 new rumors about what was going on. Marasiah didn't care. She told Ganner, you still have a duty, Master Krieg. I failed my duty. His voice choked. His eyes were sunken but dry. I've ruined us all. This was not your fault. Antares called. You were a victim, Ganner, just like the rest of us. We are all in this together, and the only way we'll get out is together. Now step back. Ganner didn't move. The wind blew again, and this time he allowed himself to bend with it, but he didn't quite tip from his perch. Master Krieg, said Marasiah, I will not let you fall. Do you understand me? I will not. Please, come in now, under your own power. The hollowness in his eyes grew deeper. One more gust of wind came, and he did not brace himself. The vane trembled, and Ganner tipped. Antares shouted. Marasiah bent over the railing so hard it pressed into her stomach, reached out with the force, and caught Ganner as he fell. Even as her heart raced, she concentrated and lifted him upward, past the railing and over the railing, then set him down on the walkway beside her and Antares. Ganner didn't even try to stand. He collapsed like a broken droid on the hard pavement, limbs trembling. His body contracted on itself, curling into a fetal position, shaking all the time, and she could see tears gleaming on his face. Marasiah dropped to one knee beside him, put her hand on his head, and used the force to gently push him into unconsciousness. Only then did her heart cease to pound. Still crouched, she looked up at Antares, saw his grim face, then saw the crowd pressed against the window behind him. She flinched and looked away, but there was Ganner lying in front of her. He seemed not the source of this disaster but the face of things to come. Minot glided through empty space with only stars visible through the cockpit's forward viewport, but Cade leaned forward eagerly, waiting for one of those light specks to swell and become a drifting escape pod. Deliah had the ship's helm, Jerry at the co-pilot seat. Cade hung over the latter's chair, and 3 droids watched from behind him. He couldn't remember the last time his ship had felt so crowded. Eyes on his console, Jerry said. That beacon still transmitting. I'd say 500 kilometers dead ahead. I'll cut thrust, Deliah said, and Cade could feel the ship start to decelerate. As Minot glided forward, C-3PO said, "It is most curious that your half-sister of all people is the one we are rescuing. I find it quite unusual that your mother and her daughters were assigned to this cover mission together. Standard procedure for Imperial intelligence operatives. They're not usual operatives, and the Empire ain't what you knew," Cade sighed. The long ride out to the Vaxel system had been spent giving C-3PO history lessons. It had been a decent distraction at first, but by now Cade was getting sick of it. "My guess is the Empress stuck my sister with her mom because she thought Gunner was the only one who could keep a handle on her. If you don't mind my saying, it seems that the Empress made a grave tactical error." "Did she though?" grunted Jerry. "We know where Corde is going, more or less. She's just got a head start." A head start of around 2 standard days, Cade thought grimly. That was more than enough time for things to go bad, especially when Malady was involved, and especially if the Force was really going quiet galaxy-wide. That was another thing they'd had to talk about on the outbound flight. Cade could still feel the Force with him now. He could sense Jerry and Blue as clear as ever. He had no idea how long that would last. If this virus or whatever had been in circulation for over a week, he could have picked it up on Mon Gaza, Socorro, or Essels. On the first 2 planets, he'd been sharing air with sentients from all over the galaxy, and any one of them could have transmitted. He was frankly surprised not to have exhibited the symptoms yet, and he planned to use his good fortune while it lasted. "I believe our target is up ahead," a G-37 said. Cade squinted at the starfield. His eyes weren't as good as the assassin droid's photoreceptors, but he eventually spotted one white point steadily growing in size until it became a drum-shaped metal container tumbling lazily through deep space. "That's it, all right," Cade slapped the back of Jerry's chair. "Lock on with the tractor beam and hook it to the airlock." "Can do." On his way out the cockpit, Cade said, "The rest of you, stay here. I'll bring Gunner in." "Be careful," Jerry called. "I hear she bites." "Not funny," he grunted, then trotted down the corridor to the airlock vestibule. Cade watched through double-layered portholes as the escape pods hatch sealed magnetically with Minix airlock, then listened to the hiss of air as the vestibule matched pressure with the pod. Before opening the vestibule door, Cade took 2 portable air filters from a rack near the door and strapped one of them over his nose and mouth. With the pull of a lever, the doors to the vestibule swung open. Cade stepped inside the chamber and tried to pull open the escape pods hatch from the outside. A lot of them were rigged to only open when unlocked from the inside, a countermeasure designed to protect from pirates and raiders. All well and good, assuming the passenger inside hadn't passed out from exhaustion, starvation, or water deprivation. Cade was about to go back outside the vestibule and fetch a cutting torch when he heard metal scrape on the other side. Deadbolts unlocked and the hatch unsealed. Its round metal door swung outward and forced Cade to step back. That was when a trio of laser blasts flashed out of the pod. Cade ducked, swore, and called on the Force to catch the next two blasts in his gloved hand. Finally, with an invisible tug, he wrenched the blaster pistol through the air and into his palm. Finally, he got a good look inside. Gunner Yage, slumped against the pod's back wall, pale and sickly and panting for air, staring back at him with an expression of shock and loathing. "Chesko, Patissa," Cade said. "How about a little thanks?" "You," Gunner wheezed. "Yeah, and me?" "Surprised. Just like our mom to leave you in here with a loaded blaster. I kept it hidden." Cade stepped over the airlock rim and into the pod. The air was thin and cold inside, and first thing he did was strap the air filter over her face. Then he took her under the shoulders and pulled her upright. "I can walk." Gunner jerked free, but staggered and nearly fell as she moved into the vestibule. Cade put an arm around her waist, and this time she didn't object as he helped her to Minok's crew lounge. After nearly collapsing on the sofa, Gunner stopped to take 3 deep breaths, then reached for her mask. "Don't take that off," Cade said as he tugged up his own mask. "As far as I'm concerned, you're a plague vector, and I don't want to breathe whatever Sith disease you're spewing out." "No offense." Gunner let her hands fall to her sides. "None taken, I guess. But the Force, you can still use it. Like when I grabbed that blaster from your hand." "Yeah, I guess I can. Don't ask me for how long. I've been around lately, so for all I know, I'm already infected." Cade went over to the table and picked up a half-liter container of water. He pulled out the extendable straw, handed it to Gunner, and said, "You can drink from under your mask, right?" "Probably," she said, and took the container. When she stuck the straw beneath her mask and into her mouth, she started sucking in water and didn't stop until she nearly emptied the thing. When she finally put the container down and reaffixed the mask to her face, she said, "I can't believe she sent you after me." Cade snorted. "You know how to make a guy feel special. How about a thank you, or gee, I'm glad you're not dead?" "Thank you," Gunner said. Cade waited. She couldn't quite bring herself to say the rest, and he rolled his eyes. At the same time, a call bounced down the corridor from the cockpit. "Hey, you kill each other yet?" "We're still thinking about it," Cade told Jerry. "You can let the pod go and get ready to head for the Gree Enclave." When she heard those words, Gunner stiffened. "I need to use your comm signal," she said. "What for?" "I need to inform the Empress where Corde's gone. It's my job." She stared at Cade hard. "You know what one of those is, right?" Cade ignored the barb and considered. Their mother had claimed she wanted to find the exact location of Maladi's hidden base within Greece space before informing Marasiah Fel, on the idea that the Empress might overplay her hand and drive Maladi deeper into hiding. Cade wasn't sure if that logic held, and he wondered if his mother's judgment wasn't partially clouded by her feelings toward Maladi, or by something else. He listened to the muffled scrape of Durasteel as the escape pod detached from Minok. The ship banked slightly to get clear of it completely, and in a few moments it would reorient and begin the long lightspeed journey halfway across the galaxy. "All right, I'll hook you up. But you're not telling your grandchild Empress I'm alive, got it?" "I wouldn't want to spoil her day," Gunner said dryly and stood up from the sofa. That was when, out of nowhere, Minok's entire hull shook. Gunner was thrown into Cade, and both fell back onto the sofa. The ship jerked again, and Cade went tumbling across the deck. "What the hell's going on up there?" He bellowed and tried to lunge for the cockpit. The ship didn't take any more hits as he made his way there, but alarms started wailing, and R2-D2 began crying in panic. When Cade staggered in behind Blue and Jerry, C-3PO was saying, "Curse you, R2, I knew this was a bad idea. Why do you never listen?" Cade grabbed the back of Delia's chair and asked, "What have we got? Who's shooting at us?" "I don't know, they came out of nowhere," the Zeltron snarled. "Must have been a micro jump." "What about engines? Do we have hyperdrive?" "I think so." "Shields are up now," Jiraiya added. "Where'd that damn ship go?" They got their answer with another violent rocking, though this time Minok's shields seemed to absorb the damage. A vessel soared in from overhead, engines flashing in their faces, but immediately cut velocity and spun around to face Minok head-on. Cade marked it as a Nemesis-class patrol ship, probably armed and shielded, and unlike Minok, it wasn't reeling from a few direct hits. Putting all power to forward shields, Deliah said as her hands worked the defense console. "Blast them," Cade hissed. "Do it now, Jeriah." Minok's forward cannons pounded the patrol ship's forward shields, spreading fire and plasma across the invisible screen. At the same time, the patrol ship pumped out laser fire of its own. Minok's shields held, but more warning alarms sounded in the cockpit. "It appears our defenses will not sustain another barrage." C-3PO trembled. "Really?" Cade snarled. "Thanks, Professor. I had no idea." "Professor? Oh goodness, that takes me back." After nearly a minute of blinding head-to-head fire, Minok's forward cannons had to stop and cool down. At the same time, Deliah tried to shunt more energy and rebuild the braking shields, while the patrol ship kept wearing them down. "We're gonna have to run for it, Meshla," Cade said in her ear. "Can you do it?" She bit her lip. "I don't know, Cade. It might tear Minok apart." It very well could, with all their power to forward shields. A sudden course change would leave their flanks exposed to the patrol ship's guns. One or two lucky hits would end them. He was about to tell Deliah to try it anyway when Jeriah announced, "We're being hailed." "I suggest we answer them," a G-37 said. He appeared to be the only calm one aboard. Cade gave Jeriah a nod, and Jeriah slapped the comm console. "Hold your fire," he said. "Let's talk." Talk. The gun stopped firing, but Minok's alarms kept wailing. It still felt like a reprieve, and Cade noticed that Gunner had joined them in the cockpit. Still weak, she leaned against the entryway and met her half-brother's eyes. "I retract the thank you," she said. Cade skipped the retort. He couldn't blame her. He asked Jeriah, "That comm line open?" "It is, but they're not." "We received your message," the voice on the other line said. "You are to stand down and prepare to be boarded." That cool female voice was familiar, and Cade's stomach went cold. Shock delayed his response, so Jeriah gave one instead. "We've still got guns and shields, Slimo, and if you think." "Jeriah, wait." Cade clamped his shoulder. "Jeriah," the woman said thoughtfully. "Then I presume the ship is the Minok." It really was her then. His mother had warned him that Darth Talon was after Muladi, and he'd hoped never to have to see that Sith shudder again. But Morrigan had given him a little bit of extra information, the kind that just might save them. Leaning close to the speaker grill, Kay said, "Well, I'll be a son of a Gundark. If it isn't little Miss Talon, what are the odds you and me'd run into each other again?" "Kay Skywalker," Talon's voice went husky. "Somehow, I'm not surprised you're alive." "Well, right back at you. I got a feeling we're after the same quarry. Little Deveronian chica who keeps to herself and cooks up nasty diseases like the one that made us all deaf to the Force. Am I right?" "You are," Talon said. "That is why I'm ordering you to let us aboard. We are fully ready to destroy your ship, but it would do us no good." Cade reached over and slapped the comm console's mute button. Then he spun on Gunner. "Mom said you tangled with 2 Sith on Ord Vaxel. Just 2, right?" "That's all I saw, and they didn't seem like they had the Force. That's what I'm counting on." Jeriah opened the line again. Jeriah gave his friend a "you'd better know what you're doing" look and turned the comm back on. Cade bent in again and said, "Okay, shudder, I'm amenable. Let's have a parlay. I promise not to gun you down the moment you step into the airlock. Or once you're through the airlock. I also want your word of honor as a slimy little Sith that you're not going to do anything to hurt my crew, all right?" A heavy heartbeat passed. Then Talon said, "Agreed. Prepare to couple airlocks." Cade switched off the connection and said, "Do it, Blue." Deliah didn't move. Everyone was staring at Cade, probably wondering if he's gone mad. Cade shook it off. He was desperate, but not crazy. He put a hand on Delia's pink shoulder, squeezed it. She took a deep breath and began to shift Minok into docking position. Weakly Jerry asked, "You think her word's good?" "Who cares?" With a flick of the force, Cade called his lightsaber to his hand. "Mine's not." Lying flat on her back, tucked within the hidden compartment of a storage crate, Morrigan remained awake and vigilant during the entire ride on the grease ship. Its deceleration from hyperspace was much smoother than in Imperial vessels, but the trembling of atmospheric entry was unmistakable. As the ship leveled out and began a smooth final flight to its destination, Morrigan's heart beat faster. Now she'd come to the crux of it. She had no idea how the Gree, or Maladi, would treat the incoming cargo, but she'd secreted herself into a smuggling compartment that would hopefully pass their first inspection unnoticed. If not, well, she had her weapons and she had her beacon. Morrigan waited as the ship seemed to set down for landing. A few minutes later she heard the scrape of an outside door opening. She thought she made out a few faint squeals too, possibly Gree speaking among themselves. Then, finally, she felt her crate rise up and start to move. The motion was so smooth as to be barely noticeable, but she marked when the crate lowered to the ground again. She listened carefully as she heard a few more being set down, and against the faint vocalizations between a few Gree. Then, finally, there was silence. Morrigan waited, heart pounding, for some hint of noise or motion. Nothing. She counted off on her wrist chronometer until 10 full minutes had passed. Only then did she affix a breath filter to her mouth, sit upright, and unlock her hidden compartment from the inside. The panel slid back, and she cautiously stuck her head outside. It could have been a storage room anywhere in the galaxy. Tall metal ceiling, high metal walls, all four of Corliss' cargo crates sitting unmolested on a broad metal ceiling. A stairway in one corner led up to a catwalk that circled all four sides. She scanned for surveillance devices but recognized none. Morrigan ducked back into the crate and activated the communications relay. She waited with held breath for confirmation that the device had successfully sent her location to Corliss freighter. Long seconds dragged on without confirmation, and her heart fell. Finally, the relay's readout said, "Unable to complete transmission due to localized interference." An artificial jamming field wouldn't be out of place on a top-secret base. Still, Morrigan was frustrated. She'd have to disable the jamming to send her signal, and to do that she'd need to scout the facility and find its source. Morrigan gathered her essential items: blaster carbine, holdout pistol, macro binoculars, poison darts filled with the concoction meant to paralyze a Deveronian, remote control for the comm relay. She crawled out of the crate and very carefully sealed it up again. Then Morrigan darted for the stairwell, body hunched low and blaster pistol clutched in both hands. She climbed up to the higher level and marked the second level access door. It was high and broad enough to fit a Gree through, but the control panel would not have looked out of place in an Imperial facility. She tapped a button and commanded it to open, revealing a long straight hallway ahead. She'd infiltrated enough hostile facilities in her career to know what needed to be done. First, find a computer node and slice into it. Obtain a layout of the place, mark the primary target, and determine the best way to get there. She reached the end of the hallway, checked for security devices, found none, and decided to try her luck beyond the next door. It was exactly what she'd been hoping for: a box of a room housing power conduit access points and a single computer built into one wall. Morrigan had no idea if she'd be able to slice into Gree networks. It was possibly their structure, and syntax was utterly unlike the galactic standard. However, when he stepped close to the node, she saw that its control terminal was a typical basic keypad, as though it has been designed for human-style fingers instead of Gree tentacles. The obvious conclusion was that it had been, and that meant this facility had been built for non-Gree as well. Probably it had been commissioned by a Sith in the first place. Maybe that had been Maladi herself, but if so, she'd have constructed it without any of her fellow one Sith getting a hint of his location, and somehow Morrigan doubted that. There was a mystery to this place. It would take time and careful effort to unravel, and the first thing to discover was what planet she was on. Morrigan's fingers danced across the keypad, and started bringing up basic information about this place. The text was all in basic, though the file structure seemed weirdly archaic, nesting informational documents in ways that hadn't been common in generations. Morrigan discovered that she was on a planet called Tehasa. According to the primer she'd given herself on the Gree Enclave en route to Alsatian, Tehasa was a mostly deserted world that housed the remnants of ancient libraries. Given the longevity of Gree civilization, their archives probably put those on Oberula Sky and MR-LST to shame, though foreign researchers were fiercely excluded. Still, she saw how it might attract Sith interest. Morrigan began retracing her path up the file tree when she heard a soft hissing sound behind her. She reached for her blaster and spun around just in time to spot an aperture opening in the far wall, but not in time to dodge the projectile that shot out of it with a faint whiff. Morrigan felt a sting in her neck, reached up, and wrenched out a barb-tipped metal cylinder smaller than her thumb. A poisoned dart, she thought numbly. That was too ironic. Her body was already going weak. The floor slipped out from under her, and though she planted a hand on the wall, she couldn't keep herself from falling. She landed hard on her bottom but barely felt it. Her back and shoulders leaned against the wall, and when she heard the sound of an opening door, she could barely turn her head. She couldn't lift her blaster either. All Morrigan could do was watch. The figure that stepped into the room was draped from neck to feet in black robes, bound tightly and cinched at the waist. Arms were bare and scarlet, laced by crisscrossing black tattoos. Yet when Darth Maladi bent low to peer at Morrigan, curtains of black hair spilled down on either side of her face, untamed by the Sith's habitual top knot. Her eyes were dark brown, bereft of the molten gold irises bestowed by the dark side of the Force, but there was something wild in them. They seemed out of place on a face Morrigan was used to seeing controlled and calculating. "What should I call you?" Maladi whispered, to Morrigan or herself. "Calixte or Corde? Corde or Calixte? Is your true self one of those, or something else?" Morrigan couldn't have spoken if she wanted to. Her whole body was paralyzed, and yet, horribly, her mind was clear. Fate into black would have been merciful compared to this. "I suppose we'll find out," Maladi said. "Once the paralysis wears off, we'll talk, Calix Corde. You took so long getting here. I was beginning to think you'd never come."